You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
I'm already into the 420, damn it!
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Hi, how are you?
How high are you?
Lenny's got his puppy.
Morning.
Let's
This
see.
is a bum.
Okay, sorry. You can't stick a puppy in my face at the beginning of a show, Len. I'm sorry. Anyways,
Puppies.
yeah.
Yes. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, Ken. Hi, how are you?
G'day.
So we're gonna,
G'day, eh?
we're going to be chatting with Ken Tovich from not Flomax, Flora.
Totally different products.
Yes, we were
Yes,
just
completely
discussing
different.
Ken's here to chat with the guys about, grow stuff. And I know nothing about it, so I'm going to let them do. And Mary Jane's going to move her microphone.
Right.
And,
I'm just going to watch the NHL playoffs.
Okay. And we'd like
Nice.
we'd like some updates on that, though, Len.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna watch the Leafs lose.
Oh, really?
I think they do lose tonight, to be honest.
I don't play hockey or anything, so I don't care. Anyways, we're chatting with Ken. Hi, Ken. How are you? I'm gonna let Marcel and Darcy and them. Don't do that, Lenny. You just really screwed me up, man. Okay, I'm putting Ken on. Go ahead, Marcel, because I'm just babbling at this point because you're not kicking in. Wake up.
Pardon me? Kicking in for what? Don't look at me. I'm here just listening to Ken. Ken and I were chatting a few weeks back, and Ken said that he would like to come on and talk about organic growing of cannabis. And I, of course, got excited and said, yes, let's do this.
And then he canceled on us.
And then he COVIDed out on us and screwed up flights, and then he had to change, so we got him now.
Are you back in Aussie world, Ken?
I am. Yeah. So so first, it's great to be back on the show. Thanks for the invitation, guys, and I'm sorry for piking that first time due to circumstances beyond my control. And Mary Jane, good to meet you. We haven't met before. I would have introduced myself, but you're getting a cup of tea. So anyway.
Hello.
Okay. And yeah, so so Marcel, we got dangerously close to actually meeting in person.
Yes.
Because and I was able to meet some of the other fine participants on this excellent vehicle for communication and discussion of all things cannabis. But I'm coming off. I was over in North America for probably 11 weeks on a marketing trip for Floramax because we have been sort of restricted for travel, locked down for 2 years with COVID, so having to make up for some ground. So it was a good opportunity to get out and actually meet just 2 years out of the North American game. But obviously with legalization in Canada and the US, the industry has moved ahead there, I would say, in terms of growing practices from what I'm seeing in other countries. So in that time, in the 2 months, there were a couple of things that really struck me, and that prompted the comment to you, Marcel, about sort of organic growing. Yeah, so that's sort of how it's all happened. And that, just to make excuses, I did catch COVID that first time and got stuck in transit, so was unable to attend the show the first time that I committed. So
I didn't know that you actually had COVID. I thought he was joking around. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just full of shit, right?
So yeah. Anyway, so there being a bit of pressure on me now. Feel free to jump in, interject with questions and stuff. But do you just want me to ramble on about what I've been hearing regarding sort of that trend?
Do what you do.
Okay. Well, I'll just. Okay. Feel free to interrupt anyone. But what? So the first thing, sort of for our business, one thing that we've noticed, and actually the whole industry has noticed in North America, is probably with COVID, there was a big increase in growing the first year of COVID, and then which of course led to the second year to an oversupply. I'm not sure if that situation is. I think that situation is sort of developed in Canada as well, but certainly in the U.S., the price of pounds has come right down. From wholesale price. I'm not sure what happens at the dispensary, but there's just a whole lot of product out there. So in that, I hosted a breakfast for a group of commercial growers in San Jose, and they were all sort of laughing. If you're growing average product right now, you probably need to sit this one out. You need to take the family, go on holiday or something like that. But because it's very difficult to get rid of your crop if it's simply average. And it's interesting because that, in a way, has been good for the industry because it's forced a flight to quality. Because it's kind of like in a world of 10-cent Coors Light, if your fancy microbrew is 20 cents, you just pay an extra 10 cents and get the good stuff because it's still only 20 cents. So that's sort of seeing that in dispensaries and the legal markets in the U.S. Product has just become quite inexpensive, and the quality has gone way up. So if you're growing good product like AAA Fire, you're gonna have a good chance at still making a living cultivating. But a lot of the average stuff is just sort of sitting there, and that it's created a problem there. So anyway, how does that relate to organic growing? Well, organics are increasingly being seen, and I would say I do like these unofficial polls in terms of when I meet with commercial growers in terms of what they're trying to achieve or whether they see the direction with their cultivation in the coming months, coming years, that kind of thing. And overwhelmingly, and I would say by overwhelmingly over 90%, are trying to find ways to incorporate at different levels various organic means to increase the quality of their crop. So that was quite interesting to me. It does happen to, while I make a shameless plug for the company, it does happen to play into Floramax because we are a biosynthetic line with some very organic elements in some of our additives. Yeah, that's sort of how that thinking has evolved.
We're seeing a lot more in Canada here because of the home growing. We're seeing a lot more home growers wanting to go all full organic type thing for what they have at home, which is great. But it's a bit of a learning curve and it's hard to do with cannabis, in all honesty, to go full organic. I mean, yeah, you can do it, but there'll be deficiencies. You could do better.
Yeah, so this is an interesting thing, and I mean, I'll put this out to the peanut gallery here in terms of what constitutes a definition of organic growing. So, because the term has become fairly nebulous, I think everyone has a picture in their mind of what constitutes organic growing, and it usually involves some kind of animal fecal products, like be that bat shit, seagull shit, fish shit, you name the animal.
Actually, what I pictured was a pot plant sitting on a pile of old cow manure.
Again, an animal fecal product. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody wants to weigh in on sort of what.
What happened?
I think he froze a bit. We lost you. You're not frozen now.
If you
Okay.
start freezing, if you do start freezing again, Ken, just drop into your settings and move your camera resolution down to,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
standard or
that.
something. Yeah, that will help.
Yeah.
We found that out last week at the trailer.
Okay.
Well,
Sorry, you were saying you would like
I'm
it
not a
soy
grower, but to me, anything definition of organic is carbon based. That's from
Okay. That's
chemistry days.
that's
That's
so,
just
yeah,
me from
yeah, so-
chemistry in college.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, from a chemistry standpoint, it would be pretty much that anything with a carbon hydrogen bond. Right.
Yeah, that
So-
again, I don't know if that's what everyone's really talking about, but that's what to me is. And most inorganic things are more like your just basic elements, things like calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, things like that.
Yeah. So, maybe a way of defining it actually is what isn't organic. So, and then Lenny, I think you're on the right track here with basically anything like mineral based, basically anything mineral based without that carbon hydrogen bond.
Yeah.
So, how that organic product looks can be an animal fecal product because they will all sort of contain that kind of or meet that definition chemically. But so I guess if you're taking what a lot of people could soil amendments, manure and soil, that kind of thing, or teas and bacteria and stuff like that. All that stuff, there's such a wide range of growing styles there in terms of how that's incorporated, but they all have that carbon hydrogen bond in there. So the opposite of what it isn't would be of what organic growing isn't, then would be the mineral based side. And I think I've said this before, and you guys might know, sort of know my opinion on this, but in terms of why growers need to sort of consider everything. So there is definitely a shift towards organic growing, but I think Marcel, you just sort of said that they may suffer deficiencies. So most certainly 100% organic product, kind of raw organic product cultivation usually results in smaller yields, sometimes excellent quality, but probably definitely the yields start to hurt. So, and that's why there probably is a strong case for some sort of mineral-based component. At the end, whether your calcium or your magnesium comes from a liquid nutrient, a powder, or whether it was just naturally present in the soil, it's still actually just a mineral-based component, and a lot of that stuff exists naturally and I guess there's various levels of fertilizers that will contain those things. So, but basically on that organic track, I think that's something that people are trying to improve that quality piece.
I also think some people take the term organic and think it's just natural. Like, I don't know if they necessarily have the same picture as everybody. That's just what I think. Some people think it is sometimes.
Yeah, so it's an interesting thing because we've actually done quite a lot of actually that's the angle of Florimax, and a lot of the research that we've done sort of looks towards that organic space and why. So the advantages are can result in a more call it naturally created product is going to be probably actually a truer expression of the genetics of the plant. And of course, there's been a lot of focus in the industry there on what people can, a lot of people spending a lot of money on genetics there in an effort to look for various terpene profiles, oil contents, physical characteristics of bag appeal of the plant, like the colors and that kind of thing. So organics are a way to sort of access those things. So there's this distinction, though, that in our research that we sort of made in terms of how we defined organics. So a lot of people, when you say natural style of growing, they're probably identify with what we would call raw organics. So a raw organic is something that occurs naturally in nature, as in pretty much all animal fecal products. So but it doesn't, they don't. So I think there's a distinction here because as the industry evolves, I think what we're going to see is a move away from raw organics because there are some problems associated with it. So in our sort of product design and in sort of the way that we've developed our products, we're trying to address some problems. And the way that I'll put it this way is I see there are three key issues with organic growing. Okay, so the first one would be the shelf life of various products. When you buy a bag of manure or a bag of bat shit, bat guano, whatever it is, all the rest of that, typically those products have a very short shelf life because they are naturally occurring and they're at a raw stage. So they're open to all sorts of issues like fermentation, which would be the creation of alcohol. That's going to affect the efficacy of the product. So one, is shelf life. Two is ease of use or mess, because invariably most raw organic products are seen as messy. So for someone growing at home in a garden, in like a bed or something like that, just top dressing, that's not really a big deal. But if we're talking about larger scale cultivation, and this is the commercial growers that I've spoken with, they're all looking for ways they need to be able to deliver organics on a large scale. So, through drippers, reservoirs, and that kind of thing. And they're not just going to throw a raw organic into a reservoir there, because it'll take about 3 seconds for it to start clogging the lines, the cleanup on reset, that kind of thing. So that's always been an issue, large scale application of organics. So that was the second issue. And then the third one, the one that we were most concerned with, and this is probably interesting for some people from a manufacturing standpoint, is actually consistency of performance. So you can have the same product, supposedly the same product, and one bottle will work and one won't, because it's a raw organic. There's so much variability in the quality of that product. Example, like bat shit, bat guano, that kind of thing. Well, the bat eats different things at different times of year. So when that guano is harvested, it's going to affect the composition, the phosphate contents, all the rest of it. So there's a lot of variability there. And then the other thing is just in the logistics chain, when you're trying to take a natural product and you're trying to actually make that available to growers on a larger scale, it's a real challenge, because a bottle of fish shit that's been sitting in a warehouse in Phoenix for 3 weeks at we're in Celsius at 40 degrees Celsius for 3 weeks, that will denature the organics compared to a bottle that's been sitting in a refrigerator. Susceptibility to UV is probably, from a manufacturing standpoint, one of the biggest challenges. UV just degrades organics very, very quickly. So, this thing about, even the color of your bottles as a manufacturer, we, done some research in that space. And the thing is, just putting your organic product in a black bottle to remove UV light probably buys you a year of shelf life. So, that kind of thing. So, clear bottles of organic products, typically someone hasn't done the work there. So, I mean,
is freezing affected as well, like colder weather here, because we got like cold weather here, right?
Well, I would think that there would be a difference in the performance. I don't know if it's better or worse, but the thing is, all those sorts of things, that sort of storage stuff on raw products there is going to be some kind of an effect to denature the organics. You sort of think about it, the process of, like, with kelps. There are a lot of kelp products on the market. We have quite a few years experience in working with that, and kelps can come in for manufacturers. They can come in cold pressed extract, kind of like a cold pressed juice. They can also come in a heat refined form. So that heat refined form can be liquid, but more often than not is a powder or a pellet type of product. So you guys have probably seen powdered kelp products, maybe, those of you that grow on shelves and stuff like that. But all those powders and pelletized products are part of a heat refining process. And in the early days, we used to use those kind of products because there was a little bit more economy in them. But you 100% will denature, or the organic efficacy is significantly reduced when you put it through an heat extraction process. And that's just a product of, like, applying temperature to it. So that consistency issue. So one of the ways that we've gotten around it, and this is, I think you're going to see the trend, is towards an extracted organic product. So everyone's familiar with cannabis extractions because you're getting quite a bit more potency in certain products, especially in the case of some of the products that Marcel and Darcy.
I think we've lost Ken for a minute. He'll be back.
Have I lost you?
There we go.
You just froze up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
maybe
sorry.
Maybe drop your video down to another notch.
I actually did. Yeah, but I may just do that every once in a while.
He sort of literally is on the other side of the world, so it's gonna happen.
I was about to say that he is on the other side of the world.
And it's winter.
Yeah. Well, this is the.
That ain't fucking winter.
And he's not a winner.
You got loud birds there. That's all I got to say.
And they're not mine. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, not everything about you, Darcy.
Well, I always get blamed for the birds.
Yeah. So
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just going to say that. So just cut things short. Basically, there is a solution to those three problems associated with organic growing. Okay, and that would be an extracted type of organic. So it still stays organic. We're meeting the definition with that carbon-hydrogen bond. We still see the benefits of actually expressed in the plant. But the way that we're actually doing it is in the manufacturing process, we are taking a raw organic, call it a bucket of fish shit or fulvic acid, which contains thousands of organic compounds, and then extracting specific compounds that we've identified have an effect on plant function. And when you have that extract, if you can create an extract, you see increases in solubility and stability. Then when you incorporate those in your other products, you actually get you actually pick up those features. So as a shameless plug again for one of our products, we make a product called Organobud, which is there is an extracted organic underneath a kelp platform in that product. It is 100% organic, and it has a 5-year shelf life.
I just want to remind you, you're here to talk about your products, so it's
not
all that bad to bring them up.
Okay, well, once in a while, sure. But the thing is, I think, though, that, from our standpoint, the priority's always got to be sort of cultivation and success on the part of a grower. Mm-hmm. So I'm happy to share that and that education. In fact, in the industry, I share that quite freely because we need to see more from the industry in the form of this extracted kind of product as opposed to what I'm going to call copycat mineral-based brands. So because yeah, I mean, like the evolution of the hydroponics fertilizers, the evolution of the industry, stepping back in the 90s, it was all about getting as big a yield as you could and doing it without organics. I think it was kind of, if you said in the late 90s you were an organic grower, the serious growers maybe even laughed at you a little bit because, well, you're not serious about growing.
I want to know what I'm supposed to be serious about.
I'm serious about growing,
but I don't know what I'm supposed.
Yeah, sorry, am I there?
Yeah,
you are now.
Yeah. So, what are we supposed to be serious about?
There was a real push towards understanding mineral-based or salt-based nutrient regimes. That whole we're going to cultivate on the moon, we're going to grow on the space shuttle. We don't need organics. And yes, you can grow a plant from a purely mineral-based perspective, but as these commercial growers that I hosted in San Jose were saying, you're definitely leaving stuff. You're leaving quality on the table by not accessing that through organic means. So in the last 10, 12 years, I would say there's been this increased wave and the focus on it. There was also some advancements in this understanding of the soil web, the use of microbes and naturally occurring organic mechanisms for the transport of the mineral-based elements through the root membrane. There's been a lot of focus on that, and development understanding has increased, and that's resulted in some products, that kind of thing, including Floramax. That's sort of where our research sort of led to a new line, was how we could incorporate these organics in a form that handles those three problems. So of organics. So sorry, I just kept crapping on and stuff like that. But yeah.
See, I know absolutely nothing about organic growing, and I basically just learned with like 1 part nutrients. So you're speaking a whole different language, and I don't even understand the benefits of growing organic over non-organic.
Good question. Well, that actually maybe is not framed as a question, but actually, so what would be the main
That's what I
advantage?
do.
Yeah, but one of the probably the advantage of it when I say from a quality standpoint. So what we see with our Organobud product by accessing the organic that kelp and specialist organic compound extract in that product is we actually get a wider terpene profile. So we've got a bit of data now to show that when the final product is produced, that you're getting a broader spectrum of oils, not necessarily more. We have another product, Resin Excess, that actually uses an organic stimulant to produce more oil, which is fantastic because there's a lot of ways to sort of trick a marijuana plant into producing a little bit more oil. Some of them are good. Some of them make use of chemicals that probably shouldn't be in the industry or shouldn't be. But there may be other consequences to the use of those chemicals, and by that I'm referring to certain PGR, plant growth regulator products. So Mary Jane, those are there are fertilizers out there called plant growth regulators that can create different effects on plant function. You can get faster growth. You can get a denser cola, denser nugget, which is important for a product that sells by weight. Some of them increase oil as well, but in the process, some of them can cause a plant to absorb more heavy metals. Some of them are actually by themselves like cancer causing. So there's obviously some implications to the use of those kinds of products. So
do you want to name some?
Sure. So the big bad boys, one called paclobutrazol.
Yep.
So the nickname is called Paclo. You won't find that easily, I would say, in most North American markets because they're well regulated. Probably one of the benefits of legalization has been the increased scrutiny on end product quality. So just as an example, say that because I live in a jurisdiction where the cultivation is highly restricted, but pretend my daughter's actually said to me, "Hey, Dad, I wouldn't mind actually getting a bit of weed. I got this weed from a guy." All the rest of it. So maybe that guy working in the industry, that father might say, "Hey, that's maybe you don't know the source. You don't know how that's been done. It wasn't like you purchased it at a dispensary where it's been sort of tested or that it's been subject to quality control standards during its cultivation. So you should just probably grow your own." So I think this would maybe resonate with a lot of your with the audience is that one of the best reasons for growing your own would be actually for so that you actually know what's involved in that process. And to sort of establish quality. The other way to do it is to purchase it from a reputable source, which is available in those legal markets in Canada and the US, but the rest of the world maybe doesn't have that luxury. So, Mary Jane, you were saying the benefits of organic growing. You're using a 1 part. If you're saying you're using a 1 part nutrient, that is going to be a mineral based. That will be a mineral based additive. And the best way to sort of incorporate is continue using that and then put on some kind of an additive on top. Mary Jane, where are you located?
In Ontario.
Okay, so I could probably get you a sample of that of our Organobud, that kelp product, and then you could and you would not change anything you're doing. You would simply add that on top. Okay. So yeah, and as an organic, and another benefit of organic products and organic growings is that there's very little to no toxicity risk. So with a lot of fertilizers, and people would know this even from just fertilizing a lawn, you can create saturation or toxicity condition in the soil if you over fertilize, and that won't go well. But with organics, there's very little risk of that. So that's a good thing. But again, the benefits might be a wider terpene profile. We've seen with some organic products, there's ways to organically stimulate oil production. So that would be a higher THC, CBD content. You can also, with that, there are, when you're getting a more accurate representation of a plant's genetics, you're probably picking up on things like colors in the flower, which sort of contribute to bag appeal, that kind of thing. So, there's a thinking that's starting to evolve in some of the growers that I've spoken with, that if you just hammer plants with mineral-based lines with no organic content, you'll get you'll probably actually get quite a large crop, but you're definitely leaving something on the table. And in a world where everyone's doing the same thing, people are trying to differentiate themselves and create better quality product. And I think that's sort of why organics has been an increased focus on organics. Okay, I just talked way too much, so sorry.
No, that was amazing. Like personally, if you can get more terpenes in your cannabis and more resin on your buds, that just seems like a win-win. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah. So those things, those are great end goals, but it's kind of like how that's achieved. It is also quite important, because, as we said, there are products on the market, plant growth regulators, that will create those things, but maybe in a way, how it's done is important too, because
sorry, I'm gonna relate it to like working out. You could get muscles and get jacked by doing all sorts of steroids, but that's not probably the best way to go about it.
That's a pretty good that's a good metaphor, I would say. Yeah. So how it's done.
I'm on TV. Okay, now get me gone.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
so what are you guys seeing?
I'm seeing a lot of birds in the trees in front of me. That's what's keeping me
Trying
awake.
to take it with your camera out there.
Yeah.
No, I'm meaning on like that. So sorry. Am I like the only serious person here? Jeez, I'm under pressure, so I'm not with you guys all the time, because yeah.
No, I was actually really serious, but then I smoked a hash joint. Now I don't know where I am or where my bike is.
You're at home,
but I'm loving this. Yeah, you fucker, you're trying to kill me.
I'm enjoying listening.
No, I'm learning lots.
No, I think it's interesting.
The thing I like about the products, the line is one, it's affordable. It's not overly expensive. Two, it has the science to back it up. And three, well, you guys sell. I like what you guys say on your bottle, but I like to change that to you guys sell results.
Well, I like that. I mean, like, really.
What does it say?
Your harvest is our priority.
Yeah,
we say that.
That's a pretty good tagline too, though.
I
Ken didn't even know that they said that.
but I like the fact that yes, you guys sell the science, because I love this pamphlet, Ken. I love it.
Oh, the Grower's Guide.
Oh my God, I love this thing, man. Marcel, you're gonna love this.
Is it up on the website, Ken?
Ken had that on last time he was on it. It's the best grow guide I ever saw.
Yes, I got a bunch of them, Lenny. So
grow guide. Yeah,
but I mean,
I'm gonna share the website.
I want one. Bring me one.
Everybody can.
And you got feed charts. I want a feed chart.
Yep.
So the Grow Guide is a compilation of articles with cultivation techniques, and they're not actually specific to Floramax products.
You guys can see what I'm doing, yeah?
Yeah. If you go up to Grow Guide, and you will see all those articles. There's actually more articles on the website than on the actual Grow Guide. So over the years, Andrew Taylor, who's the founder of Floramax, he's also the head chemist. He's written a couple of books, and he's basically condensed the content from those books into sort of easy to absorb articles that are kind of topic specific.
Pick one, Marcel.
I can't see. It's too small.
How about?
Okay, hold on. Let me. Oh, it should be full.
No, on my screen it's too small.
Oh, okay, I get you.
Yeah, maybe pick up supercharged cuttings.
Supercharged cuttings.
Right there.
Okay.
All right. 10 steps to cuttings. And incidentally, this works for tomatoes and everything else too. So basically, where to take a cut, how to take a cut, and then a couple of just how-tos. So that's a pretty easy to absorb article.
All of this stuff is at floramax.com with the www, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, they have an amazing webpage.
So we actually have an ulterior motive with this Grow Guide, because the more likely that growers are able to employ good cultivation practices, they're more likely to get better results and less likely to blame the nutrient.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that.
It's actually pretty smart.
That's serious. No, that's serious because most growers or companies or just people that get other people to grow for them will say, "Here, take this and grow my plants for me." Yeah, not a problem. And then he takes it and he grows it. Never used the product before. Grows a plant. Doesn't turn out to what the brochure or the jug tells you that you'll get a good result with it. And then now he's pissed off and says that nutrient is garbage. So
yeah,
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors in a grow. So we're attempting to sort of, I have this discussion with growers and you say, all right, well, prioritize. What are your priorities as a grower in terms of managing? Where do nutrients sit? I sell nutrients for a living, but honestly, nutrients are probably number 4 or 5 on that list. There's probably a whole bunch of other environmental factors that actually have more of a, that would actually, things that'll fuck a grow.
Well,
there are things that
your first two is lighting and airflow.
Yeah, temperature, humidity, all those things, environment, and actually, it's interesting. I was in a hydroponic shop in Chicago. Chicago Roots. Actually, it's interesting. They keep a huge saltwater aquarium in this shop, which sells like fertilizers and stuff. And I sort of listened to one of the salespeople, and this was actually really cool. He's talking to a first-time grower and he says, "See these fish? All right. Well, these fish, I keep the water. Okay. These are the things I check: salinity, pH. That sounds familiar for a grower. Okay. All the rest of this, all this equipment is to manage the water. If I get the water right, it doesn't matter what fish is in there. That fish is going to thrive." So another way of looking at cultivation, with plants, because everyone focuses on the organism. So, it's a plant, right? So, people see yellow leaves, they lose their shit. Everyone's like kind of, oh, have I got a disease? And then people do all sorts of crazy things, like they'll dig up and try to look at the roots to see if there are root aphids, that kind of thing. Is it a disease? Like all sorts of stuff, because they're desperate, because they're about to lose their, their crop or their plant and all the rest of it. And the thing is, plants take a long, they can take a long time to rebound or to come back from, like, say, root rot or some of these other situations. So in the haste to apply different products to solve a perceived problem, they end up creating more problems. So, the other way, and maybe it's a more organic way of thinking, is that you actually, as a grower, you're probably keeping the environment. If you get that humidity, temperature, light, right, all the rest of it, if your humidity is too high, powdery mildew is going to be a significant risk. So the thing is, but if your humidity is low, that'll probably never be an issue. So actually, instead of focusing on the living organism, and I mean, you obviously have to for things like trim, but focus on the environment. And that's sort of an interesting way of doing it. So this shop actually uses that aquarium as a sales tool and an education tool, because they're saying the reason you need a fan is because you need ventilation. The reason you might need some kind of air conditioning is because it gets hot a couple of days a year. That kind of thing, because in the process, they sell tents, they sell fans, they sell lights, all these different things that are environmentally, associated with the environment. So I thought that you might find that interesting. I like it. I think that's a great way to say it.
It is a good analogy.
I'm interested in something else now that I've read about it, because Darcy had mentioned it, because I read the article about cuttings, and it talks about Floramax clone spray. Did you? Does Darcy?
I ain't got none.
No, that was my question, because I'd like to try that.
You didn't get any.
Wait, what is clone spray?
So clone spray contains.
I got some, Ken, but I ain't got none, Marcel.
Oh, you got some? Good. Because I want to try it. I've got clones right now.
You give a guy a couple of things, and he thinks he's fucking Godfather.
What is it? What is it? Tell me. I want to know.
I'm trying to tell you. It contains 90% organic stimulants that are customized for stomatal absorption.
Mm-hmm.
So it helps reduce overall cropping time by promoting root development, typically within 4 to 7 days instead of the 5 to 10.
Wow.
Followed by explosive root and foliage growth through veg and early bloom. Helps prevent transplant stress and wilting of stems and leaves. Absorption through the stomatal pathway is enhanced via application-specific pH conditioners and a non-toxic plant-specific wetting agent.
So I can give you a little bit more insight into that product. So look, our line, and this is one thing is like it's really hard. Like there's so much research into our product, and like actually decades, because Formax actually started in 1966. So, but I was going to say that without so on that particular product. So clone spray clones obviously don't have roots to begin with when you cut them, right? So there's no roots to absorb. So how do you get, how do you get it into the plant? So foliars are a pathway into the plant to sort of get nutrients, to sort of stimulate function. So with a lot of foliar, so a lot of products can be foliar fed, as in misted on the leaves, but there's the understanding of foliar practices. They're not many growers that sort of have done that work, but if you missed it on leaves, that's fine. One thing with a lot of other products is if when you water plants, the water often beads on the leaves, right? And
the freeze up there, Ken. I'll come back.
Can you hear me audio wise when that blips? Okay. Anyway,
back.
Still going. Okay. I was going to say that in order to get that stuff into the plant, you need a wetting agent, and a wetting agent basically will break that. There's basically a magnetic charge and the hydrophobic quality of a leaf, and it allowed it to absorb into the leaf. So clone spray being designed as a foliar from the beginning. A lot of foliars you have to add a wetting agent. We actually incorporate one, and then actually that wetting agent, there's what's a really small detail, but is actually quite important, is that it actually has to be pH balanced as well to sort of optimize absorption into the leaf. So people will buy commercial wetting agents without any kind of understanding of that pH balance and stuff. And look, it won't be 0% of efficacy. It'll still work, but there'll be some kind of performance loss if that pH isn't managed. But if you live somewhere with good water conditions, then that's not an issue, but results may vary. So we've sort of incorporated those into that product. And then, as Marcel read, there are some organic components in there that basically feed and stimulate feed the plant and stimulate root production. Incidentally, we call it clone spray, but there are a lot of people that use that just as a foliar feed throughout the grow, because it does contain a built-in wetting agent. So it actually is suitable. Another good tactic is to use those kind of foliar products on a mom just before you take cuttings. The mom will come back a lot quicker. So that's actually.
Can you send me a list of what you sent Darcy so I can go shopping on Sunday?
No.
Because if I know ahead of time what there is, then he's not going to be able to hold it back on me.
There should be a couple of little bottles of the clone spray. You might
bastards! I come back and all they gimme.
No, Ken said that he was sending me some stuff. Darcy's got the stuff. I'm going to make sure I get it out of Darcy.
There you go.
You got the stuff, Darcy.
He's gonna hoard it now. He's already been posting it on fucking Facebook that he's got all this shit. And if
he says he knows the guy.
He knows the guy. So
he's got to hook up.
He's trying.
He did not post that on Facebook.
He did.
No, he didn't. That was a private message. I was gonna say I use a product that I put with my water after I use my rooting hormone when I do my cuttings. And I'm thinking it's a mineral based.
Is it called Olivia Clone Solution?
No, it's actually so I use oh my god, what is that rooting agent that's a powder?
Stimroot.
Yes, thank you. I use
Stimroot number 2.
No, I use number 3.
Number 2 is the one for
number 2.
I use the hard one, the one you're supposed to use for apple trees and stuff. I use
that's not what a cannabis plant is.
Yeah, okay, but it works, and I use it.
It does work, but it's not as effective as Stimroot 2.
Well, with this product, that's actually I don't think it's used for. I don't even know if I should show it.
Sorry, pretty
young. Okay, like we can see that. No.
Can you see that?
Oh yeah.
Piranha.
So yeah. I use that and I mix it with water. And I get results within 4 to 6 days for
Yeah.
roots.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that Piranha's been recalled.
Why?
I don't know, because it works. That's what I was
Can-
told every time
Or
something was
cancer
recalled.
causing?
I don't know.
Thalidomide worked for women's nausea.
Yeah, for about 3 years.
I could see why the
Asbestos works.
Well,
the
no, it,
organic
well,
would
yeah,
be
it
the
does
better
still
way,
work.
right?
Yeah, look, there are two reasons why products are recalled in this industry. Okay, one of them will be there'll be untoward ingredients. I'm not suggesting that that's the case with Piranha. Or the second thing is there will be a labeling issue.
It's
usually
Yeah.
mislabeling.
Or labeling anything.
It's usually mislabel.
Labeling.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
say
so-
labeling, but I mean, I was a rep for that company for like a year, and it was always labeling.
Trust me, labeling's a fucking bitch.
Well, there's a
I don't
there's a
doubt
there's a big there's an interesting thing in the industry right now with silicas and the term of monosilicic acid. So monosilicic acid is a subspecies of silica, and basically a number of companies purport, including us, to use monosilicic acid because our products do contain monosilicic acid. But what's happened is the industry has a couple of companies started promoting this. It's not actually true that monosilicic acid is more easily absorbed by a plant than other subspecies of silica. Okay, that's actually not true. Any silica, any subspecies of silica, if it's in liquid form, as in it hasn't come out of solution, that will be absorbed by a plant. Okay, so but what happened was in September, I believe, Department of Ag in California sort of issued, basically they said no one can use the term monosilicic acid on a label anymore. Okay, because it implies, because the industry had conned onto this, it's more absorbable, and everyone has been saying, oh yeah, does it have monosilicic acid because it'll be more easily taken up by the plant, which is actually not true. So Department of Ag California's come out, and their reason is you can't use monosilicic acid on a label because it implies there is a benefit where there is none. Okay, now what they're getting at here is that anytime you put potassium silicate in water, it produces monosilicic acid. So when a company says we put monosilicic acid in their silica, that's the same as me saying that my bread has wheat in it. Well, of course it fucking does. It's bread. Okay, so all silicas contain.
I was just going to say that. I didn't
Well-
want to be an ass. Thanks, Len.
I'm just fucking with you, Ken.
Yeah. But anyway, so it's interesting. So they've taken the step of actually removing all products. So California, actually, they said that you have until September 2024 to become compliant. But Oregon and Washington came out in November and said that it must be taken off the shelves immediately if it has the term monosilicic acid on it, because it implies there's a benefit where there is none. So a number of products in Oregon and Washington were noticeably absent in November, and some poor rep had to actually go and re-sticker every bottle in those two states on shelves in order to get them back in.
I've had to do that with auto parts, and it sucks.
Yeah. So I wish I'd taken a picture because I was in Seattle, and I saw there's this one product, and basically it's the identical sticker. It's just where it said monosilicic acid, it's just left blank. But if you hold it up to the light, you can see through the top sticker and you can see the bottom sticker where it says monosilicic acid. But that's just, so in that case, with that ingredient, there is no health risk. But that's just, some of the motivations for the various governing bodies in terms of how, what they're trying to achieve with their labeling is, obviously they're trying to represent some kind of truth to the consumer. We do see in the industry a lot of locally products that are sold in a region or locally, but people on, say, the west coast of the U.S. would never see some products from the east coast because they would never meet the labeling registrations. So it's interesting because as a company, one of the things you target is, you figure out what markets you're going to go into. So with Floramax, there was always a desire to create an international brand, a brand that would be actually sort of suitable in a number of different markets. So if you're going to do that, the first thing you do is you go to your toughest jurisdictions, because there's no point in making something that is compliant in. So one of the weaker states for compliance and registration would be Ohio. There are a number of brands in Ohio that you will never see anywhere else. Because
so what you're saying is don't smoke weed in Ohio?
Well, no, not necessarily, because there's actually some great product comes out of there too. But at the same time, but there's a lot of these products you would not find from being used in commercial operations. Most commercial operations will have some kind of a process and look for some kind of compliance just as a risk management strategy and governance strategy. So, but I was going to say that some of those products in Ohio, so if you can follow me here, if the manufacturer, you come up with this product, you launch it in Ohio, you've done all your labels, and you're good in Ohio. Then what happens is you go to Kentucky, and they say, hey, you know what? So Kentucky has strict, is pretty strict on silicas. Then it went, so you take your silica and you go, oh shit, we don't have to. So you got to come up with another label. Okay, so you do that. Then you decide to go to California. Again, there's a step change in governance. So now you've got to do a label again. Okay, and you have to re-register each of these products, and you have to relabel. And when you relabel, it's not just sticking a label on. Someone actually has to create a
Frozen. Really interesting.
Frozen, right? It's like that sensor.
He's always at he's right at the punchline every time.
Had enough, Ken? Fuck off.
You know what? The guy that killed JFK, what?
Yeah, exactly.
And you put salt into, and then mix, and then yeah. Hi, Ken. Welcome back.
You back, Ken?
Yeah, sorry. I thought you guys might have just like hit the buzzer on me because I was talking too much.
Yeah,
No.
shut up now, man. But
no, you were saying about it's not just sticking a label. You were going on. It's not just sticking a label on, which I actually appreciate.
Now that we're at that point, I think we're going to take a break. Mary Jane, you need to send me a link on YouTube, not Spotify, please. And you've got a minute to find it.
Sorry, hey, but I'll just finish. If I can just finish that thought on the label.
Okay, yeah.
Take the break.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say that basically, the strategy, if you actually want, is you go to the toughest jurisdiction first. So the toughest we've found is actually probably Canada, CFIA in Canada and Oregon. So if you can actually get approved in the toughest markets first, then everything else is a piece of piss, right? So that's actually
overkill, and you're good covered everywhere else.
Yeah. So people bitch about the governing bodies all the time, but they're there to do a job, and they actually, if you actually can tick their boxes, they actually make you better. So there's kind of a creative tension at work there if you can look at it that way. Yeah, it's painful and all the rest of it, but instead of looking at it as kind of this person is just trying to shut down everything I'm doing. No, they're actually, there should be a motivation there. And if you can create that dialogue with them and they see you're trying to work with them and stuff like that, actually, sometimes it can be really educational for everyone. So, but again, that's more of probably a collaborative academic approach to sort of trying to achieve something commercially. It's a long game.
Cool. I've actually had pretty good engagements with Health Canada, to be honest, over the last few years.
Yeah. So
that's also not CFIA.
No, but just anything like regulatory wise, it's they're not. Again, I'm not saying the politicians, the legislations always, and the acts are always correct, but at least your inspectors and the people you work with daily, they're not trying to be they're trying to work within the parameters they're given, but they're trying to be helpful. Is what I've always discovered.
Yeah, especially if you're respectful to them and don't treat them.
Oh yeah. You come and yell at them. I was like, "This is stupid." They ain't gonna be.
It's not gonna go well
for you, right? That's not a good way to start.
Yeah.
So, can we take a break now?
No, I think we want to keep going now. What are you going to do?
Oh, Lenny was getting lippy. I kind of like it.
That was right on.
We'll be right back. The boss man has spoken.
Hey, Mary Jane Baker. No, I'm Mary Jane Baker. Wait, can we do that again?
Mary Jane Baker, take 27.
Hey, I'm Mary Jane Baker, and you're listening to 420radio.ca.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
You want music? Rock, punk, metal, alternative music. The Coverage Radio Show has what you want. Every other Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca. Hosted by DJ Michael Alvich, bringing you new and retro tunes from both major and independent labels. Only on the Coverage Radio Show. Radio Show. Radio Show.
I'm in love with the pure hydrate, Mary Jane. There's so many different strains and names. Hey, one for focus, one for pain, one for the body, one for the brain, one for night and one for day, one for work and one for play. I love the blaze. Purple haze, lemon haze, silver haze. I want mason jars filled with every grade. Since the star jet, Haramazar, nightshade, white widow, white liner. Let's ride the white train with Mr. Mendo to Humboldt County. OG Sour Power and Maui. Wow, we at G13 is yelling loud. With everything around me fragrant and cloudy. Collie weed, lamb spread, straight from Cali. Purple Kush and purple granddaddy. Blue dream, blue velvet, blue Afghani. Hash plant Kush, blueberry, Napa Valley. Enjoying Durban boys in the northern lights. Put on my headband to get my hair right. My night nurse is night queen. I needed a night. Some stank, some can't. Sour these delight. I'm in love with your hydrate, Mary Jane. There's so many different strains and names. Hey, one for focus, one for pain, one for the body, one for the brain, one for night and one for day, one for work and one for play. I love the blaze. About 34 different ocean cushions, Skywalker, Tahoe, Girl Scout cookies, critical mass. And tangerine ash, super crystal, blackjack and green crack, power plant, king's bread, romulan, blackberry kush, royal flush, and harlequin chocolate. I'm buried in smoking lost off that great white chalk and strawberry cough. You can't dismiss Indy 99 or Swiss Miss, the white mighty pineapple express. See indicas, ruderalis, cannabis varieties all up in my chalice. That shit was shot. Some skunk and suede, Acapulco gold, island lady, some early girl, little Jamaican pearl. I need mason jars filled with every strain in the world. I'm in love with your hydrate, Mary Jane. There's so many different strains and names. Hey, one for focus, one for pain, one for the body, one for the brain, one for night and one for day, one for work and one for play. I love the blaze.
I like to blaze too. Al's so blazed, he forgot he's on mute.
Who was that, Mary Jane?
Was that?
Who was that? You chose it. So.
Illuminati Congo.
Okay, I like that.
If anybody's interested, I have a whole playlist on Spotify with songs just titled Mary Jane.
Huh.
Yeah,
Look,
that's one of. You would be surprised how many songs there are with the name Mary Jane.
oh, I know. I think I've probably made that search myself a few times. So
I'm
this
sad to
is
say none
the
of them are about me, though.
oh well, you know, the
Not yet.
ego gets struck down every now and then.
No,
I
it
missed
just
the whole
grows
song.
every time it gets struck down. It gets bigger. The demon gets bigger.
The bigger. So this is the 420 radio show with the demon Mary Jane. We're chatting with Ken from Flomax.
Floramax.
I know,
Jeez.
of course I know. I've said it so many times now.
You
I
have
know.
benign prostatic hypertrophy, Al.
What was that?
The large prostate.
Yeah, I do, and I'm actually on Flomax. So yeah, there you go.
That's funny.
But anyway, so Floramax is a I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I'm gonna just if you could just give
No. You say what Floramax is, Al.
It's a chemical you put in your plants to make them grow better and do things.
Oh, no, never did they say chemical.
See, that's why I
Organic.
didn't want to say it, bonehead.
Organic.
It's not a chemical.
No,
It's a bunch of natural
would still
ingredients
chemical.
all put together, and then Ken kisses every bottle as they go out of the warehouse. Comes from spit from Australia.
Can I guess? Like,
Yes, yeah,
based
go
on, I'm gonna
ahead.
say it's an organic concentrated nutrient or additive for your
That would be a good.
a better.
Can I try?
Yes, please. Can you tell us?
I would say that Floramax is a full range of cannabis-specific nutrients for
Stop
all your
reading off the
growing
web
needs.
page, you fucking shit.
Organic.
That's off the
You
top of
forgot
my
the word
head.
Organic.
It's not all organic though, so
He's
I'm not
reading
going
the fucking
they have
website.
minerals too.
right. They've got because it's not all organic. That's not what I would lead with. It's a full range of cannabis products.
Because you do have some non-organic products, don't you?
Absolutely.
Some
yeah.
or what they call now synthetics.
Like minerals, like minerals, like the plants do need them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Salt-based mineral. So there are salt-based. So it is there's a bunch of products.
Mhm.
Some of them are mineral-based. Some of them are organic, 100% organic, and some of them are actually a combination of the two. And that's probably where we're a little bit different because we're probably one of the first lines to actually be truly biosynthetic, as it have components of both in the same product. Typically, people will have their mineral-based bottles because they'll have a long shelf life, and that kind of thing. And then the organic piece, they'll sort of throw on one or two bottles on top of that with it'll usually be a raw organic, which we were.
I know a lot of OG growers here in Ontario, probably around the world by now, who the minute they hear that word synthetic, not interested.
Because a lot of times
Hold
they
on,
think-
Marcel. Hold on. So I guess what I want to say is change my mind, which is what we're doing. We're chatting about it. Because some of these, like I don't want to mention any names because there's an argument coming down the road. But a lot of the guys that I've known for years and years and years in the community, they don't want to hear anything about it. So what do you say to them guys like Marcel, Ken, whoever wants to say, what do you
Marcel,
say to
you
them?
go first.
He's gone. He'll be right back. But I'll say something to that. I've used personally myself over the past 22 years of growing cannabis. I've used 8 different nutrients lines. The last 2 years, my products have never been better. And that's just not, and that's being non-biased.
And he keeps talking about it, and it's fucking
Well,
boring. No, I'm kidding.
Well, it's just I can't say enough about it. I
Yeah,
tell
I know.
everybody about it, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh yeah, well, it's just like every other nutrient." Well, no,
And that's what I've heard, because
actually, it's not.
I've said we've had Ken on before, and we chatted about this. That's what I get from those people. Those people.
But no,
Yeah.
but seriously though, I that's what I find. I try it, I use it. I can't say that I push the product. I tell people use it, and you won't be disappointed.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people grow by the if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yes.
Like,
Oh, of course.
I've been using one
that's
nutrient
smart.
for
I
this
think that's
amount of time.
extremely
So
smart.
yeah.
But you can also do like on a small scale, a little R&D is like, there's always a little bit of basket. You can always do better. So there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't get too tied up in the term synthetic, right? Like if I told everyone is like, man, everyone should be using magnesium sulfate all the time, not for plants, but just for their body.
In general.
Most people don't know that's fucking Epsom salt. Right? Like it's a pretty
Yeah.
safe product, but like everything's a chemical. How it's made, like in the meat, to me, it's like comes down to purity, what other additives are in the product that may not be on the label. And really in this world, it's all about transparency. And you show me some fucking evidence. If you say I'm going to get 30% more of X, where's the study showing it?
This is from the drug kingpin here.
No, I deal.
No,
Listen, I deal with supplements and pharmaceuticals.
I know you do.
Pharmaceuticals a little bit different, but natural supplements and botanicals. Everyone
it's the
has the
same.
highest purity, the best quality, all tested. They're the best. But why is this fish oil fucking $70 and this one's $12?
Well,
Yeah.
hey, Letty, I'll second that right there. Probiotics, for example.
Same thing.
Go out. No, exactly. I've used the cheap ones, and then I go to Lenny's medicine shop and I buy the more expensive ones. And you want to know something? I feel 10 times better taking the more expensive ones because it's more of a pure product.
When it comes to quality products, you pay for
Yeah.
what you
Well,
get.
no, exactly. So I guess what I was getting at is, to me, it's not even about synthetic. Like, listen, I think one of the worst things in this world is, maybe I'll be wrong, but everyone's eating these plant-based fucking burgers.
Oh,
that to me is synthetic. That's made in a lab, so.
Hey, everyone's going to be eating lead-based beef here soon.
They've been growing beef for how long?
Yeah.
And that's
but
what,
most vegetarians and vegans are not eating that, Lenny.
Yeah,
no,
fair
I'm
enough.
not saying that, but I'm just
they
saying
know it's the processed, because it is. It's still processed.
Exactly. So I don't really get worried about synthetic. It's just what is the product claiming? What's the science behind it? Is it appears? You know what I mean? I think sometimes we just get too righteous. Sometimes.
I think when people talk about synthetic, so the reality. So you pose that question about those growers that sort of say it's synthetic. I don't want to know anything about it. I have no interest in that because I'm an organic grower. Okay, so here's the reality, right? Plants need inputs. All right, those inputs, and they actually need synthetic input. Well, they need mineral-based inputs. You can divide those up into macronutrients. So those are your big blocks. So calcium, magnesium, iron, okay, that kind of thing. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Those are your macronutrients. And then plants actually need micronutrients as well. So those ones would be boron, zinc, manganese. There's a suite of them. There's sort of 6 key ones. So all plants need those things. Now, really the distinction, so those organic growers that go, well, I don't need mineral based. You're wrong. They actually do. The difference or the distinction is, are they naturally sourced? Okay, naturally sourced is probably the right term. Is it calcium, magnesium? Is it iron that naturally is occurring in your growing medium? So your soil, your living soil, how that gets there, it can be animal shit, it can be microbes, all that stuff. They all contain various amounts of those elements. Okay, so and the growing medium will have them as well, and the plants will absorb it. In the absence of those elements, a plant will not grow. So does it need to be natural? So then the next step is, does it actually need to be naturally sourced? Okay, so some people feel they get a better end result with if it is naturally sourced. But a big problem with a lot of living soils, and because we get compared with, they'll say, oh, I'm going to compare your products versus a living soil, and I'll just say it's actually it's not a fair comparison, because most soils over 12-month growth the naturally occurring elements in there will deplete over time. There is not as much calcium at the end of the grow as at the start of the grow, probably when the plant needs it. So it's never a fair shootout, and that's why I sort of say to the organic growers, I say that's not really the right way to do it. But people use fertilizers for also, there's got to be a way to inject or to replace the minerals that have been depleted in the soil. So people do things like they top dress with manure, they put kelp on it and stuff like that. All those things will contain those elements to some degree. It's just in a naturally sourced form. So that's what they want. So whether it's naturally sourced or whether it's a powder that you're throwing on top of the soil, I don't know. People need to make that judgment as to what they want. If they feel better about it because it came from kelp, there's no way the concentrations are going to be as high as if it was in powder or in a purposely made nutrient. But those organic growers, they need those things. And then Mary Jane, you made that comment about you're right. A lot of growers are resistant to change. A lot of people, but the technology moves along. So I have a 20-year-old Nokia cell phone. It works. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
but I don't
crazy.
use it anymore. So I have to concede the fact that maybe things have gotten better. I love that phone. I used to do a lot of it was amazing. So
I want to know, is it a flip phone?
People like
or is it a
BlackBerry?
5190?
It's actually
anyone still rock the BlackBerry?
Yeah. I still have Blackberries, and I still
I
got
have
a
my
Motorola
BlackBerry.
Razr flip phone.
I've
I
just
wanna
gone
raise
from
my-
iPhone. I went from this an SE to this. Oh, you
Can't
guys
see
can't
them.
see it. 'Cause we're watching Mary Jane roll a joint. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is what I got now. Can't see it still because there we go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Looks like a regular phone.
So Ken,
Yeah, it's A13.
since you brought it up about the living soil, what about living soil and enhancing it with Floormax nutrients?
Oh, so interesting trend. I think that and I respect. There's a lot of really some of them like kind of older cultivation techniques. There's this one that I can't remember, but this Korean style of I'm trying to remember the term for it, where basically it's kind of like living replenishing biome kind of thing, and it's sort of using the offcuts and the unharvested parts of the plant to put nitrogen back in the soil and stuff like this. There's so that's a really natural kind of setup, and those kind of setups can take years to sort of take a little while to get them kind of cranking and get sort of that a really organic style that way.
But so my background that's up on the screen now is
Where is
That's
it?
a hint for Al. Put my screen up, even though he can
Oh,
do
it looks
himself.
like Dale. It looks like Dale knows. I
Oh,
can't see
yeah.
the
all right.
comments.
So that's my autopot system with 2 mother plants in it.
Mhm.
And what I've got in it is kryptonite soil, which is like a living soil that's supposed to feed the entire thing. But I'm running an autopot system and running root XS and the 1-part formula.
Okay.
But
Yeah. So
on a
so it's a
diluted state.
right. So there's
I'm not feeding it that schedule, but
yeah. So that's what I was going to say. There is a trend towards some hybridization where basically people are mixing. So again, even organic growers are they really organic? Because you're delivering the elements how you're developing it. So you're giving a plant what it needs. You're doing it through a naturally sourced method because you're running a living soil. Okay, and then you're augmenting that with something else. I would think that you're going to sort of pick up yield, a bit of yield and quality. It's actually there are a few danger points in terms of mixing the two. The most is that there are some products on the market that are not compatible with organics, and by not compatible will kill the organics. So a really common one for hydroponic growers is a lot of people are trying to prevent root rot, and they use products like UC Roots. Basically, any kind of hypochlorous acid or peroxiding agent will not be it'll harm the organics. But if you typically people buy those product categories when they have a problem. So again, if they haven't managed their environment right and they have pests or they have a fungal infection, they need to a fungal infection in a plant in nature usually does not turn out well for the plant. Okay, so but people then, it's like, at what stage does an organic grower, if you're really organic and, live and let live, you're just kind of like, okay, well, this wasn't to be. But, if you're 10 weeks into a grow, it's kind of like hard to give that up. So maybe you're going to be organic, except for that 1 week you weren't organic because you were about to lose your whole room. So
exactly.
yeah. So then you go hit your reservoir with UC roots, which are hypochlorous acid. That will kill the fungus, but it will kill everything else that's organic as well.
Right.
So so that but people have figured out there are ways to manage it. I know there's some people that will use those disinfecting products. Maybe they use them once a week, and then well, it depends on how often they turn over their reservoirs. But then they'll re-inoculate with beneficial bacteria afterwards, and then they'll go back to it, and it just becomes part of a maintenance regimen to I guess if you're going to be really true organic growing, like maybe you wouldn't use auto pots, or well, it depends on we started the conversation with a definition. So how that, there's so many different ways of doing it, but I think ultimately with different growing styles, people go with what works and where it fits on.
It's like anything else, really. You come up with a plan that works for you and you do it. It's, everybody does it differently, I'm sure, with a little bit
I know
of the same.
I know what works for me, but I'm always willing to try something new.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So
yeah.
In my outdoor garden this year, one plant will just have living soil and not be fed anything other than water. And just to compare it to the rest of my garden, because I'm growing all the same strain. So I want to see what the difference is, and I'm running the garden with Floramax this year. Last year I did Mantis 1 part solution. And I mean, it turned out great for a 1 part solution. It wasn't bad. Cost wise wasn't bad, but by comparison with the Floramax flowering agent, there was a definite difference between the two plants.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy with the Floramax because the Floramax is, I'm going to get slapped by somebody, but I'll say it's as good, if not better, than other products out there, such as Psycho, that are extremely expensive. Because I've used a lot of Psycho over the years, and I can't justify the cost compared to what the cost is for Floramax.
Look, there's something here that I think is probably worth mentioning to people with a. Sorry, I'm not to interrupt you on the nutrient comparison because that was working in my favor. But I was going to say that with so organic growing, so if we're in living soil, and then I'm sticking that in a high CO2 environment with 1,000 watts of light, there is nothing natural about that. Okay.
No.
So the thing is now if I'm amping up various environmental variables, okay, the rate determining step is now not the amount of daylight, because I've given the plant as much light as it can take. Okay, side lighting. There's all sorts of things that can be done, and then you're sort of injecting CO2 in there, so that doesn't become a restraining variable. Okay, so at that point, so plants naturally, like in general soil environments or where cannabis plants originated in Central Asia, that kind of thing, they would never see those kind of conditions. So the soil, is probably not going to be up to scratch. So it makes sense that now the rate determining step actually becomes the nutrient. And actually, we've seen that because there's been an evolution in lighting over the last few years. LED lights seem to have taken over, and they've gotten really good. And people in the quest to advance things, because humans are funny, we're always we're never satisfied. We're always trying to figure out ways to bigger and better, or that kind of thing. And part of this also is the benefit is maybe quicker crop rotation, so that if people are trying to this just doesn't apply to cannabis. I mean, we can sort of throw this out and say, like, the world's going to have a food problem. Okay, so hydroponics is sort of seen as a way of managing that. When I was over there, I went through a tour of a bunch of hydroponic greenhouses around Leamington. These operations, I don't know if anyone's ever driven down there around between sort of Windsor and sort of just southern Ontario down there. But the greenhouses, they're like 30-foot ceilings. And, I took the facility I toured was 500 meters by 500 meters.
Yeah.
So it was enormous. They need golf carts to get around. And they're just, I took all these pictures and stuff, and reservoirs are massive and all the rest of it. But, that's where food comes from now, so if you're going to feed the masses, and, it would be great if a lot of people could just get their veggie gardens going and stuff like that, and sort of supplement it and augment it and stuff like that.
Your products are okay for edibles as well. Yes.
Definitely.
You mean for food?
Food, yeah.
Ken's products are not only good for food.
For gummies, Mary Jane, yes.
No, they're also good for your ornamental house plants.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's what I mean. Like
for your roses and your tulips and your
it's plant food.
So it's usable for anything, really.
Well, okay. So I'll back up. We designed our stuff for cannabis.
Put it on your penis and shut up.
We designed our shit for cannabis.
We designed it for cannabis. If it is beneficial for other products, it will be beneficial for other products, and that's great and stuff like that.
It would be.
But we approached it like from the beginning. The Formax line was cannabis specific.
Okay.
So
okay.
Yeah. Now,
didn't you hear my description earlier, Al?
Probably.
When I said what Formax was, that it's a cannabis specific nutrient line.
Yeah.
Yes.
A full
probably
range.
did.
But
it was a question that popped into my head. Could you use it? Because you can use Miracle Grow for weed, but I wouldn't recommend it.
I wouldn't use it for my vegetables either, though.
Okay.
Just flowers.
So I was going to say that by cannabis specific, I'll also say that so we do a product, Resin XS. That's probably our number one selling product. It's an oil enhancer. It's about 80% organic, and basically the organic in there stimulates oil production, and it specifically does that by stimulating trichome production. Okay, now I cannot think of a plant or a crop other than a cannabis plant where anyone would give a shit about the trichomes. Okay, so you could spend a lot of money on that product and throw it on your tomatoes or your strawberries, and you have great trichomes, but no one would care. So it wouldn't. It has no. I mean, I don't know. Could you? I don't know. Has anyone smoked a strawberry plant? I don't know, but
I bet Darcy has.
No, I haven't.
I wonder if it would do anything for hops.
Yeah, it would. Last year I used it, Marcel, and I had a lot more lilupulin acid.
You ran Resin XS on your hops?
I ran all my fucking plants in my backyard. Got what my weed plants got.
Darcy's squishing. You can tell.
I mean, I've done the same thing for years with my tomatoes and my peppers and everything like that. I go out and I feed the cannabis plants, and I'll mix up another batch of the same solution, usually at the same strength, and then feed my tomatoes and everything else. And I'll very likely be doing that with Formax this year.
Did you already squish their Darcy?
Yeah, I got one squish done.
Oh, but show us the squish while you're squishing while Marcel's talking.
I grow all of my plants in pots. So even my tomatoes and things like that each get their own individual pot. That way I can control what they're getting for nutrients and water and things.
Look, you could probably, if you're doing vegetables with our line, because it is, you can be you could probably back off on the concentrations, because the demands won't be as high with other crops, like in terms of the what you sort of flower production.
Like I say, I do testing. If they die, they die. Not my cannabis plants. I don't let them die.
Yeah.
No, I'm happy with the line, but I'll be happier when I see the rest of the products, Darcy.
By the way, Marcel.
Yeah.
I'll be nice. I got a liter of silica. I'll share it with you.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. So actually, Marcel, just something while we were chatting here, because you showed us a picture of your grow there with the living soils in autopots, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Normally all the autopot would be fours, and that's because we had that conversation when you were down. My autopot, I only run water. Normally, if I'm feeding cannabis plants, I top feed.
Okay.
Only because I don't have the time to unclog lines.
Right.
and drip
System
burst.
maintenance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's exactly what I was going to say. So Marcel, I'm not sure if you're using or have heard of the system maintenance product that we make.
I have it.
It's okay. So look, it's actually, this is something, if on the topic of organic growing. So one of the problems of organic growing would be, I would say, disease management or pest management. So probably, and for a lot of growers, a big issue who are running any kind of hydroponics would be root rot. Now those fungal Pythium and Fusarium are actually the two fungal spores that occur naturally. They're just always present, but when conditions are right and when they sort of hit a concentration level, that'll result in a fungal infection. And what to a grower that looks like brown roots, slimy brown roots. I'm not sure if anyone sort of had some familiarity with that, but yeah. So at that stage, most growers are thinking, I'm going to lose my room, or this is not going well, and they will hit it with a harsher kind of product, like a hypochlorous acid. So now there's a couple of products on the market, like UC Roots is very popular, and that actually it actually works. But people have to realize that once it kills the infection, that your soils and all the rest of that stuff. So Marcel, in your case, you're running the autopods with living soil. If you run UC Roots in there, that soil is no longer going to be living.
Right.
So we make a product called System Maintenance. And it is absolutely unique. It is 100% organic itself. Okay. But actually what it does is it prevents Pythium and Fusarium. So it won't cure it, but you run it as a maintenance dose all the time. But the best thing about it is it actually is 100% compatible with all sort of organic kind of growing products. So mycorrhiza, beneficial bacteria, anything like that. So basically what it does is it targets bacteria of a certain size, because the bad ones are all a certain size. And basically it leaves the other ones alone. So it actually lets an organic grower be organic. We've had actually a lot of interest in that product because of that, because people are trying to find ways to be more organic with their growing. And so the thing is, if you use that, so for us, it's a preventative. So when you use it, you don't get these problems, but it won't cure the problems. Once you got the problem, you have to go to something harsher. But the point is it allows a more kind of balanced cultivation in terms of keeping your organics happy, that kind of thing. But I mentioned that because if you're running a living soil, that's a good product to just run as a preventative all the time. It's a really low rate too, so it's not expensive, and it'll prevent those issues without kind of any of the negatives of killing all your microbes. Because a lot of people, we made this joke about, when I meet organic growers, people say, I'm 100% organic, I'm 100% organic, indoor and stuff. And I said, yeah, except for that week you had a problem. When you had that, that week you had a problem, you're like, and you're about to lose a room in late bloom, you kind of hit it with some stuff. You weren't really organic that week. But then afterwards, they'll have to re-inoculate the soil. They'll have to, sort of try to get the microbial levels back up again to where it was. It's dangerous because if you actually do that too quick in an unbalanced sort of way, you risk, basically getting the infection again, whatever caused your problem in the first place. So, there's a lot going on there and a lot of risk in a grow. So this system maintenance product we make actually has become quite popular because it sort of helps manage that risk.
And not only that, but you can also clean your tools with it. Yeah, it says right on the back of the bottle. You can clean your tools with it.
I've been using it in my autopop because, like I say, I don't like clogged lines. And being my mother plants, I definitely don't want one of them starving for water. But I didn't realize that it was 100% organic, and I didn't realize I could clean my tools. But I don't know, isopropyl alcohol cleans my tools.
Yeah. So, but anyway, that's just on the topic of organic. But we needed to develop that product because so many of our products are organic or highly organic. So the salt, the mineral based piece. There's a lot of companies out there doing the mineral, and ourselves included, but that technology has been quite fully explored. So the thing is, the differences in mineral-based lines. Look, you have to deliver to a plant the macronutrients and the micronutrients at various stages of growth. Whether you do that over 12 bottles or whether you do that over 2 bottles. Mary Jane, you mentioned you used a 1 part. Okay, so the thing is, wherever however you deliver it, you can sort of spread it out and all the rest of it, and that becomes a marketing and a money game for a lot of manufacturers and stuff. Okay,
Quick question: isopropyl alcohol, inorganic or organic?
Well,
By
it's,
definition.
it's classified by definition of Health Canada as an organic solvent.
Because it's carbon based.
Because it's carbon based.
That's why I kind of poo poo and don't get. I know it again. You're talking for the health of the plant, different story. But when people get into this whole world of organic, it's technically carbon.
Yeah,
really what organic really is.
Yeah.
So, but I think Ken really said what people really think is that it's the word naturally sourced. I think is probably what most people are thinking.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, most people have no idea what the definition of organic is, so they kind of
But I
make
think
their own
the
mind.
theme most people think it's like a natural sourced product.
Right. All they realize is that organic just means it costs more in the grocery store.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, and it may not look as nice as the other ones.
No, guys, I just had to make a joke because again.
I know.
Yeah, look, something that people find interesting.
You're upsetting the guest.
No, I know, like
not at all.
I think it's educational for people, just because some people make poo-poo products for the wrong reasons, and even Ken's, like he said, they are sort of a biosynthetic organic as well, right? And he's got combination products. I would never don't shit on him because it's not pure fish shit.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? With organic, the other thing too is a lot of consumers will go to the label and they'll look for some form of organic certification. Okay. Now this is where I can actually get a little bit bitchy and just sort of say this organic certification stuff is the biggest cash grab load of horseshit ever. Okay. So as a manufacturer, we actually have over the years manufactured for a number of our competitors. Okay, we've been a contract manufacturer. So Floramax is our line. Okay, but we've done other people's stuff. We've designed other people's stuff, and we've even pursued on behalf of other people organic certification. Okay, the organic certification thing. If people look into that process, it's just because it says organic on the label, but it's really. So one of the rules here in Australia is that you can
Canadian beef doesn't mean it's 100%.
That's the name of the company, 100% Canadian beef.
Yeah. So, but I was going to say that here in Australia, the organic certification, you can have a product certified organic if there is no naturally occurring element that performs the same function. Okay. Huh. So think about that. That means that you can nothing. There is no organic substitute for I don't know, like maybe magnesium sulfate or something like that. Like whatever it is. So if there's no naturally occurring or organic kind of product that does what you need, you can get your product. You can say, well, there is no substitute where I can put in for what my product does. So that means, and you can get your product organically certified. There are products that we have organically certified that are.
But you have to get certified in each country that you want to sell in, though, don't you?
Yeah. So this is the thing. People ask us, why aren't we in North America? In Canada, is it the OMRI listing? OMRI? Is that the listing that
or EcoCert?
Yeah. Okay. So each one of these, so we do a little exercise. I think for us to do a product in every market we sell would cost around $250,000 per product US to get organically certified in every market we sell. Okay. That's to get a label. Now, here's the thing with the organic certification. There's also no enforcement. Okay, so the thing is, it's like, the thing with the certificate, people haven't actually tested the product. You submit your data on these products, and then you basically pay your money, and you get your certification.
And that's it.
So and no one's going and checking products on shelves. Like none of these certified bodies have any form of enforcement. So the thing is, you sort of think and just go, well, as a company, am I really going to invest in this, or am I just going to do what I do? So the thing is, we know, like, our system maintenance, our Organobite are 100% organic.
Are you allowed to use these products at Churro? What?
What's that?
The floor mats.
Floor mats?
Yeah.
As long as they're CFIA, and I'll say it. Ken won't, just because he's a nice guy and under NDA. But no, Ken was at Churro. I'll just put it that way.
Okay. No, well, that's why I'm asking. I don't know the rules, and you're Churro. So
no, it has to be Health Canada, CFIA approved, all that stuff.
Okay.
But no, let's just say Churro has met Ken.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't want to say yes or no, because we really shouldn't say. But
so the thing is, growers in the legal markets like Churro are, and many others are also very so CFI. They have to comply with CFIA regulations, right? And that's good for consumers, because when people they invest in these businesses are big businesses and stuff, and the risk, you're providing products that people are using for medical or health reasons as well. Okay, it's like it's got a bare minimum meet like kind of food safety standards, but really as a medicine there should be a higher level of kind of vigilance. What's really interesting, I think, about the industry is that the fact that people can, on a smaller scale, cultivate their own medicine at home. If they can sort of figure out and sort of take that natural approach to things. Yeah, it's an amazing plan.
I will give a little tidbit for Churro. Churro Cannabis follows Floormax. How about that on Instagram?
Does Floormax follow Churro Cannabis on Instagram?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Oh, here now you're gonna go look.
They will now.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody's getting on it right away.
Yeah.
No, but
along with the NHL or Dua Lipa, we follow all of those things.
No, Churro, like I say, I don't think the growers really appreciate me telling exactly what our people are using, but no, like we if good products like Floormax, we're not gonna poo-poo it.
Shy away from it. Well, I mean, like with all the bad press that growers in Canada have gotten since it's happened, the legalization shit. I mean, we've there's been a lot of lying. There's been some false walls. There's been stuff hidden in the fucking roof or in the ceiling. I mean, it's nice that you're allowed to use products that your normal everyday guy down the road is using, right? It just makes make it easier. It makes it easier.
That's theoretically possible. I don't think Lenny can confirm nor deny that.
No, I'm not, and I'm not asking him to. What I'm getting at is it's nice to know that it's not just the crap that we're hearing about in the news that's being used. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of bad crap.
Actually, here's a good analogy. I was going to ask Ken this because he and Mary Jane sort of led to this earlier. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That is probably a lot of the mentalities of people Ken runs into in his job and meeting, like especially commercial growers, right? For example, Churro Cannabis, if we're going to try something new, it's going to be R&D on a very small scale.
Yeah.
You just don't take thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of product. Oh, let's just change that tomorrow.
Without knowing what it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. you have to. There's a lot of R&D for any little change of anything. So for any LP to switch a nutrient or add something, I would expect it 6 months minimum to a year before they decide if they're going to do it or not.
I would think that there's also a lot of never mind. Go ahead, Ken. You were about to say something.
The business risk of adopting a change. So the thing is, even a large scale, yeah, definitely, but even smaller growers, there are people who sort of 4 plants at home. Okay, so that's 12 weeks, 12 to 15 weeks or whatever, the time and stuff like that. So, sometimes when a grower, people were sort of influential growers or testers and they're willing to give our line a try, the thing is, we consider ourselves honestly a little bit privileged because there's an opportunity cost to them trying something they've never heard of. Okay.
Well,
so
and if it doesn't work, you don't learn things unless you try it, right?
Right. And that's why people like me are always trying new products so we can tell other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you also try it on a small scale. Like it's just a tip for anybody, right? Don't do all your entire crop on the change.
Look, some of the things that I contend with, people will come back and they'll say, "Yeah, I did a grow, and yeah, it was amazing." Okay, and then they'll say, "It was the first time. Yeah, the first time I've switched from 600 to 1,000-watt lights, and I used your nutrient." It's kind of okay. It's great.
Time, right?
Oh yeah, it was definitely the nutrient. There's there's got to be a method to it, right? So the thing is, people are say, they'll say something like, "Oh yeah, it was the first time I tried this as well." You're changing too many roads. You don't know, but the thing is, at the end of the day, though, you want people like for us, the other thing is, like, at the end of it, the way that I sort of qualify is, did you have a good grow? Like, did it produce good quality product in decent quantity in the end? And then one thing that we've always focused on with our line is actually the simplicity, because there has been a move. I think, there was this mad scientist kind of chemistry class kind of approach to hydroponics in the 90s. And you had like lots and lots of bottles. And Mary Jane is here smiling there because I know that she recognizes the benefits of using a one part, because
I honestly, like a little chemist. You feel like a little chemist in the garden. That's why I was like,
And a lot of them also had things like you've got to mix it for 15 minutes and then let it sit, then head to the next one and mix it for however long.
That's
great. I just want to know how much to put in and when. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. So that's it. So there's this thing about, disruptive innovation, which is basically good enough already exists. Okay. People could cultivate a super dank plant in the 90s. Okay. Could they do it easily? Maybe not.
Now they could.
So, yeah. So the thing is, but things have gotten better, right? So this is the thing. That's why everyone uses an iPhone, because it does so many. It's simple. The interface is easy and all the rest of it. Is it better?
Well, sorry, Ken. I hate phone.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sorry. I was just going to say that for a long time there, though, and actually, even is still now, the technology, I think, in like other companies' phones, like the processors and everything, they're like way better, way ahead, way higher performing and all the rest of that. But what brings people to Apple, love it or hate it, is the interface is really easy to use. So
Apple
and the price. I mean, I like my Apple. I've always had a Mac sitting in front of me. I have a Mac and I have a PC sitting in front of me. I just don't use iPhone anymore.
I know Marcel's gonna kick in here.
I'm waiting, Marcel.
Yeah, he doesn't like Apple.
I was waiting for you to say fucking Mac sucks.
Yeah, well.
I don't have to bash Apple products. I mean, they just turn on and bash themselves.
No, you know what? I've had to use both Apple and like Samsung or Android, because I use a Samsung for my phone and I've used it for, oh my God, ever since I had the S3. I think it was the Galaxy S3. Now this is the S11. So I've been like Galaxy my whole life, and I've tried to switch to an iPhone because my phone broke and my sister gave me her old iPhone and I couldn't figure out how to use it.
A lot of people have that issue, especially with the Mac itself. It's so user friendly. It's so user friendly that a lot of people that don't know Mac can't.
Yeah, it's taken me a little while, because even just from Windows, just closing down a box, when you look to close down the box you go to the top right-hand corner, but on a Mac, you have to go to the top left-hand corner.
Now here's the
thing,
it
is simple. It's colored. It's red, yellow, green. Like, it's easy.
You can do the same thing with both Mac and PC. You can set up your desktop so that it looks like what you expect it to look like, i.e. if you want to make it look like a PC but still be a Mac, You just change
No.
the theme. You can do things like that, and it helps
I just
people.
figured out how to use it. I'm not
Well,
going to
there you go.
change it.
I mean, I have my mom's MacBook, the AirBook, that I use all the time, sitting in front of me, and I love it because it's got lots. It's really good for music stuff. It's got GarageBand and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, I love iMovie. I absolutely.
I've been
love
trying to
iMovie.
learn iMovie because I want to try and do some new videos for this thing.
Yeah, okay, this all sucks.
Yeah, that's what we use for our
instead of the
editing.
tech talk, you know, sorry, maybe
There's no I in Marcel.
Yeah. Hi, Marcel.
But there isn't bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyways, yes, sorry.
I was going to
ahead.
say maybe the Apple thing is actually a bad example of disruptive innovation. I thought of a better one.
It
So-
disrupted
It
the whole
was though when
conversation.
it came out. It was the innovator.
Yeah, well, so Nintendo versus PlayStation. Nintendo Wii. So you know the Wii's.
Yeah, I
with,
like the Wii.
Stupid,
Yeah.
the white controller. It's
Yep.
only got 4 buttons on it.
Yep.
The graphics suck. The
And it
music
works.
sucks. The games suck. Okay, but why did Nintendo Wii outsell PlayStations?
Because people
every
like to
year?
get tennis elbow.
It was different.
Well, what happens is with a PlayStation with like 15 buttons and complex games, is the music better? Yes. Gameplay better? Everything's better. But in order to learn those games, like the market, it's pretty much 10 to 25-year-olds have the time and dexterity to learn those games and actually get good at them. But why does Nintendo always outsell the Wii? Always outsell it every year? Because
the Wii,
that's that interface with only 4 buttons and you swing your arm like my
It's
2-year-old
all-
daughter
it's
was
all-
playing with
like
my
I-
father when he was 60. Yeah,
I used
we're
to play
bowling.
tennis all the time with people around the world, literally doing the same movements, or golf or whatever, racing.
Yeah,
and it's
So-
simple.
so it
You
was
turn
more-
it on and it works.
So it was more accessible, right? So that's that whole thing with disruptive. So actually, that was actually one of our kind of design directions with Floramax was the line had to be disruptive because we're trying to. So there are things like pH. A lot of pH is critical to cultivation. A lot of growers don't want to know about it. A lot of people don't own a pH meter. The ones that do, only half of them actually use it, and then only half of them actually even calibrate their pens once in a while. That kind of thing. So, but knowing how critical pH is, with Floramax, we actually built in pH control into the line. So actually, it is actually possible for someone to grow without ever having to manage pH. Darcy, you may actually have some insight there.
Yeah, actually, as far as pH goes with Floramax, it's like Ken said, it's definitely user friendly. I mix my water because my water comes out of my tap was in the wintertime, it comes out at between 7.8 and 8.1 with a pH. So if you were to feed that to your plants, you're going to get lockouts like crazy.
Deficiencies, yellow leaves,
like crazy.
Yeah.
So the good thing with that Floramax is when you pour it in, it'll lower that water right down to anywhere between. I've seen it as low as 5.8, and I've seen it as high as 6.3, 6.4. So that's perfect.
So from a plant biology standpoint, the key number is 6.5. Okay, so anything above 6.5, iron is the first thing to start locking out there. So we typically see iron deficiencies where plants are fed water or root zone pH is higher than 6.5. Okay, so that's actually, so with what Darcy's describing is in our base nutrient, we put in a pH buffering technology. It's actually a water conditioning technology that will drop the pH. So the benefit, Mary Jane, for someone like yourself is that, I don't know if you do you check pH, Mary Jane, when you grow?
It's funny because as you were talking about people who have pH meters or pH pens and don't use them,
she went, "Oh yeah, I have one in the cupboard."
Yeah, I have one. I took it to the hydroponics store. They showed me how to use it. They made sure that the solution was in it. I bought the right solution, and it's still in the bag with the ppm.
It's kind of like having type 2 diabetes and not using your meter. It's the same.
Guess what, MJ? I bet you if you were to go check that, I bet you that there'd be very little water left in that.
Oh yeah, it was completely dry when I took it to the hydroponics store. They're like, "How is this thing's even working?" Like,
yeah, that's not good.
That's not.
Yeah,
good.
that's what they said. But I have extremely good luck, and it's still working. I mean, I think I don't use it.
Okay, so we got about 10 minutes left. So we should let Ken tell everybody where they can get a hold of him. And you have stores in Canada?
Yeah, where
and
where
the
where
US?
can you get floor mats? Like if you don't know a guy.
Sorry?
Can we
if you
go?
don't-
Can
if
we
you
go
don't know a
online?
guy,
Oh,
can you purchase it online? Is there stores set up in Canada?
yeah,
selling the
definitely.
products?
So the way to check. So we actually launched Floormax in Canada. I think it would have been maybe August officially last year. So we haven't been quite going a year, but there are a number of shops across the country now carrying us. The best way to find that is on our webpage, on our website, www.floormax.com. There's a dealer page. Go to Canada, and then you'll see all the fine Canadian retailers that support us, and we try to support them as well. So, and that list is growing literally weekly because there's, so for a lot of listeners, most shops will not take on a line unless they actually test it first.
Yeah.
So, which is, that's fine. That's good business practice. We have nothing to hide. We're happy for people to do that. So we've got sort of shops, I think, in almost every province now that are carrying us. So that testing process, there's a number of people that sort of started, sort of October to December, and then they're just sort of getting things lined up now and stuff. So, but there are, I know a couple GrowDaddy. Prince Edward Island, they sell online across the country. There's Green Island Joe's on Vancouver on the other coast. I don't know, I can name, but there's dealers all over, and that list is growing. So they are able to get it. Mary Jane, I was going to say.
Also, they have them in for the U.S., Australia, United Kingdom, and New Zealand. So if you're listening from any of those, you can still get Floormax products there.
Yeah, and Mary Jane, I was going to say that we'll connect after the call here on Facebook or something like that and stuff, and I can get you some samples. And Al, I think I might owe you some. Did you actually get a grow going?
I did. I ended up with a couple pounds for my first grow last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Don't know what's happening yet this year. I'll know in a few.
Okay.
weeks.
Well, look, certainly you guys there get a hold of me and stuff, and I can
Yeah.
to try.
Sure.
That kind of thing. But Mary Jane, you may see some benefit right away because we actually do make a 1-part base as well.
Okay.
Veg one, Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one you were talking about before, Sarcy.
That's the one I compared with the Mantis last year.
Okay.
So
I tried the Mantis because once again, 1 part, right?
Yeah. So if you're a fan of 1-parts, we do one there, but ours will be different in terms of that. We'll have that pH thing in there. So I'd actually, I think you would definitely see benefit from that if you're not using a pH meter.
Yeah,
So,
I definitely need that.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have Ken. We're gonna have Ken on again soon.
Well, before we let Ken go, I have a really, really important question because technically it's tomorrow where you are, right?
Yeah. So you want to know what's going to happen tomorrow?
No, I want to know what the
yes.
lottery numbers are for tonight.
No, I want to know because technically it's the day of the global marijuana march around the world, right?
It's Saturday there right now, Saturday morning.
It's the first Saturday in May. So I'm just wondering, like, is there like
the
a
6th is
thing
generally worldwide, I believe. The 6th.
Well, tomorrow it'll be here.
Yes.
And I did actually want to touch. See, this is my way of like sneaking this in, right? Because I want to make sure that I mention that tomorrow at Queen's Park from high noon to 4:20, you can find the Doobie.
That's Toronto.
Yes, in Toronto. You're going to be able to find me. Obviously, this event is happening all over the world. There are different locations where you can go and show your support for global legalization, not just, your own country. But I will be doing something special tomorrow. If you find me and you say the magic words, I will give you a chance to win tickets to Lift, which is coming up next week. Oh, and before I forget, the magic words are newbie, doobie, do.
And I won't be here next Friday because I'm going to be at Lift.
Nah, you'll be with me.
I'm going to be yes, you'll be there too.
I will. We're partying Friday night. We're going
maybe
to
you guys should come on
arcade.
together Friday night.
Oh fuck! I got some plans.
Okay, Saturday then.
Yeah, we're
I'll
definitely
probably
going
be
to
down.
fucking arcade.
Oh wait, I
I'll
forgot
probably
Saturday
be around on
after
Saturday or
party.
Sunday. I'm not going to the thing this weekend because I'm going to go cut my lawn for the first time this year.
Oh, Leafy Things is going to be there tomorrow.
Oh.
They're going to be handing
So-
out suckers and swag and.
So Mary Jane, just to
Yes.
recap, if I can get there for tomorrow, so if I
Yes.
actually go back in time, then it's newbie doobie doo, right?
Yes, and if you go back
Hello.
in time, then you're my new favorite person because like that's never been done.
I'm pretty sure Michael J. Fox.
That we know of.
Hey, I'm gonna give a quick shout out to our buddy Jack Lloyd.
Fuck was that?
I don't know.
Love Jack. Why are we shouting out to Jack this time?
Yeah.
Because Jack and his buddy Kirk Tusaw are going to do some ass kicking
Again.
in
Yeah, what-
Manitoba.
Yes, the rights to grow.
Was one of the provinces that refused rights for homegrown, and they're now being taken to task. And
Good.
Jack and Kirk are the ones that are leading that charge.
There you go.
Good.
Yeah.
It's about time. It's been what since 2018.
Well,
Yeah,
since
we
legalization.
we gotta boost those Manitoba floor max sales. Come on.
But there's a distributor in Manitoba for selling floor
Oh,
max
I'm
products.
I'm just making fun of the government.
Yeah.
Who's
There could be a lot more.
Who's tapping?
Me. What?
You've been
Let
doing
me
it
get
all night, dude.
restless.
You've
Are
been
you
doing it all
excited?
night.
What's up?
Were you excited?
No, I don't know. I
It's
just,
like, wait.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Ken, it's a blast having you on, buddy.
Yeah, it's always
Hey, thanks very
a
much.
good,
Let's do this
good
again
listen
sometime.
there, buddy. Yeah.
Very, very educational.
We'll see you in a year again.
No,
Oh,
we'll have him on again in August.
in Bud time.
Ooh, is that
In
Harvest Fest
August
time?
at
From Harvest Fest?
Yes.
Oh,
We
Harvest
were
Fest.
talking about going live from Harvest Fest.
Yes, we got to figure that out.
We've tried to do it before. So we're going to try and do it again. If Al can't make it down,
Or we'll be
Then-
live anyways. It won't matter
then
if
we'll
I'm
use
there
my
or not.
phone.
Yeah,
Right.
we'll figure it out.
And then we'll go live from Harvest Fest. Well, we're all partying and Al's sitting at home because he didn't want to drive down. But he
Dude,
might have
did
plants
you
in the
not
ground
just
too,
see-
so he might have to stay home and take care of his plants.
Yeah. Listen, I just saw an article that says we're going up again in the gas prices, and it's supposed to be up in the $2 range by the time the summer comes. So yeah, nobody might be going anywhere.
That just
Yeah.
sounds to me like we need to get another sponsor for the event.
There you go.
Yeah. Get a sponsor for the event. Pay Al's way to Harvest Fest.
There you go.
Yeah, if you want us to cover the event, right?
I'll start a 420 GoFundMe for Harvest
GoFundMe.
Fest.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I like it.
Please.
Oh yeah, but
Lenny,
now
Lenny,
I
Lenny,
am kidding.
Lenny, are you going to be Lenny? Are you going to be at Harvest Fest?
I'll be down part of the day for sure.
He'll be
Okay.
around.
I'm not
He's a
staying.
busy
I'll
man.
tell you right
He's a
now, I'm
busy
not
man.
staying overnight.
Look, he likes. He's a busy
That's
guy.
how I
He's
feel
busy
too.
giving people drugs. Just leave him alone. Just let him.
No,
do
no,
his
I
thing.
don't fucking camp.
I want to
Ah,
bed.
that's right, yeah.
I'm doing Thursday to Sunday. And,
I'm 4.5 star hotel guys.
Can you
and I'll
guys
do
find a
6
spot with like
a.m.
cabins?
till 1 a.m. Pardon?
There's
You guys,
cabins
can you
there.
find a spot with cabins?
There's some there.
So there's like,
You have. You
oh
better
wait,
be
where are
quick.
the
You better,
bathrooms?
better reserve them. Pardon?
Where are the bathrooms? In the cabin?
Yeah.
Oh, we moved up.
So
Well, the cabins are more like motorhomes, trailers, that type of thing that have been
Oh,
redone
that's
over
okay.
with
You
permanent
say
decks.
cabin, I think like wood with like
No.
bunk beds.
No, these are trailers and things with
it's
decks
a
built
trailer
onto them.
park, is what it is. A campground.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
It's an actual
not like- it's
campground.
not
I guess
like
I
where we
better
were-
send Debbie a message.
It's not like where we were
There's-
last time, Mary Jane, where it was in the bush. I mean, it's in the bush.
That
but
was literally just a field, and you're like, "Here's your
Yeah.
spot."
No,
I
this
couldn't
one
stay
is
there. It was so hot. I needed a fan.
but it has washrooms, it has showers.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
So it has everything. And it'll have
So,
Ken that we're
we're
hoping.
gonna let Ken go because it's like really early, and then
It's
now he needs
11.
breakfast. He
Oh,
needs
look how
breakfast now.
beautiful it is.
Yeah.
Go enjoy your day,
I'm gonna
Ken.
leave
it's
you
9
guys.
o'clock
I'm
in the
gonna leave
morning.
you guys. I'm gonna
Oh,
leave
it's
you guys a
11
view
over
of
there
what
now. Isn't
Go,
it?
look
go
at the
for,
beach.
Saturday,
go for a swim, Ken.
Saturday
Go on.
morning. That's what Saturday morning looks like. So
Strip it down
Anyway.
and go, buddy. Come on.
Enjoy tomorrow.
Yeah. Nice winter there, Ken.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
we will be back. I'm looking for my stuff here that I gotta do. We didn't do the second segment though, Darcy. It's all your fault because Darcy didn't do his gross segment. But it was
That's
one
all
big
right.
gross segment.
You'll have to
It
do
was
an
a
extra
gross
long
segment.
one next
It was
week
a long
because
Right, I'm gonna start
gonna,
tapping out.
we won't be here.
I'm gonna do both. And hey Len, hey Lenny.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Cheech. This is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis
talk
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be back. This one is coming to us from greenstate.com, and the headline on it says, Cannabis rescheduling faces fresh doubts in new federal report. Since President Donald Trump signed an executive order directing his administration to complete cannabis rescheduling, observers have questioned when and whether the change will occur. Months have passed with little visible action. Now, a new Congressional Research Service report offers some talking points. As first reported by Marijuana Moment and the CRS provided a revised briefing on cannabis policy entitled The Federal Status of Marijuana and the Policy Gap with States. The report appears slightly less optimistic in tone than a previous version of it. Now, according to the researchers, the discrepancies between state and federal law on cannabis could be addressed by Congress, potentially. Areas include cannabis or marijuana's designation under the CSA, financial services for cannabis businesses, federal tax policy, oversight of federal enforcement, and state implementation. Now, if Congress takes no action, the DOJ may move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. This marks a shift from 2024 report, which said it was likely the DOJ would reclassify cannabis. This may call into question whether Trump's order will indeed be followed. The report also states that moving cannabis to Schedule 3 would not bring the state legal medical cannabis industry into compliance with CSA. The latest version of the memo referred only to recreational cannabis. No, other more pessimistic language notes include concerns about the United States compliance with international treaty obligations in regard to cannabis control and what may remain. Now, while compliance with international drug law has been cause for concern with regard to cannabis reform, other countries, including Canada and Germany, have legalized cannabis with no apparent consequences. The report is speculative and does not indicate how rescheduling will proceed. However, its tone shifts from momentum to caution, underscoring that meaningful reform may depend on Congress rather than an administrative action alone.
Low glow in the lab, white coat, dark shades, beakers on the table, science on parade. I pull it from the plant, drop it in the vial, charting every change, every little smile. CB1, CB2, talking to your brain, sliding to your system. You never feel the same. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your veins, so smooth. From your head to your shoes, every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Got a map of your nerves laid out on the wall. Lock meets key, now the dominoes fall. Pain takes a seat, worry drifts aside. Tiny little molecules taking you for a ride. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your vein, so smooth, so smooth. From your head to your shoes, every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Up in smoke or under tongue, either way that signal spun. Tiny switch flips your mood, turn a static into attitude. Heart slows down, thoughts get wide. All your edges soften on the
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 82. That's right. It's climbing the charts. And with us today is a hero to us And as we continue our discussions with the people who we greatly respect, this is one that Michael and I have special love for because we have worked with our guest tonight, and her name is Lennis Worth. She is from the wonderful state of Virginia, and she basically has run an organization called Virginians Against Drug Violence. And I've been fortunate to work with her at the state capitol there in Virginia. And that was 25 years ago. And I know Michael's been, working with her for 30 plus years. So it's an honor to have such a dedicated activist. So I want to welcome Lennis Worth. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Oh, that's great. I've been excited about this.
Well, we'll just jump right into it. Our first question is one that is a multi-part question. So it is, of course, how did you originally come to cannabis? Such as when were you originally heard about it? When were you turned on? And then when did you realize it was going to be your life's work? So we have other questions, of course, that follow up on some of that history, but just kind of give us an understanding of why cannabis for Lennis.
All right. Well, that's kind of easy. I'll tell you, the first time I ever had it, first of all, I was a teenager in the 60s. I was born in 1950. So I was literally a teenager all during the 60s. And so how much fun was that? That was great. However, it's never fun being a teenager. It's hard, And I think that the first thing that happened to me with cannabis was that my mother had taken me to the local mental health, run by the government, basically, where they put me in a group therapy. And the other kids in the group therapy, some of them they weren't the best kids at school. You know what I'm saying? They were kind of the bad guys. The boys I would have never found myself in the same room with. And then one time my mother was late picking me up. Well, actually, she forgot to pick me up. So these guys offered me a ride, and they also showed me how to inhale with a tobacco cigarette. And then I think the idea was to see the weird girl get stoned. You know what I'm saying? And so they turned me on to weed there. And they drove me all over Northern Virginia. I'm from Falls Church, Virginia. And finally I started asking, I wanted to go home. And they did. They took me home. I had to ask a few times, but they took me back to my house, and I got out of the car, and I went inside, and my father had been he sold encyclopedias. So we had several different sets of encyclopedias. We had the World Book and the Britannica, and then there was one I think called the Book of Knowledge. I can't remember, but we had multiple. Well, I went to the Britannica, okay, because I knew that was the best one. And I looked up marijuana because I was curious. I've always been kind of intellectually curious, but I looked up marijuana and I read it had all that Anslinger stuff, the whole reefer madness. It was like about 8 column inches of reefer madness. And then at the end of it, it said, "See cannabis." So I get out the C book and I look up cannabis, and then I get all this medical stuff that was known this was probably in 1958. It was all known back then. It was in the Encyclopedia Britannica that it had medical use. And then at the bottom of that column, it said "See hemp." And I got the H book out and I looked at that, and it had 3 pages of stuff about hemp. That was much more, that dwarfed the other 2 issues. And I was like, wow, I didn't know all of that, and then I did. So I knew all that in 1958. from the good old Encyclopedia Britannica. But another experience I had, which kind of told me about where we were with the drug war, was that I was invited to a party at a friend's house. And at this party, everybody, they were smoking weed. And every time there was a knock on the door, people were freaking out. Is it the cops? Yeah, right. You're talking about a bunch of teenagers having a party in a house where the parents have gone off for a weekend or something, And so also, if you didn't smoke weed, they would start thinking maybe you were a narc, So you kind of had to smoke weed at this party. And that's what I noticed. That you didn't, there wasn't really a choice. You sort of had to smoke weed. And why did you have to smoke weed? Because of the cops and the drug laws. So it was not really working the way it was supposed to work. And that's what I took away from that experience, that here's this stuff that's maligned, as in the Ansling, and they have laws against it that aren't working. So, and there was another story. I got to go back to that was all when I was in my early teens. When I was 8 years old, I got a bladder, and they call UTI, urinary tract infection, very painful. And my mother took me to the doctor, and the doctor said, he gave me this lecture, like, when you have to go to the bathroom, little girl, you go to the bathroom right then, don't put it off, And I had been putting it off because you had to raise your hand, and it was embarrassing in class, and you had to get a hall pass. You had to get permission to be in the hall. And so I wound up with a UTI. So anyway, no surprise there. But the doctor gives me this little talk. And then as we're leaving the doctor's office, my mother has a piece of paper in her hand. And I said, "What's that?" And she said, "Well, this is so we can get your medicine." And I said to her, "You mean it's a permission slip?" And she said, "Yes." And so I started telling people when I was 8 years old that I was against the prescription laws. So that's who was going into the marijuana experiences that the teenager I described had. So it was all like predetermined. I'm sorry, I think God just meant for this to happen, But the way my mind worked, I saw. And then, during the 60s, we had all that anti-war stuff, and I'd been active in the civil rights movement with my mom and our church, in the Unitarian Church of Arlington. And then I thought that we were protesting the war, and as soon as we got the war over, the war in Vietnam, we were going to all go legalize weed. And when that didn't happen, I was a little surprised. I was like the hippies, they all moved out to the country and started living off the land. And it was just some of them became Jesus freaks. It was a whole, scattering of the tribes, and I noticed that. So I had my own little get back to the land thing. Walter, my first husband, my husband, my dearly beloved and departed husband, I met him when I was 19 years old. And so I was 22. And now this is where the beginning of my medical use and our history. You asked about Walter. And I was 22 at the time. I'd met him when I was 19. We'd been living together. Everything was fine. But one day we kind of had a bad day, and I thought we were going to break up. I thought that this was just the end because we had had such a bad day. But instead, we had been invited to a party, so we decided to go to the party. So we went to the party, and on the way home in the car from the party, my husband, Walter, turned and looked at me. He said, "What did you do at that party?" And I said, "Well, Margie and I went back in her room, and we smoked a joint." And he looked at me like, "We're going to get you some marijuana." It was like, it had just like, he liked me a lot better. And it's true, I had to figure out what was going on with me medically. And it wasn't, of course, with cannabis stories, it's not just one thing. It was several different things that made it very difficult to understand what was really going on with me. I now think I've got it all figured out. We'll see. But in those days, we just knew that weed helped a lot. We just knew that. We could see that. We could both see that. And so, like I would get up in the morning, and he wanted me to consume cannabis, ATN, before he got up in the morning, so that he wouldn't have to face the unmedicated Lennis, I know, really. And so sometimes I didn't. And then he would just pack that little pipe, little glass pipe, and he'd hand it to me, and we would count the numbers. So we did this on a number of occasions, count the number of tokes I would have to take before my mental state completely flipped to one of anger and negativity to one of positivity and joyful and positive. And usually it was about 6 hits. So that's how much of a mess I was. We were not just one hit would do, But and so I looked at him, one time he said, "You just have to use that stuff." And I said, "Well, it's illegal." "Oh, you have to do something about that." So you asked me, want to know how he was in the military, so he had that pragmatic mind. And, "Oh, well, you just have to do something about it." Well, then I had my marching orders, didn't I? So from there.
Let's get into that. Of course,
Yeah.
you're kind of leading into it. So Michael has our next question, which is,
All right.
as you stated before, or for our audience, we're going to shift this question, or Lennis is going to shift this question. But let's go. Michael asked the question. We'll get into it further. Councilmember Krawitz, you're recognized.
Thanks, and thanks for joining us, Lennis. This is really a pleasure. Really happy you were able to take the time to sit on one of our round tables. This is part of our internal discussions that we face outwards with the Veterans Action Council, and it's pretty special for us. Before I go into the question, actually, I wanted to just take a sidebar and comment on what you had said. You had said that the scattering of the tribes, I think, was the word that you used for the very late 60s. And this is something that lines up with an internal discussion we had in one of our meetings just the other day, where I was sort of exploring the history of the cannabis movement and lamenting the fact that, we had sort of 3 components of the movement in 1968. One of them was a large social movement. One was a grass tops movement, and one was a grassroots movement. We still have a grass tops and a grassroots movement, but we lost the social movement. And that was virtually every college campus. It was everywhere. And it's hard to describe now to folks that are on social media what it felt like to have the energy of bodies on the street, and bodies on the park grounds, and just the intense energy of the love and camaraderie and experimentation and knowledge collecting of something that we call the pursuit of evidence, but it's really a quest for truth. And once you learn what truth is, you become very, very highly addicted to it, and want to find it and live it. So anyway, much love for you and for the past and for the social movement that was. But anyway, the question, you are coming at this with a very different perspective, and I love that we can explore that perspective. But we wanted to start this first question grounding you a little bit in our world as veterans, because it strikes me that you could engage cannabis activism without the veterans experience, and the veterans are still there. We're stakeholders. We're recipients of medical cannabis often, and we're also activists. I mean, I've yet to see a single social movement that doesn't have veterans near the front of the line in taking some sort of active role, putting rolling up their sleeves and doing these things. Seems to be in our DNA to be activists as veterans, but rarely and quite special is when we actually can use our knowledge that we gained in the military and actually apply that to our craft as activists. And I think you did that actually quite well. And the question is, however you want to take it, but how did the military experience of your loved ones, and it's, certainly I remember your first husband, Walt, who passed away. He's just a wonderful man and an amazing activist. behind the scenes.
Walter is the one
Um,
who set me to the activism, as I just described. But I wanted to talk about my great uncle Charlie Fair. Charlie Fair was a veteran, I believe. I'm not certain. The Spanish-American War. You know, he was totally. I never knew this man because he had I think he either had a badly damaged leg or an amputated leg. And you know, I can't have to tell you, I'm not even sure which one it is. This was something my mother could not talk about, but I got it from other relatives, and I had to piece this together, what happened. But you know, back in those days, not everybody had running water in their house. And even though my mother's household was a upper middle class household, her father was a lawyer and a judge, they had an outhouse. And Uncle Charlie would go in the outhouse and use morphine. He was in pain and he used morphine. And this is actually, so the Harrison Act had been passed. This would have happened in the 30s. But so the Harrison Act was already there, but they were starting to enforce it more and more. They gradually enforced it more and more. So Uncle Charlie's physician, who would sometimes, he would give him morphine. And I believe, I'm not certain about this, but in those days, a lot of times the doctors would actually use with a patient. There are cases like that. And I don't know what the situation was. I wasn't there, but Uncle Charlie's doctor was arrested and imprisoned for prescribing morphine in what was inappropriate. All of a sudden, before it had been legal, now it's not anymore. And Uncle Charlie's access to morphine was ceased to exist. And Uncle Charlie committed suicide in a horrible way. And this just ruined my mother. She thought she was a little girl, and she thought it was her fault. She thought it was her fault because she had put a note up in the outhouse saying, "Please don't make a mess in here." And that was, you know, that she was sure that it was because of that Uncle Charlie ended his own life. And that so damaged her that I could never talk to her about drugs. She really got into a place where she just couldn't deal with it. And the trauma was so apparent to me because I did try to talk to her about drugs that, you know, it took me a long time to figure out. But this was what happened as a result of my Uncle Charlie's military service. Now, my first husband had had a kind of a nice in military experience. He had he never let he did his whole service in Washington, D.C. He was the personnel sergeant for an intelligence unit in Washington, D.C. And it was interesting. He learned a lot. And when us all over Washington, D.C., Walter was running the war room. They actually had a table set up with the cops and hippies, and were moving them around like you see with like the Battle of Waterloo, you know? And so it was just kind of crazy that was what he was doing during those times. But yeah, but he knew when, you know, when he saw what cannabis did for me, he knew that we had to get it legalized. And he just, like I said, he gave me my marching orders. And so he was just a very logical thinker, which I think is what happens when people serve in the military. They're forced to be logical. You can't be poetic about it. You have to say what you mean and mean what you say. And he told me I had to get weed legalized.
Well,
So-
you followed through.
Yeah. Now, my current husband, I met him at a party where pot was being used, and you know, I had been widowed, and this is another pertinent thing. I'd been widowed, and a lot of people. I was looking for another guy. You know, what can I say? You know, Walter was gone, who was the love of my life, but I was looking for somebody to hang out with and have fun with. And most of these guys, that were in my age group, my activism made them nervous. But when I met this guy, he was actually bragging to his family that he had an activist girlfriend. He liked it. And so there you go.
Michael has a follow-up.
Yeah, so I just have one question that you could focus on just to give a taste of the the strategy involved. But explain the strategy behind the name Virginians Against Drug Violence.
Oh, we worked really hard on that. Walter was, insisting that we have a good name to go down to the state legislature and lobby under. We had, first of all, we had decided, my girlfriend and I had gotten together and we decided that we were the Little Sisters of the Mother Herb, and Little Sisters of the Mother Herb was a loose organization. We consider all women who are activists for cannabis to be Little Sisters of the Mother Herb. At the time, there was on the West Coast, there were the Holy Hemp Sisters. So we considered ourselves the East Coast Holy Hemp Sisters. So yeah, so there was that. But obviously, you wouldn't want to be going into a senator's office and saying, "Hey, we're the Little Sisters of the Mother Herb." That wasn't going to work. So we sat around the kitchen table for hours and hours playing with things, and we just wanted to. Basically, the Virginians Against Drug Violence was designed to get the response that we usually did get. Well, what do you mean? How are you against drug violence? And the answer would be, well, you know why there's violence in the drug market, don't you? And no, well, because of prohibition, because the laws against it, the legal dealing, the regulated dealing is illegal. They can't do that. They have to do black market things and illegal things, and that's where the violence comes in. And at the time we did this, we were doing it in Richmond, Virginia, and Richmond was actually the murder capital of the United States in the late 80s and early 90s when we were doing this. And so it worked.
Right on. Well, that's quite a journey, sister, to say the least, but let's continue that journey. Council member Michael Davis has a follow-up. Has the next question, not a follow-up. There we go, Michael.
Yeah, you were just talking about the Little Sisters of the Good Herb. Could you just explain a little bit more? Just expound a little bit more on their role and the impact on the cannabis movement.
Well, the Little Sisters of the Mother Herb didn't have a huge impact on the cannabis movement. The Holy Hemp Sisters probably had more, because we decided right away that was something that was spiritual and that we were going to not do as a membership organization, that it was just kind of who we were, the Little Sisters of the Mother Herb. The good herb to good mothers are good. But we considered cannabis to be the Mother Herb. And I used to ride on a bus in Washington, D.C. that went past the Little Sisters of the Poor convent. And so that probably influenced me. But like I said, it was more of a spiritual thing, being a Little Sister of the Mother Herb. But so we had to have the practical organization. So what we did was we bought a copy of The Emperor Wears No Clothes. Now, like I said, this was probably in 1989 when the book was just coming out. When was it published? Was it published in 88 or 89, right? Anyway, we got a copy of that book and we read it with great enthusiasm and, in tattered corners of pages and all. And then we went to the back of that book and there were several organizations that said they were kind of recruiting, and we sent Jack Hare, he had Help End Marijuana Prohibition, Hemp. and then there was the Business Alliance for Commerce and Hemp, and that was Chris Conrad. So we wrote letters to 3 or 4 of these organizations, and the only one that got back to us was Chris Conrad. And so we became the Virginian Business Alliance for Commerce and Hemp. And this was a strategy at the time when marijuana legalization was still pretty far out there. And so we decided to use the strategy of introducing commercial hemp into the conversation. And so that's what we did. We had great success when we went to county fairs and the state fair, but the biggest success there was when we went to the Chesterfield County Fair, and Chesterfield had a very aggressive anti-marijuana and anti-drug DARE program. And the DARE cop came and basically shut our little booth down at the Chesterfield County Fair. He said we couldn't show that because we couldn't say good things about marijuana. So I called the ACLU guy, and the ACLU guy thought about it for a couple of days and asked a million questions. And finally he said, well, I think we can take this case. And it actually got in really fast to the federal court in Richmond because the fair was ongoing and they considered it an emergency. We had to get our exhibit reinstated. And so within a week, we were in federal court and we won. And the ACLU got paid. And there was a big article in the newspaper, which got us like 100,000 times more publicity than our little exhibit. We didn't even bother to go back to the Chesterfield County Fair. We just, rode that wave of publicity for a while. It was great. So, but the Business Alliance in Commerce and Hemp was the one who did that. And that was at the same time. So we were Little Sisters of the Mother Herb unofficially, and officially the Business Alliance of Commerce and Hemp. And then at some point I told Chris Conrad years after that, I said, geez, we're going to just kind of move on. And that's when we became Virginians Against Drug Violence. And Chris was a little disappointed, but I had to tell him, it was time to get to the real issue, which was not non-intoxicating hemp. So we went on to intoxicating hemp.
All right. Yeah, it was. Let's get on to Councilmember Freeze.
I have to say, this is all amazing to hear this history. It's quite a footprint you've had. My question is, what can you tell us about, well, you've kind of already gone into this, but what can you tell us about the Virginia chapter of the Business Alliance for Cannabis and Hemp in its effort to advance cannabis and hemp-related businesses in the state, as well as the hemp case in the U.S. Court of Appeals?
Right. Well, I'm not so sure. What we did was we did that exhibit. We took our exhibit around to the county fairs and the state fairs, and in the courtroom when that federal judge, his name was Payne, and I brought in some hemp paper, and I handed that to the judge. And he was very interested and impressed, and we had samples of hemp paper and hemp cloth and all of the things that you could do with hemp and books about it. Chris Conrad had written a book about the future of hemp and all of its commercial uses. And so we had all this information. And we were just trying to proselytize. We were telling people, no, this plant has more uses than you know about. And that was our message. And we got it out there. And by the time we were done, we succeeded in that, as you know. And then later on, a strictly hemp organization that's still in existence now, the Virginia, hey, Mike, say the name of that. Jason Armatucci's, because he changed the name of it.
Yeah, the Virginia Cannabis Coalition.
But he was
the Virginia Hemp Association, I guess.
Yeah, the Virginia Hemp Association. So that has, somebody else took that over and is doing it now and doing a great job and making sure that farmers' interests are being represented at the state level here in Virginia. And so we did, but I thought we were pretty darn successful at the time, way back when, in the early 90s, getting the issue of hemp out there. People were ready to hear that.
They were, and
Yeah.
those Hemp Lifeline to the Future,
Mhm.
definitely from Chris Conrad, was definitely one that elevated things for sure.
And that's the book. I'll tell you what, the cop took that book off of our table in our exhibit in Chesterfield County, and he put bookmarks in it, and I still have that.
Ah, that's great. Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing, because Jack's book was a compendium, right?
Oh yeah.
We
Oh yeah.
used that, or for people who aren't aware, in the day, because it was Jack's book was the exact 8.5 by 11, so we literally would just put his pages on copiers and use those pages at rallies and information. Whereas Chris Conrad took Jack's book and made it into an actual book, which Jack's is more of a reference, and it reads better later, but the earlier on was more of a compendium.
To me, it was like what you'd call a graphic novel almost.
Correct. Yeah.
It had so many illustrations, and it was just packed with stuff.
Absolutely.
And Jack's book changed the world.
Yeah, he came to my university in 1989, and if he hadn't, I have no idea where I would be if I hadn't have gotten my old white, copy of The Emperor Wears No Clothes. But
exactly.
To our next question, which I will be asking. So, as a lifelong Virginian, how has your connection to the state shaped your approach to activism, your perspective on drug policy reform, and what it was like to work with Virginia politicians?
Oh boy. Okay, that's kind of two questions. And the first one was, how did Virginia shape me? And the second one is what did I have to do to deal with Virginia politicians? Okay, so how did Virginia shape me? Okay, so I've always lived in Virginia. I grew up in Falls Church, but I also lived what we call inside the Beltway. I lived close to Washington, D.C. I used to get on a bus and go into, to the Smithsonian, all those wonderful places on the mall. I used to go to the zoo, and I used to go to Capitol Hill and just hang out, because that was so cool to me that I could just do that. And in those days, it was a lot more open. So I knew about Washington, D.C. And so when I wanted to get weed legal, and Mike's heard me tell this story so many times, so get ready, Mike. But, I wanted to get weed legal. And so I went to see my local politician, and the delegate to the Virginia House of Delegates. And I talked to that guy about cannabis, and he was totally uninterested. His name was Parker at the time. He owned a oil and gas company, so he was in fossil fuels anyway. So, but he was a bit hostile. But what he told me was, he said, well, that's not something we can do. That's federal law. And so I went to see my congressman, and there again at that time, this was not somebody who was interested at all, and was probably a little bit hostile, but still, this guy told me that the feds really couldn't do anything about that because it was international. So I knew right away. And then I tried. I packed a briefcase up. I said, well, I've hung out on the Capitol a lot. I'm not scared of the Capitol. I put some stuff in a briefcase, Mike, the circle chart, and I went up to Washington, D.C., and I tried to talk to my Congress critters, and it was daunting. I realized that you really, let me just put it, I'm no Rob Campia, I'm no Howard Wooldridge. I'm, these people who are able to take on the federal legislators and really do well with them. I just wasn't there. So I said, well, maybe I can just do Virginia because that's home. And the state laws are the most important that it's what you get prosecuted under is generally state laws. So I started going to the state meetings, the crime commission meetings, and I just dove in and I learned the ropes. It was before the internet was really, before they had everything really digitalized. So I remember the first few sessions I covered, I had to call them and ask them for the book with all the proposed laws in it, and they had to mail it to me. And by the time I got the book in the mail, some of the laws had already been considered, and passed on to the next house. I usually could catch it before it went through the whole legislative process, but I've missed half the process just because they had to mail me the book. So, it was great when now that's all online and you can see everything that's going on and you can even go to the meetings virtually. But I decided I was just going to be there. Well, what really happened in Virginia, and I'd be amiss if I didn't mention this, was in 1990, they passed what we called the smoke a joint, lose your license law. And I heard about it and I was like, well, where was I for that? And then that's when I realized I had to go to these state meetings. I just couldn't pass. I'd been going around the state with the hemp exhibit and this had happened. And I felt that it had happened on my watch and that I hadn't done my job. And that was an awful law. It was the worst thing that happened to you. You lost your driver's license when you got busted for possession for years and years. And so that was an awful thing. And I wasn't going to let that happen again. And we didn't let that happen. Nothing really, once I dove in and started, they did do that seeds and stems thing. It took them 6 years, but that didn't have as big an effect, And then after seeds and stems, they stopped getting bills through, period, that were anti-marijuana. So, I just learned, on my own and I got her done. But I really regretted not being there for the smoke a joint, lose your license thing. But now, okay, so that was Virginia. So Virginia politicians, well, I rubbed their noses in the smoke a joint, lose your license and anything else that they were, that they were trying to do that was
Hold on. How did you rub their nose in it? Explain it to the people so they can understand how it was done.
Okay. Well, I would, first of all, I would talk to people when I met people out and about. And I met a young man who had gotten busted for possession, a small amount, just like not even a whole joint, and then, they took his license away and he couldn't go to work and support his family anymore. And that's exactly how I rubbed the noses in it. It wasn't that hard, was it? Here's a young man and all he had was a roach and you're making it his whole family suffer. A shame on you. I didn't say that, but it was pretty well and easy to imply that. And yeah.
Did you do this in person, via letters, letter writing campaigns? How did you do this?
I like to do that sort of thing in person. I would always write letters, but the letters were less rub your nose in it sort of thing. Other than making logical points, I would make the same logical point in a letter, but I could be a little bit more aggressive. And I'm not an aggressive person. I'm just a kind of like a talkative, people might think I'm lightweight, and I probably am not. I'm not I love particle physics, but that doesn't make me heavy, So anyway, I just, every politician's got their own personality and you handle different personalities differently. And I just size people up and do the best I could.
All right, I got a follow-up question because you worked so hard on this. When it finally became legal in Virginia, how did you celebrate?
First of all, I just couldn't have been happier. Oh my God. And plus we got grow your own. We can grow 4 plants, which so last year I did my first legal crop and I had a 10-foot tall plant of how did I celebrate? But I didn't. What we did to celebrate was we had a seed giveaway. And that was a blast. Mike, was that a blast or what? So we caused a big traffic jam, and because people were,
Well,
coming
hold on.
to get
Tell
seeds.
people how that happened and what happened, because the viewers don't understand what transpired.
Okay.
So tell them y'all decided on a seed exchange. So where and why was that a seed exchange, and why was that important?
Well, because there wasn't any legal way to get seeds before that, and that that was the big thing. Everybody wanted seeds, so we saw that as filling a need, and I think it was filling a need, and because people really showed up, and what we did was the DC group, the people who got weed legalized in DC, that group, we had somebody we met in the middle of the Key Bridge on midnight of the night of the day it was legalized. So at the stroke of midnight, the DC guy handed the Virginia guy a bag of seeds in the middle of Key Bridge, which is, if you know DC geography, the Potomac River is the border between DC and Virginia. So it was symbolically beautiful and also kind of practical. And so then they were distributed to, I think, about 4 or 5 different locations. I was here in Charlottesville at 5 different spots in Virginia, and I can only speak to the one in Charlottesville, but it was at a private home, and we were doing it strictly according to the law, because that business about being at a private home was kind of like part of the law. You're not supposed to, you can give cannabis away in your home to a friend. That's the way the law is. It's not supposed, there's nothing commercial about it. And so that's what we did. There was a guy who was willing to have it at his house. And like I said, there was a big traffic jam, and there was even a cop got stuck in our traffic jam, but that went down okay because Mike Krawitz was handling the traffic jam. So it was just a lot of fun, just a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, because you worked so hard. And of course, it isn't surprising that once it's legal, you're doing an activist action out the gate to propagate the new law.
Yeah. Well, I'm still pinching myself because I can remember way back in the 90s telling people, I'm in Virginia, and I always identify myself as Lennis from Virginia. Even when the Drug Policy Alliance gave me an award, they thought my name was Virginia. But anyway, I always identified myself as being from Virginia, and I would go to the Drug Policy Alliance meetings and say, I'm in Virginia, and we're working on cannabis legalization, and Virginia, that's never going to happen. And I don't know how many people I said this to, but my common reply to that, we're going to be the first state in the South to legalize. And of course, everybody thought that was ridiculous because Virginia had a reputation for being a very conservative state. Now that we've blown that to hell, we're actually blue now, but that was kind of like a joke. And but we really did wind up being the first Southern state to legalize.
And it makes me very proud because when I lived in Falls Church, Virginia, I lobbied with you back in 97 in Virginia, because there was a law on the books, I guess it's moot now, that once marijuana was moved out of Schedule 1 in Virginia, it would be medically legal, which was, we were making legislators and those aware of that. Like, really? Oh, they
didn't know about it, did they? But that law was so limited; it was only covered glaucoma and cancer.
Correct.
But it was there, and it was important. And when they tried to repeal it, we made headlines stopping them from repealing it. So yeah. And that's actually what the Drug Policy Alliance gave me an award for.
Well, your leadership and your tenacity, of course, I'm glad you're able to celebrate and rest now a little bit, because damn, you earned that Michael Crowitz has our next question. Council member.
Thank you, Tina. I really I really enjoy this sort of trip down memory lane. I want to add two details to the story about the seed giveaway. One, to illustrate a little bit, the 5 locations were all over the state, all the way as far as the very southern end of the state, Richmond, and then Northern Virginia, right almost inside the Beltway, as well as Charlottesville, and it just was a phenomenally successful thing. We handed out, if I remember correctly, tens of thousands of seeds. It was no small thing. And the handoff at midnight of the night where our law was implemented, where it would be legal on both ends of the Key Bridge, we did that very symbolically and pushed the envelope on that. It's a little risky, as far as activism goes. We invited the press, but we also invited the DEA and the feds to come arrest us. We would be handing off illegal drugs across the bridge and crossing state lines in violation of federal law. Come arrest us. And I actually half expected a whole bunch of lights to kick on just as we did it, with the press catching a phenomenal photo op of people getting arrested for federal crimes of marijuana at midnight. It's such a great planned photo op, but it never happened. It was quite cool. The media was very just completely enthralled and covered it very, very well. So it was a lot of fun. But I want to, we're at this sort of crossroads, and a lot of people are coming into this cannabis movement now as a starting point. And it is, I think, a starting point in so many ways, for adult recreational access, and how do we really effectively get cannabis, a long-standing traditional medicine, a plant medicine, a herbal medicine. How do we integrate that into this single molecule FDA world? All these questions that we're trying to grapple as we move forward. But I just want to take a moment and just thank you for the work that you've done. It's so unheralded. I guarantee you, everybody, that you would not have legalization had you not stopped the bad stuff. And you're talking about some bills that were like death penalty for a certain amount of marijuana, taking away your guns, even if they were legal because you use marijuana, on and on and on. And it just is a scathing, just litany of bad ideas that came out of the legislature. We started out, I believe, at the Boggs Act in Virginia with all cannabis use being a felony. And our mentor back in like 1971, Roy Scher, with Virginians for the Sane marijuana laws, later renamed Virginians for sensible marijuana laws, and then finally Virginia for the study of marijuana laws. But the Virginians, when they started out, I remember the story that Roy said, he convinced them that you didn't want to have all marijuana be a felony because that would just push the kids to the harder stuff. He sort of turned around their fears against them, because they were so scared of marijuana that certainly the hard stuff must be scary. Of course, we know that the hard stuff is just extracts and things that you just smoke less of. But they didn't know that, and they got really scared of that. And actually, that was the first, crack in their armor. And then, your work to stop these bad bills from happening, it's just unbelievable. How hard it would have been to start out now if we hadn't had that stuff knocked down. If any of that had become a status quo, my God. But the question actually, starting now, looking forward, two questions in one, sort of, how do you envision this, moving forward? We've talked a lot. There's a lot of little nuances about legalization that have come up and stuff like that. So feel free to just talk a little bit about what would be like the perfect way to handle cannabis, once we knock down these walls and stuff. What's in your vision? And then the second part of the question was, what kind of little tidbits can you pass on to those that are starting out now, grassroots, in the 21st century?
Well, it's a whole different scene now, isn't it? I mean, something that kind of I think it maybe limits me a little bit at this point, because I've never been interested. This has always been a civil liberties issue to me. The business of cannabis has not. I always, like back when it was worth its weight in gold, as we can all remember. It was ridiculous. It's a plant. It's not that hard to grow. I learned to grow it. And it was just a damn shame that there wasn't any access. And that was the problem, having access to this plant. But now that we can all grow what's probably sort of enough for us, the 4 plants is a limit I can live with for now. But going forward, what I'm interested in is not, I don't have a problem with, there's big corporations, they're going to be here. I don't think I can stop that. And I'm not so sure I'm interested, but I am interested in keeping it open to the little guy, so that there can be mom and pop cannabis businesses. That's not going to come free. That's where the struggle is right now in Virginia anyway, and probably all over the country, because the big corporations are hugely interested in the profits they can make. And so they want to shut us out, shut little, I'm a hybridizer, so I'll be offering, now I'm hybridizing this year for the first time legally. And although I did it for many years before it was illegal, before it was legal, but I'm never going to be a big business. I'm going to have a couple of strains maybe that I'm offering to people, and it's never going to be a big business. So keep that open to the little guy. Make sure that there are opportunities and licenses that don't cost too much for mom and pop and little people who are just doing very small operations. So that's one of my big concerns right now.
Well, thank you for taking the time with us tonight. It was an absolute honor to share this space with you and have this discussion. You are a unsung hero to us, and know that, to have worked alongside you and under your guidance there in Virginia, it has been an honor, and it absolutely warmed my heart when it became, I'm a native Louisiana from Louisiana, so I knew it was never going to happen in my lifetime.
Hey, look, there's hope. There's hope.
Oh, there's hope. But
yeah.
you see what the hope that is currently residing there is why I currently reside in California. But
right.
Your leadership and the hard work that you put into Virginia helped change history forever. And we're forever, of course, indebted to you and your hard work and dedication. All those long drives that nobody thanks you for, stopping and getting gas and, in the rain and all that fun stuff. That's, the realities that come with, sometimes you don't get to realize that success. So I'm glad someone as valuable to the movement has been able to soak in it.
Well, listen, I think you're just projecting a little bit here, ATN, because I can remember you guys coming into Richmond in that van, and you guys were living out of that van, you and Debbie and the whole Cannabis Action Network crew. You guys were an inspiration to me. So I think we all had fun. I think there's a spiritual connection between all of us, and it's a huge part of my life. I don't need to be a sung hero. I've always kind of avoided that, but because I just don't, I think that cannabis is the star of this show. And so, but boy, you guys, like I said, you did inspire me. The Cannabis Action Network was the coolest thing going.
Well, we were, again, we were kids, but you stayed and did it. We kept and moved on. And that's what inspires us, is those that stayed, applied the change, and put in the hard work. And a lot of states do not have this luxury that you get to. People died along the way. I mean, Jack's no longer with us, and he didn't get to see the reality. He wouldn't be happy, don't get me wrong, but the changes, it took decades of hard work and dedication. So I just want the viewers to know that, putting in the hard time, the hard work, even though 30 years ago they said it would never happen in your lifetime, Lennis. Now you're now you're now not a closet grower anymore. It's out.
No,
It's
no, I wish Walter had lived to see it. That's a kind of a regret. And now Roy did live to see it. He was predated me as an activist in Virginia. And the last couple of decades of his life, though, Mike, he did lobby under the Virginians Against Drug Violence moniker. So, but he passed away last year, and he lived to see legal. In fact, last time I saw him, I drove down to Petersburg to give him some seeds.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, Lennis, thank you so much for sharing your time and your wisdom and your knowledge. Do you have anything else that you would like to share? Do you have anything that's coming up? Anything you'd like to promote or share with everybody?
The next thing that I'm going to be working on is the gubernatorial candidate, because right now cannabis is frozen in time in Virginia because we have a Republican governor that doesn't want to do anything about it. So I'm going to be working for Abigail Spamberger is going to be running for the governor of Virginia, and she's hemp friendly. And so we're going to work on her campaign. So going forward, yes, there's always something to do.
Absolutely. And good to know that you're still in it to win it.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's been an honor. So I would like to thank our council members, Michael Crowitz, Mike Davis, Leslie Fries, myself, Etienne Fontaine, and of course, our very special guest, Lennis Worth, tonight, for joining us on our VAC Roundtable number 82. And we'll be back in a couple of weeks. So thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
you in the cafe corner. Bampton Blue still dripping rain. Name of some old bank in silver. Phone number fading like a stain. Leftover umbrella. Who did you wait for? Stood by the door like a loyal little girl. Leftover umbrella. Lost in a crowd. I'll carry you home in my shopping cart. Leaning by my cluttered doorway. Next to boots I never wear. You smell faintly like wet pavement. And someone who used to care. Leftover umbrella. Who did you wait for? Stood by the door like a loyal little girl. Leftover umbrella. Lost in a crowd. I'll carry you home in my shopping cart. Maybe you remember lightning. Maybe you remember hands. All I know is on the worst days, you open up and understand. Oh, leftover umbrella. Who did you wait for? Stood by the door like a loyal little girl. Leftover umbrella. Stay if you want. I'll keep you around in my shopping cart.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. What's today? Today is July the 30th. It is almost, well, we're on the second half of the year there, Tamara.
It's like where I don't even know where it goes. Like I said, my
Um,
husband had my ass for the last 8 weeks since my dad died. So I've been just kind of everything just kind of like keeps just kind of like a tunnel. Like it goes on and things get done. And then I
Correct.
wake up, then I shake my head and go, oh, it's already Friday. Like, where did the week go? Like,
Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, I should mention we are live, and we're coming to you from paceradio.net and 420 pace.ca. And we're also on some of our social media sites as far as Facebook and YouTube, so on and so forth. Tonight, I got a few topics for us to discuss. Mold and cannabis. We're also going to discuss pesticides. pesticides that Health Canada allows to be used on cannabis. As well as an update on that when it comes to some regulation changes. And we've got some research that we're going to look into throughout the night, and that which includes things like sleep apneas, the condition where people end up snoring and end up with a CPAP machine so that they can sleep snorelessly.
It doesn't matter what position my husband sleeps in, he snores. He's on the side
Yeah.
of his face.
Does he use the machine?
No.
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 Okay.
No, because he like no. He's never
Never done a sleep study.
about it. Like he's just like it's just like not a thing. But it doesn't matter what
Yeah.
it is, because they always say, well, if you sit up or if you sleep on your side or if you poke them, and he could be sleeping with his face in his hand like this on his stomach. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. And he
Okay,
can-
well, we're gonna dig in. We'll dig into that tonight and see how that's
I also want
what's
to
going on. And I know that I got some feedback off of one of our show's YouTube posts. So I got some feedback on that we'll talk about as well.
I also want to do a giveaway. I have something I want to give away tonight.
Sure. Yeah. What do you
So,
got?
I've got a large icy pot.
Oh, yes.
65 milligram icy pot. These things retail for $65.
Do they?
They do.
So,
So I need some money for CSP. So the first person that donates $20 to the CSP to my tamaralee9@hotmail.com will get this.
okay, yeah. The CSP. You let everybody know what the CSP is.
It's crime rate substitution program where we help the houseless addicted folks with free cannabis. So there's no we in it because I don't have a mouse in my pocket. I go out and I hand out free cannabis that's given to me by anonymous donors. I raise money. It's edibles and cannabis. Canadian Lumber is one of my sponsors. They get a free bucket of papers. If it's winter, we do tubes and mitts and that kind of stuff. And in the summer, we try and give them munchies and some water and that kind of stuff too. But I am in need of some RSO again still, so I can make candy. And I did get some butter donated, which was terrific. But it's been so effing hot, I can't bake right now.
Right. It's been yeah. We've been cooking here too. We're roasting here as well.
So I'd like to be able to get some candies made, but I need some RSO to do that. And in order to get some
Right.
RSO, I need some cash. So I figured if anybody would do that, the first $20 will get that. And I've got another one. So if somebody actually donates another $20, I could do 2 giveaways because I have 2 of them here. Again, those retail for $65. It's an amazing award-winning cannabis topical. And if anybody knows anything about Icy Pot, they know.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Icy Pot's been around for quite a while.
20 years almost. And
There you
Canada
go.
no longer exists. She's retired now. So if you can get your hands on this stuff, you're fucking lucky. And I buy mine in a pump bottle that comes in a big pump bottle because I use it a lot. So mine comes in a great big pump and I pay for that. It's over there. But and that's how I give out samples too, because a lot of times I'll get little, and that pump bottle was able to put samples in the cannabis substitution program stuff as well. Right. So that's tamaralee9@hotmail.com. The first $20 donation will get this, and I will even that's including shipping, dudes. So that's another $22.
Wow. That's just $20 just covers the shipping.
We could auction it, and the highest bidder gets it.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know. Yeah, usually, like you go to the post office and you get the smallest box that you can ship
$20.
stuff in. It's $20 anywhere in Canada.
Yep. So, like
Yeah.
I said, you're getting a screaming deal. You pay me $20, I'm going to be giving you that, and then I'm spending that money again on shipping. So, but like I said, I'm looking for money for my CSP or donations or anything. So, anybody who's interested, hit me up with that's also my email address. You can also send me an email at that email, or you can send me money, or you can hit me up on Facebook and we can discuss whatever. But I have 2 of these 65 milligram icy pots.
Yeah.
Hit me up.
Good
I need
stuff.
CSP needs money. Like I said, everything I'm doing, all that money goes towards Canada.
Not non-greasy, all that type of
No,
stuff.
it's aloe vera based. It's a beautiful lotion. And again, it's very like for my rheumatoid arthritis, it's one of the only ones that I've found ever to be effective to help. So
Yeah, you're always in a arthritic flare. Really.
well, you know what? Actually, since I quit working, I must say, knock on wood, I've been feeling pretty okay. My pain levels were down about 6 every day instead of waking up at 10. And I think the stress of working also, because stress also contributes to, you know, your overall health. And I think the stress and being able to be out in the sunshine and being able to be like not always on a hamster wheel has really made a world of difference.
And you know, even at work, whether you're lifting heavy weights or not, you're still doing up and down, bending around.
Repetitive stuff, right? And I'm not standing on my feet for 7 hours a day anymore. I'm not up and down. I'm not, it's just, like I said, I'm still like doing stuff. Like I still have to wash floors. I still have dogs to run after. I still have a kid to take care of. It's not like I'm not doing anything. I mean, it's just not as, it just doesn't seem to be as hard.
Right. Yeah. All right. So, as I said, we got a few things I want to discuss tonight. The mold. Everybody hates mold when it comes to cannabis.
Well, it's not good to smoke it into your lungs, like mold spores.
Well, yeah. So there's this contributor guest column that I read, and the headline on it says that mold in cannabis is not a significant public health risk. What do you think about that? I was surprised. I went, what?
You know, we went from being able to cut the mold off our cheese to now not being able to do that because the mold goes through the whole cheese and it's not good for you. Now they're saying if you smoke it,
well, they're saying if you smoke moldy cannabis, is what it says here. It's not a significant health risk. And what he says here that let's see, he talks about stone driving and things. It says when it comes to medical reports from Canada, which analyzed adult use cannabis nationwide in 2018, as well as in the U.S., health orders. Okay, yeah, so blah blah blah. Your tactics.
I don't quite understand how they could even say that.
Yeah. What it boils down to in this is that for years and years and years before any testing, all that stuff came along, people consumed it. And yet, as we all say, no one's died from smoking of cannabis.
That is a fact. Like,
so people question, you know, so they're questioning that. Is that over all this time? Now there is something called where did it go? There is some type of fungus. There it is. Aspergillus fungus. And it says it's a lung infection and it's associated with inhaling cannabis mold spore, with this certain mold spore. But it is extremely rare for people to get it. So I was surprised.
I guess that makes me feel a little bit better. That means all the moldy buds that I smoked over the years isn't going to kill me.
Yeah, I can see.
Oh, you smoked that moldy bud, you won't die. Woo!
Yeah, you know, I can understand where, because we're both people with an autoimmune condition, right? That you know, there could be problems there, but yeah, I wouldn't have a clue because you know the mold could be, you know, not visible to our eyes, all that type of stuff, and
you can taste it. Like if you've got a moldy bud, a lot of times it's got like a dirty basementy taste to it. You can taste it. Like if I smoke a moldy bud, I can taste it, and it's like, oh, this is moldy, and I just, you know, but you can taste it, but it's not always visible. It's not always visible. Like if it's inside the bud, the bud's inside the bud. You don't see it on the outside. It's inside the bud. Like again, not everybody's looking at their buds with microscopes.
No, exactly.
Testing and stuff like when they're getting their bags of weed, right? Like especially when we were buying weed in the 80s and in the 90s, and we were just happy to get a bag without seeds.
Yeah. Thanks for the thumbs up, JJ. But yeah, exactly. Like, it was
We're just happy to
always,
get a bag of weed without seeds. I know. I
yeah,
was just happy to get
yeah.
one that was dry.
But yeah, you'd look through it, and sometimes there was buds with mold in it. And I remember the early days when I first started growing, and reaching into the tub, like 6 months later, and pulling out a bag, and it looked like a lack of a better term, just a white fuzzy bun in a bag, I guess. It was just, yeah, brutal. Holy fuck.
Well, that's because we also started
I
putting the
just,
stuff in jars and stuff. Like we also started curing in
yeah.
glass because we were finding out that plastic
Well,
was molding our weed. And then
we,
there were
le-
people
we
putting it.
learn by our experiences.
You're like, don't put your fucking buds in the freezer. You're gonna knock all the trichomes off it. Well, I keep mine in the freezer, and I'm like, what are you?
Yeah, there's also there
Like,
is the degree. Yeah, I looked into that through the winter, and there is some degradation goes on.
yeah.
And like you said, there's that they're frozen. So as soon as you move the bag, any
You're,
movement
you're
of the
yeah, you're
bud,
making your
crap.
buds are dropping all the trichomes off. And I mean, we didn't know that. Like, let's be honest here. Like, 25 years ago, I didn't know any of this stuff. 30 years
Oh,
ago, I didn't know any of this stuff. We have learned all these things as being patients with talking to other patients and learning from other patients that grew and learning from other people that
yeah.
had the experience before me because I didn't know this. And honestly, when we were growing like in the early 90s and stuff, and like hydroponics and all this stuff, again, the curing process has changed. Like we didn't know about curing process. We figured if we,
No.
just left it out, dried it up, and threw it in a bag, we'd be good. But there's a specific way of curing it so that you get the best quality of taste and terpene out of that.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
We didn't know that.
Sure, right. So I was surprised when I seen this. They say that we inhale mold spores daily from soil, compost, household dust. It's in construction sites, healthcare facilities, recirculated air inside of buildings. All that type of stuff has mold in it.
I mean, those are facts. Like, I'm not even
Yeah.
those are facts. And I guess we can't just, keep thinking that we're all in this bubble of, cannabis protection. Like, we're not. There's
Yeah.
there's general like mold in like some of our like food products that we don't probably even know about.
Yeah, that too. Strawberries. Like, how often do you go to a store and get moldy? You come out home with strawberries and find out the ones on the bottom started to go all moldy.
I bought
You get some
raspberries
buzz
5
on
days ago, right?
Growing
4 days ago,
penicillin in your strawberry container.
right? Well,
Yeah.
I made dokla Monday night, and it's Wednesday, and it was covered in mold this morning, and it was in a plastic air sealed bag sitting on my counter, and it had mold on it this morning. I'm like, your garbage now. Well, the chickens got it because the chickens don't seem to mind if it's moldy or not.
Right.
It's antibiotics. Then my bird's getting penicillin.
Chickens don't care, and according to this was a write up from a fella. It doesn't have. I don't see his information as far as. He is a cannabis consultant. Anyways.
Yeah, there's so much, like I said, there's so much more information that because of medical use, because we all gathered, because we were a community and we were all sharing our experiences together, we gathered and we shared, and then it was taken to another level and another, like, so many, even with like the squishing of the fucking shatter and all that stuff, like that all came within the last 15 years that we've been all involved.
Oh, I can remember everybody going, "Wow, holy smokes! You can just take a curling iron and you can make your own."
Yeah, like especially with the cutting irons, right?
Yeah.
Like we didn't know any of that, and so blowing it.
And
all these things that came to fruition because
that wasn't around back in the days.
No, they were using like basically t-shirt presses, right? Like that's what those are. They're like t-shirt presses to make rosin because technically even like now in the legal market,
exactly.
Extracts,
right? I remember the t-shirt presses.
Yeah, right.
Because people look at it, it's got a bigger square, they could do more.
Right? But again, this is all people experimenting with their own stuff, growing their own cannabis.
Yeah.
Again, like we were talking about, like the mold and stuff. Like, sure, we all had, I'm sure, at one point in time, experiences with bugs or mold or something when we were growing.
Yeah. I've experienced it all.
And again, with powdery mildew too. Like I remember,
Yeah.
getting tips like, oh, you can use, milk, like milk and water, spray it on the leaves, right? And I remember giving that advice when I was working at the garden center and was told, don't be giving that advice. It's fucking home remedies. And I'm like, dude, it fucking works. Home remedy or not, it still works. But capital peroxide, like it works. Like, why would you not? Because they want you to, they want to sell their product, right? They want to sell their product.
But different strains do have different strengths when it comes to the molds and powdery mildew, stuff like that.
And some strains just have it in their genetics, and there's no way of getting
really no way of getting around it. Yeah. So,
no, one dirty mama.
So it takes. Stuff keeps coming back and back and back.
Like herpes.
I've stopped growing some strains because of powdery.
Yeah. I mean, if some of the Kush strains, right? Like they're really.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's what happened with the blueberry Kush, because we used to get blueberry Kush all the time too, and I can't find that anywhere either. Sour Diesel, another one I can never find anymore either, right?
So you noticed the same thing I did that as well. The Kushes can end up some powdery mildew quickly.
No matter what, no matter how many fans you run, no matter how clean the room is, no matter how often, like we baked our fucking soil the one year because we were so convinced that it was the fucking dirt. Alvin would take sheets of fucking dirt in the oven at 200 degrees until it was all like, and then put it into a bucket. We did everything.
Oh, I must really reek the house out. Putting your Promix in the oven.
Yep. He did. Because he was convinced it was in the fucking soil. It didn't matter where he bought the soil. He didn't matter what fucking it was in the soil. So we baked fucking for like 3 days. We baked soil.
3 days.
Well, yeah, because we had 3 big bales. We had fucking 200 plants.
Oh.
Like I'm not kidding. Like we did everything.
Wow. No fires?
With that?
No fires? I'm just thinking Promix, it does have little wood chips and wood chunks.
We didn't like 200 degree. Like it wasn't a high degree. Just enough. Like I'll tell you, we didn't have any fucking bugs in it though either. Right?
No.
Right? No bugs. And then, like I said,
no micro life left in it. No, nothing.
But he swore by that. You can bake the fucking dirt. Bake them fuckers out. So, anyways, he did we still ended up with fucking some mold on the one strain. And it was
during this time, we're using the same strain of cannabis growing. Yeah.
Same mom, same everything.
Yeah.
And we figured it was something in the environment. We didn't, and then we did a little.
A lot of people go to humidity and lack of wind. And
we had 6 fans going in there. Like there was like like 4 fans, intake, outtake. Like I mean, we did. He bleached, he painted, he just. Anyway, needless to say, that was the last time we grew that pink Kush, and we never had mold again on anything else. But we also never had bugs either.
Well, there's the environment, and because the one year I think that's where I got it from, because it was all outside on the ground, in the weeds.
It's here too. Like I've got it on my tiger, on my.
There's lots of plants out there. They're just regular outdoor plants that do get powdery mildew on them, and.
Well, it was bad here for like everything had it on it for a while because it was so hot with but there's no humidity. Like there was that was the funny thing. We're getting powdery mildew on stuff when there's no humidity. Yeah. Right.
I'm gonna say that report though was on mold and not mildew. But,
right. Different. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
talking mold spores in the bud and smoking it and consuming it rather than just on the plant leaf itself, right?
Right. Okay, we're going to switch one more topic, and then when we come back from the break, we're going to be talking about the pesticides and Health Canada. That could be a bit of a long conversation, so I don't want to start it right before we go to break. But I see that when it comes to cannabis sales in Canada, got a new record for the month of May. On the legal end of things, and this is only the legal stores. Just think about all the all
Indigenous,
the legacy stores, all the indigenous stores,
right?
we're on top of this, right? So
Yeah.
they're talking close to $500 million for the month. So that's a few bucks.
Where's the money?
I know. I've seen some other people ask the same question. I thought, that's good. We need more people asking that.
We have an MP actually or an MLA, sorry, in Kamloops,
Okay.
the provincial government where the money was
Right.
going, why it wasn't being filtered, because we were always told that it was going to
Yes, I remember we talked about this.
right?
Yeah. Right.
BC made it so the legislation doesn't include the municipalities that opted in, which we assumed that they would, which they should be. And this
Which
is
is recommended also from the federal government, I believe.
healthcare and education is what they told this MLA, and I'm going, it's awfully funny. I don't see any teachers with huge raises in the healthcare. I mean, sure, we've had 700 doctors apply to come to British Columbia to work from the United States. Great. Are you giving them raises? Like, are you going to be raising, like, but to be fair, we've got a new walking clinic here in my town. We've got a NICU unit going in, and they're opening an oncology department here too.
No, that's good. That's good. Now, whether that's coming from cannabis funds or not, it would be nice.
Probably not, because the NICU unit, we actually the town's been fundraising for that, and our auxiliary hospital thrift store has been fundraising.
I think, yeah, when we talked about it before, I think it turned around and they said that they could put that just into their slush fund.
They just did put it in the slush fund. It just
Yeah.
goes into the slush fund. It's given it's put into the general coffers apparently. In every province. I don't know of any provinces that are filtering it back. Did you check to see if Ontario was filtering it back to the municipalities?
Yeah, there's been some contributions from the government to that. I believe Peterborough might have been one of them.
See, so there you go. So there's a difference in their legislation.
Yeah, Ontario, I think there was like 3 or 4 that got it.
But that'd be great if some of our towns got it instead of my town having to borrow another $10 million to fix our fucking dam for our drinking water.
I'm just
The
doing
dam
it.
that we have on our reservoir for our own town's drinking water is fucking 55 years old or 60 years old
Right.
and needs to be repaired. Now we're having to borrow that money.
Okay, now there was an article here in StratCan. It says, "Where's provincial cannabis tax revenue going?" This is from May of last year, so over a year ago.
Right.
And what's he say here? Some provinces like Ontario, Quebec, to a degree, Alberta, have been open about how that money has been spent or allocated. And other provinces and territories appear to be less open. Yeah, BC municipalities have been asking for years, where's the tax dollars? Where's it all gone? Same issue in New Brunswick and Saskatchewan.
Yeah, like, where's the money? And I said to one of the fucking town councilors here one day, came into the store. We didn't even know about it. I'm like, well, Mike, you should be asking these questions. Like the city should be asking the province, like, where the fuck the money is? Especially when you allotted so many stores. And that was the understanding when they allotted the licensing, the business licensing for these stores, that the municipalities would then be able to opt into some of that money. Shouldn't be grants. It shouldn't have to be asked for. It shouldn't have to be a bursary. It should be just filtered into the towns that have opted into the stores. They're getting the townspeople are feeding that.
Yeah, we here in Ontario, people who opted out got like $5,000, but then the money from the province to the people who opted in was of greater money. But I'm looking for any dollar figures.
But again, like if you've got a town like us with, I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're down to 4 stores from 10. We had 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had a couple closed down. No, I think we only had 6. Now we have 4. So we had we were down to 4. But I think those 4 stores, the revenue that they generate for tax dollars should be coming back to the town.
Nice. Yeah, I'm not seeing what I'm looking for here.
But that would take somebody in the city council, these city councilors, to holding the government to their feet to the fire and saying, like, Why are we having to borrow money for our fucking infrastructure when you guys are making all this money off cannabis taxation?
Right. Okay. One more search, see if I can find something.
Isn't Google a lovely thing? I actually was asking it some questions yesterday and found some great answers that I don't think a lot of people know about their criminal records either.
Okay. Something here. To the Association of Municipalities. Yeah, okay.
So I know that the
It
MLA
says here that this is, as I said, okay. I'm just trying to find the date here, the exact date, but it doesn't have an exact date. Bummer. But it says here something about $40 million. And this is from the the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. And it says our members appreciate the government's commitment for the $40 million from the federal excise tax over the next 2 years. Unfortunately, I just can't find the date on
Again,
that.
that's a lot of $40 million. And Ontario's like, let's face it, GDP per capita, Ontario is the largest contributor to cannabis culture, right?
Yeah.
Alberta likes to think that they are, but they're
if you've ever driven across Ontario, it takes you 24 hours to do so.
well, like I said, it's not even the size or proportion of it. The population. There was a thing last night I was watching. It showed the contributing factors on a pie chart on CBC. I think it was on the contributing provinces per capita to the Canadian coffers. Ontario and Quebec are the highest fucking contributors. Alberta's the third, and then British Columbia.
Yeah.
Like, so Alberta can get fucking bent. They're not the highest fucking contributing, GDP in Canada. They're not. Oil and fucking agriculture.
Cannabis agricultural crop makes those numbers go up. That fake pen gives me a bit of.
What do you got on the end? I got a box hot. What do you got?
Oh, I got a gelato number 41.
Oh yeah.
And it's from 1964.
1964. I haven't been able to get their stuff lately here.
Yeah. No added distillates and no added terpenes. It just says.
That's what I read about 1964. So these don't have any added terpenes or anything either. Taven doesn't like them. Like, he just doesn't care for that. So
I found that the one I had terpenes added to it. The box top
depends on if you get the flavor ones or not.
2 gram
flavor, non-flavor. Like, I don't want no peach, and I don't want no cherry. I just want
Yeah, well, that's the nice thing about this. These.
Yeah, so, no botanical terpenes.
Nothing added. That's.
Yeah, no, I don't want the botanical terpenes. I think it just makes it taste fake, and then I'm putting stuff in my lungs that I really don't know.
Yeah, I agree on the fake taste, but I'm looking at terpenes or terpenes, but
they're botanical. But they're botanical. What does that mean?
They're flower.
I know, but I mean, what's peach botanical?
It's when it says added flavor agents. What the fuck is a flavor agent? Is what I say.
I don't want nothing added. I just want.
And does it gone through the burn test that is required for pesticides? But we'll get more into that when we get back from break, because as I said, we're going to talk pesticides.
All right.
All righty.
All right.
So, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And I got to find the right spot. Here we go. Yeah, it's changed. It changed the format. Okay, here we go. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. We're live. You're with the Pace Radio Show, and
Nobody's haven't gotten no money.
so you explain this again?
So we need some donations for the cranberry substitution program. So this is a 65 milligram of Icy Pot, which is a beautiful award-winning topical that comes from CanaMed. If anybody wants to get this, they have to donate minimum $20 to the cannabis substitution program, and I will ship it to you. So the first person, I've got 2 of them, or whoever wants to start donating to this, minimum $20, and I will send it out to you, deliver it in town locally or whatever. But this, all proceeds will go to the Cranbrook Cannabis Substitution Program. Okay, there we go.
All right. Okay. So in this segment of the show, we're going to talk pesticides. Okay. Now, what I did is I did there's been, in the news lately, there's been a lot of this cannabis hymesis syndrome, CHS.
Which is what? People having issues with cannabis? Like let's explain that to people, because a lot of
some people end up are ending up very, very sick with the uncontrollable circular vomiting that you're constantly throwing up very severely, violently, being admitted into hospital, dehydrated. This is basically not having very good time about things. I know a fellow who did actually end up in the hospital twice, and they diagnosed him with the CHS. So there was an article that was out recently that talked about this, and there's been actually several articles out. And what I'm saying, just a lot of the fact that this CHS hasn't come around to like 2004, and where was it before, and why is it only just then? And so on and so forth. This one particular article that I had read, it talked about pesticides. So I thought, okay, well, cannabis is legal here in Canada. I know I was aware of that there's a list of pesticides that are approved with limits and stuff like that. So after that, reading that article during our news broadcast, Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, I went looking for that list. So this is the list that I found. And it says active ingredients list and limits. Limits means how much you can have, right? So here we go. This is the list here of pesticides. And I'm just going to scroll through it quickly. Okay.
I've never heard of half of these ones.
Look at it. Just keeps going. This is all in alphabetical order.
Yeah, I'm seeing this.
Heard of half of them. You'd be lucky if I've even heard of 2 of them. 3 of
I've
them.
never heard of any of them. What are they? Do we know what some of them are used for? Like,
Well, there's micro butanol.
yeah.
It's in there. It's been found on plants.
You know what I noticed though? You know what I do notice a lot in some of the and I was Alvin and I were discussing this when he was home last time. Like,
Yeah.
it's got a funky flavor. It's like, he goes, it's their leaching chemical, because they're using leaching chemicals to get the chemicals that they're nutrients out of their hydroponics, and they're leaving that leaching chemical behind, right?
This is pesticides, is what it
I
says.
know.
I'm
Yeah.
still there. There we go. I'm finally at the bottom list. Now I just did a quick count of them the other day, and no way was it ever considered accurate, but I would say it's closer than a guess. About 88 to 90, 95 different chemicals, pesticides within the chemicals.
And these are pesticides. So I'm thinking these are what, for bug control, like fungal control?
Yeah, this is for bug control.
Well, if you got a clean room, you shouldn't, and you're not, when you're keeping your temps down, you shouldn't have to worry about pesticides.
Yeah. Oh, I know. But they say Health Canada set limits of qualifications for pesticide active ingredients in fresh cannabis, cannabis plants, and dried cannabis. And these limits are based on the identification and qualifications of the molecule using current chemical, analytical, and I think that's good, methods and equipment. Okay.
Unauthorized PCP is used by license holders when
Yeah.
not PCP is listed in the
Like
document.
pest control products.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, PCP, right? Some people might.
Oh yeah. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not. It's not some wild chemical drug. No, it's not some psychedelic.
Correct. I know when I first saw that.
It's
Hang
not.
on here. So yeah, look at that. That's just a huge list of pesticides. Now they're, as I said, cannabis oil. It's different ways, different amounts.
But again, like you have to ask yourself, like, if you've got a clean room and you're keeping your temperatures down, why in the hell do you use these anyways?
Okay. Now another thing I'm going to say is that there's this list that I've got here. It's an older list. So being it's an older list, what's been added to it? Things been taken off.
Or added to it, or what I mean?
Yeah. So, but this gives you an idea, and then you start thinking, well, we're seeing an increase in the CHS. Were people consuming all these different traces of pesticides? I don't know. Before that,
right? And again, if nobody had brought this to anybody's attention, would we know?
Yeah. Now I know of a guy way back when that he got sick all the time and got in the shower. Always had a shower. Back then, there wasn't anything called CHS. They suspected it was something else. But who knows? And I know that there's a possibility that that person was possibly consuming pesticides in their cannabis. So.
Yeah, unfortunately. And again,
Yeah.
before legalization, I mean, this is the list that they're allowed to use. Who knows what they were using on?
Well, yeah.
And again,
Exactly.
and like I said, we had such a bad rap before the Allard case, right? When we could actually prove that the mold and stuff in these houses, and these were like not medical growers that were doing this.
Mhm.
People were growing medically in their own homes. They didn't want mold, spores, and mildew and all this stuff in their houses. Why we weren't throwing, topsoil in the middle of our living rooms and growing dirt, like growing plants in the middle of a fucking living room. Like they
Yeah.
tried to proceed and tell the courts, that this is what we were doing, right? Destroying houses and all these things, right? It just,
Yeah.
it's just flabbergasting at the misinformation that did come out when we were in that Allard case. How many lies that were being told by the Crown, by, I wouldn't say the government per se, because they're just being fed up with the police were telling them.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I did is I decided to do a search on one of these words, and so I went into. It took me into Wikipedia, and it's acephate. I'm gonna say is what it is.
Acephate, what is that?
Yeah, it's a it is an organ phosphate foliar and soil insecticide for moderate persistence with residential or residual systematic activity. Okay. Its primary use of controls of aphids, including resistant species in vegetables, potatoes, carrots, greenhouses, tomatoes, lettuce. Things that nobody smokes, right?
No.
Nobody smokes those things.
No.
It controls leaf miners, caterpillars, sawflies, thrips, spider mites, as well as for the turf and forestry. Okay.
So just keeping your temperatures down.
It's effective at destroying imported fire ants.
What are you growing?
It's
These growers are growing out. A lot of these growers are growing outside.
It's sold as a soluble powder, as an emulsifiable concentrates as pressurized aerosol cans, right?
Yeah.
And in tree injection systems. Now, as of 2012, the EPA no longer allows the usage of this acephate on green beans grown in the United States. And the EU classifies it as an Annex 3 substance, meaning that it meets the requirements to be considered a health and environment hazard.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yet they're okay.
That's only one. That's only one.
Okay, here you go. Just put this on your plants. We don't mind. It's okay.
Now, like the amounts are small. They're all small numbers, but just the fact that it's there.
Why would they think of that? Why would they, if they've got these warnings on them in different countries, why are they even accessible here?
Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, it's just nasty. It's. I'm gonna stick that in the chat.
Hey.
And like I said, it is an older list. I'm sure it's been updated. Hopefully, it has been. Where that is, I'm not sure.
It's unbelievable the stuff that, like I said, even certain things that they allow in our foods and stuff too. Like, I don't know. Thank you. Wasn't there excuse me, sorry. A problem with one of the licensed producers, Origami.
Yeah.
At the very beginning, and weren't they? Was there not a resolution to that? Was there not a court proceedings on that, and then restitution paid or something along those lines? Were the patients ever compensated for that, or?
Well, now bring me back. I was just in the middle. I almost shut us down there. So I was paying attention to what I was doing instead of what you said. Say it again.
Well, we had Origami. right? The licensed producer at the very beginning that was
right. That had the pesticide. There was patients that got a settlement out of that.
Right. So that was resolved, and there was settlements paid out to patients.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
I wasn't sure if that was ever resolved. I know that one of the patients used to be on my Facebook, but I don't know whatever happened to him.
Yeah. Cindy talks about it. Every once in a while, she'll mention it when an organogram story comes up, because they're actually doing, from what I'm seeing, they're doing very well as far as where their standings are on things when it comes to
I think when is it
expanding and
Marcel still work there, or I think Marcel Gagnon.
what's that?
Doesn't Marcel still work at Origami? I think Marcel was working.
Well, I know he was involved with a producer at one point, but I don't know what he is. I don't think he's involved anymore, but I can be sure.
I'm not sure.
See that?
Yeah,
that?
I remember that. I remember his name was Robert, and he was the patient.
Yeah. Just so you know, that link might not have gone out right, but whoops.
Limits of qualification, mandatory cannabis testing for pesticides active ingredients.
Oh, okay, yeah, it did. It went out. Yeah. So, like I said, it's a little bit older list, maybe a new one there, but at one point, this stuff was approved to be used in
And
cannabis,
so
and
as
a lot of it still is. So,
right, and as patients, when we're growing our own cannabis, we do not use these things on our plants. Like I've had spider mites before, and I've actually taken a vacuum with a nylon to suck them off. Like, you know what I mean? We've done everything, like dropped our temps, like done all kinds of, like I said, baked our dirt.
I never baked my dirt, but what I did is when it came to spider mites, my insecticide-free method consisted of water, a cotton ball, and stripping my plants down as bare as possible. Now, usually when I found them, the plant, was, even if it was 2.5 feet tall, I stripped it.
Yep.
Strip it right down so it's just a few leaves.
Yep.
And clean it up. And because of the fact, I checked for eggs underneath the leaves, still wouldn't see anything, but still for the next week I would still wipe the bottom of those leaves just in case a egg was somewhere, or I missed it when I was cleaning up the stem, because I even wiped down the stem.
Yep. Yep.
No.
And then just soap and water in the dirt.
Yeah. I just I'm trying to prevent the cycle.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah, like that's the thing. Like they all come in, like those little rose bushes you get every year that come out of Valentine's Day?
Yeah. I've seen them.
And if you bring them in your house, they are fucking covered in spider mites every single fucking time. So I don't even buy them. I'm just like not even buying them anymore. But again, like I wonder, like is it the temperature in the stores or still the temperature like in your house? Like it's not any. So why is it they get in your house and all of a sudden they just go boof?
Oh, it was like 2 or 3 days later in this rose, it just went frost.
Yeah.
It was covered in them. Holy shit. Yeah, out they go. It was gone.
Out the door. But again, like I don't even buy them anymore because I know ultimately that they're going to end up with spider mites. And even like I have this begonia outside that I took outside and it got hot outside and it's just covered in a nest of web, right? But it's not spider mites, it's actually a spider. It was just like whoosh, I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, those spider mites are tough. I've never had thrips. I've never had anything because I kept my room at 68, between 65 and 68 degrees all the time. Yeah. I've never had spider mites again after that one time, and I've never had thrips. I've never had any issues with a lot of bugs, to be honest. And if I ever did, my first step would always be ladybugs. If I could get ladybugs, that would be my first. Always line of defense if I could get ladybugs, depending on the time of year it was, right?
Yeah. You can get them.
Well, we can get them in the summertime here in the spring.
Yeah.
Our garden center brings them in.
Yeah, I've got.
You can get them in the wintertime too because they actually they freeze them to keep them dormant, right? And we keep them in the fridge. You keep them in the fridge until you're ready to release them, right? So you can get them all year round. It just depends on. Yeah, they can ship them to you anytime. They just have like they freeze them anyway.
Yeah, the I've used them in the past. I'm gonna say I had mixed results, and it's probably more about the system I had, because they to me they tended to go to the lights, and
Oh, like you can have hot lights and kill it.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I had shades that hold the air through the shade, so
the air coolers,
yeah, so I could suck out some of them.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no, I tried them. I tried them a couple times too, and outside it's pointless. They just fly away.
yeah. But as far as the pesticides, it's nasty. And then growing outside, that opens you up to all kinds of nasty bugs.
Yeah, but you wash your buds, like you wash your plants, right? We've talked about that before in previous shows. Where
yeah.
harvesting, you're washing all of that kind of residual off your plants from being outside.
Yeah, during my harvest process, I wash my cannabis, and I never did that for years and years and years. And when I first heard about it, I went WTF, and then I thought about it, and now growing my medicine outside where I control it full time, I can see the bird shit and stuff just all in the leaves now. Never mind once you get buds going on, right?
Yep.
And bugs that can get inside buds where they're growing, stuff like that, in the leaves.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you found a process that works. It doesn't melt the trichomes.
Right. And the thing too is, I'm not even like beside a road, like within. Some people will grow beside the road or just within, and I wash it in 3 pails, one with peroxide in, just a bit of peroxide, and then 2 just straight water. And I'll tell you, that one with the peroxide, the first pail, the color of it, the buds will disappear because it gets that dirty looking. You can take a bud and stick it down, and you can't even see it.
Yeah.
And I thought, holy crap!
Now, do you change the water for every plant, or do you just use
Yeah.
the same?
No, it takes.
It's like washing.
I would have to do one plant in stages.
Yeah. Right.
Or like I do the bottom half and then I do the top half, or I did it in 3s, right? So.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, because you grow bonsais.
They were
huge.
size.
I imagine they're doing pretty well right now too.
They went in late this year.
Yeah.
But they're still happy and still growing, and they may not be 8 feet tall this year, but that's fine. I can't reach 8 feet.
Right.
Right.
It's always good just to have them growing anyway, no matter how big they or small they get, right? Like that's what I miss. Like I don't have anything growing this year. Like I tried several times. I pulled out the bag of seeds again, looked at it again yesterday, and went, I don't want to even fucking bother till I get my room built. Like once my house is renovated, that room built, I will get back at it. But right now.
Yeah. Now, I mentioned before the break too that there's been some new updated guidance on pesticides, and this is the Pest Management Regulatory Agency, and they published new guidance documents this month.
That's for the cannabis taxation money.
Yeah, for cannabis and hemp as well, and this is part of the public consultation process that they had. And it says, given that dried or fresh cannabis and industrial hemp treated with pesticides can be smoked or vaped, the PMRA requires assessment of exposure to pesticide residues through inhalation. In addition to dietary, occupational, and residential exposures, this means companies must perform pyrolysis studies. These studies help identify any potential harmful byproducts that might form when insecticide residues on treated plants are burned, like during smoking or vaping. And it says this guidance specifically covers inhalation and dietary risks of pesticides used on cannabis and industrial hemp crops. And they say that the PMRA acknowledges the unique inhalation risks associated with these products.
Wow. I wonder if they're using these products like as preventative all the time. Like, are they misting their rooms? Is this why there's a guideline for it? Like, is this something that they're doing on a preventative to make sure that they don't have these issues? Like, I'd be curious to know is why they're so
often. Yeah. I would.
You know what I mean? Like, why
Yeah.
are they having to be so like keep repeating on these regulatory issues? Because are they regularly using?
Well, obviously the industry, depending, if you're growing inside, stuff like that, those people with large industrial gardens could end up with, pests because of the fact that there's so many plants for them to watch over and so on and so forth. They're bringing stuff in. They end up with them. So
Well, the thing is that
all of them do.
if their quarantine rooms are kept clean, and there are people that are, because I mean, like, they have to be showering when they get there. They have to be changing their clothes, putting on the hazmat suits, doing all these things to make sure that they're leaving all the elements. Like, even when we worked in the French fry plant, we had to do that, right? Because they don't want you bringing in anything into the plant, right, at all, right?
No, I know.
It's toe from so that you can't bring any elements in. Like, you're not allowed to take your boots out of the fucking plant. Like, you're not allowed, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just wondering if their restrictions are more based on that regulatory than worrying about this regulatory. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. Those are ones that are approved. So,
but are they? Yeah.
is there enough consumption of them in order to do damage? I don't know. I read the information on that one, and it said that the EU doesn't recommend it being used.
Right? Like, that's what I mean. Like, why are we even giving them access to being able to use it?
Yeah.
Like, why is it even available in our country if the EU doesn't even recognize it as being, consumable? Like, and usually our restrictions in Canada are a lot stricter than even the EU is.
Yeah. Yet here we're putting it on, but they were putting it on cannabis that, they're allowed to put it on cannabis, but they're using it not. We don't know that, but they're allowed to put that on. It is just trace amounts.
But again, that cannabis could be used to be made into edibles that people could be consuming internally. It might not just be smokable.
Yeah, well, that's some of the testing, as I just read off there. That's some of the testing that is required that they do oil.
Or you use that, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's good. I mean, I'm glad that they're making
good to see. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. It's good that they do require those testings. Let's just hope, and it's only because based on the stuff that we see in the news, we know labs can have problems.
Right. So, well, we do. We know that there's always a lack of something. There's always like shortage of staff. There's so many things.
Or there's numbers that are wrong. There's a big thing going
I know
on.
I've lived that experience myself with numbers being wrong and end up, with anyway.
Yeah. All right. I see it's break time again. Top of the hour. All right. And other than that, we should head off to break. What do we got back when we come back? We're going to talk. We did the pesticide talk. Oh, we're going to get into some research articles and information as we share research information with people as well. All right. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. We will see you in about 2 3/4 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers. plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. We're live. You're watching the Pace Radio Show, and welcome to the third segment of the broadcast. In this segment, we've got some research articles that we're going to touch on, and let's see. You know, when it comes to drinking and driving, impaired driving, they are always, when it comes to cannabis and impaired driving, they compare us to alcohol and to things, and they set limits. Part of the big problem is that there's no breathalyzer that they can just take and have someone breathe into, like we do with alcohol.
Well, didn't they have one that they were like kind of using in Australia, or some sort of machine of some sort that they were testing in Australia that didn't really give accurate information? Like a few years ago. Like we're talking.
That's a possibility a few years ago for sure. Because they're always talking about, they use the saliva test, right? And then the DREs, and then eventually blood. And then they set the arbitrary number of 5 nanograms of THC, as far as saying that you're impaired, which is an arbitrary number.
For 6 weeks, fucking the week before we drove, like.
Yeah. Now, this report that I've got here says that the researchers have claimed that they have the first ever detection of cannabinoids in human breath after the use of cannabis edibles. Never mind smoking. This is just the edible end of things. And what do they say? Of course, they say more research is necessary, of course.
Well, again, like it limits people, because like here we have, you can go to a bar, you can go and have dinner and a drink, you can, you can, but you can't go and have an infused dinner, because then you couldn't drive, because you've had like a bowl of soup with maybe like 2 drops of THC in it? Like, what were the limitations? Like, so again, they're demonizing the fact that usage of any amount of cannabis is immediate impairment when it's
Well,
not.
you know, most patients who consume cannabis would wake up with more than 5 nanograms of THC in their blood on a regular basis.
I would. In
Oh,
fact,
yeah.
I had to have a drug test when I worked at H&R Transport, and they told H&R that there was so much THC in my blood that they've never seen that much. And it's like, yeah, because I consume it on a daily basis. This is back
Yeah.
like early 90s before patients and all these things, right? And I was like, dude, I don't drink. I smoke cannabis. And yeah, I go home and I smoke a joint or 2 at night every
Mhm.
day.
Yeah.
As a drug addict. As a drug addict. Oh my God.
So in this research, they said that they took breath samples of the participants were collected before and after ingesting the THC-infused edible, which subjects were asked to bring in themselves. The products ranged in strength from 5 milligrams to 100 milligrams of THC, though the report notes the amounts were not independently verified. Okay.
Were they homemade bagels?
They said that collection was done using 2 different methods, one described as an aerosol device and the other as a condensed device. Samples were taken before ingestion and at the 3 time points, which were 47 minutes, 92 minutes, and 180 minutes afterwards. And they were asked to refrain from inhaling any cannabis for hours beforehand. No edibles 12 hours before, and no smoking 8 hours before. Let's see.
And this was to use a like detector. This is
Yeah.
what the-
THC detected in breath samples from 27 of the 29 participants were edible ingested, ranging from trace amounts to greater than 0.4 nanograms. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, the finding detectable before cannabis use shows how challenging it is to interrupt a single THC. This is the fact that they pick it up in the breath.
After you're eating it.
Yeah, after you're eating it. Like, what's this thing machine like when it comes to smoking?
But if they can detect it in your breath after you've eaten it because you've consumed it, so it's coming in, it's coming in from the inside. So your breath is going to continue
Yeah.
to emit that, right? Where smoking goes in the lungs and then comes out, it's not the same consumption.
Yeah.
Right?
Now let's see.
Because
Yeah.
if you go through your whole digestive system, your blood and everything, like with edibles, right? It's different.
Okay, it says that of the 29 participants in the study, 19 showed a significant increase in THC concentration after edible ingestion at any of the 3 post-use time points. 4 showed no change, and 6 showed a significant decrease in THC after the edible use.
What? Apparently their cannabinoid system needed that THC, so they just ate it all up.
Yeah. And well, it's gone. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like where did it go? It was already gone.
Yeah, it was there at the beginning, but it was gone in the end. Yeah, it showed a decrease in levels.
So they don't want that test because then it means that it's showing that you can actually like consume and get away with,
We say here breath samples from 2/3 of the participants in this study showed an increase in THC concentration after cannabis ingestion, but the remaining 1/3 are not necessarily inconsistent with the hypothesis that recent cannabis use can be detected in the breath, regardless of the mode of use. So that would rule out smoking too. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to come up with something that, you brush your teeth, maybe, unless you ate, see, you took those edibles, but they weren't able to eat or drink anything after they consumed that edible, right? It was somebody consumed or ate something else after that edible. Then are you going to still be able to detect that?
That's what, people don't, I guess, what you're drinking, your alcohol. But yeah, if they just focus on a detector that's just smoke related, they won't catch all those people who are eating gummies and chocolate bars and cookies and all the other edibles.
But they're not going to be able to catch it anyway until they're going to have to somehow come up with some way to be able to legally take your blood. Because in reality, and even then, you're not going to be able to tell whether somebody consumed a week ago or that minute because of the difference in.
Yeah, but isn't the procedure now where if they do the test out on the road, like they can do your walking test, all that stuff. They do the saliva test out on the road. They can do the DRE or bring you into the DRE in the police station. And I believe the DR. I'm thinking the DRE can order some blood, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they
I
can.
understand it's been defeated in courts in the past with the alcohol thing.
Yeah, you
but
can.
I don't know of it being challenged in the.
No, because nobody in Canada has ever been impaired that badly with cannabis for anybody to be able to detect it.
Well, I've seen people charged with cannabis and driving, or impaired by drugs. So sorry, it just says impaired by drugs. So I'm just assuming, and if they've been caught with cannabis close to the driver,
I just don't see anybody that impaired by cannabis to be able to detect it, unless they're like driving like. I don't know any. I sit here. I've smoked how many joints through this whole.
Oh, I know. Well, I can see you and me. All that's now about a newbie.
I've got several people that don't smoke that much, that don't even like. They smoke one joint,
Right.
they're going to sleep. They want to go and eat. They want to go to bed. That's as far as they get. They just want. They're tired.
I just tolerance. Our tolerance level is just higher than everybody, than others, than newbies, right?
That's a possibility too. But again, like I said, like I know several people that smoke recreational, medicinally, some that barely smoke at all, and the ones that barely smoke at all, it's like, no, I can't smoke until it's bedtime because I'll be sleeping, and I know it will. Most people that like I know, again, we're not talking teenagers. Like I'm not talking, again, I just don't see it.
Yeah. Now they say here in 2023, a federally funded study concluded that evidence does not support the idea that detecting THC in breath as a single measurement could reliably indicate recent cannabis use.
I could brush my teeth 100 times and then leave the house. Prove it,
Yeah.
sucker. Unless you're actually watching me do this.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And then I'd still fucking deny it. You're looking at what you're talking about.
They say here, okay, they say ultimately there may not be a way to assess impairment from THC like we do with for alcohol. One complication is that if you have chronic users versus infrequent users, they have very different concentrations correlated to different effects. So the same effect level, if you will be correlated with a very different concentration of THC in the blood of a chronic user versus an infrequent user.
Impairment of alcohol and impairment of cannabis are two separate things.
Two completely different
You
things.
cannot compare them. And again, I would not get behind the wheel if I even had one drink. I just will not, because I am not saying that I'm impaired, but I know because I'm small that if I had to blow into one of them fucking little machines, that if it's a possibility with one consumption of one alcoholic drink, because of my body weight, I may blow over that 0.04 that they've now set the limit for, right? Because they've lowered that barrier down too. Mind you, I don't drink that often anyways. And when I do, I definitely am not driving anywhere. Like
I haven't had a drink of alcohol in over 22 years. So
I found these lovely little things at Safeway, and they're virgin vodka or the virgin beer Caesars.
Oh, so there's no alcohol in the beer?
No alcohol in them, but it tastes like a Caesar with a little bit shot of beer in it. And they're super good, and they're alcohol free.
Oh, that's good. That's good. The virgin drink.
I still have that Caesar that I'm craving, and it's got no booze in it. Yeah.
So there you go. Still working on breathalyzers, and even a federally government study says that.
And that's where all our cannabis taxation's going.
This is the U.S. That was a U.S. report. Just so
Yeah,
you know.
but again, it's probably in Canada too. Now they're trying to.
Yeah,
report
they're
research
working
on the
on.
harms in it.
Yeah, and I'm sure that at some point somebody will come up with something. But whether how reliable it is, who knows?
Well, we're going on year 8, and they haven't come up with nothing yet.
Yeah. Okay. Now here's.
Hasn't fallen.
Now at the beginning of the show, we're going to finish off the way we started the show, and that was when I mentioned about sleep apnea and cannabis. All right, and they say this one's report here says that the biggest study ever done on cannabis for sleep apnea just got published, and it shocked big pharma is what it says. Now, goes on to say within the article, that Minnesota state investigators analyzed 3,100 patients of sleep apnea who were enrolled in a medical cannabis program. And in the study, they discussed how 40% of the patients experienced sustainable and significant improvements after they began using medical cannabis. Cannabis was most commonly consumed by the patients through inhalation. Flower and oil were also equally popular, although additionally, high THC products were widely used by the patients. So 40%. Now, I think that we had that on a news broadcast for Psychedelics Campus Education and News recently, and somebody commented that it didn't help their hubby or their partner because they just keep snoring away logs all night long. It sort of sounded like you know. So it said 40%. So maybe that person who commented on YouTube was part of the 60%, right?
I'm not saying it doesn't work for everybody.
No,
But again, like we've said numerous times, it doesn't work for everybody for certain things.
Yeah.
Right? It works for other people for other things. And what it might work for me, but it might not work for you. And what might not work for you
Right.
might work for
Right.
me. Right. So
Exactly.
again, I never say it's right or wrong. It's just that everybody's different. Right. There's
Yeah.
no right or wrong. It's just that we're all different. And that's,
They said the state investigators asked the patients to complete self-evaluations to assess their symptoms and if there were any changes. And they explained that patients experienced significant improvements in their sleep within 4 months of beginning the treatment and were able to maintain the sleep improvement for an additional 4 months. So you're looking at 8 months. Maybe Alvin's beyond the 8 months. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't go that long. I don't know.
well, like I said, he doesn't have any problem falling asleep. Right?
No.
He can sleep in 2 minutes flat. Like he can be here laying next to me sawing logs, and I'm like battling, 3 hours later. And
No,
then
but-
he's snoring for 2 of them, right? So
No, but if someone is snoring, does that automatically mean that they have sleep apnea?
I don't know. I
That's-
snore too. I'm sure I do, and
I've caught myself snoring on the couch as I'm watching TV at
Yeah.
night.
again, like I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
If that's like maybe one side effect of it, but again, I don't know. I don't know. I've
Now,
never
this
looked
is-
into it because I'm waking up 16 times a night anyway. So yeah.
Now, the researchers also analyzed the impact of oral THC. Mind you, they did not use baked goods or anything like that. They used dronabinol, so they used synthetic. And they said that 73 adults had moderate to severe sleep apnea, and they used dronabinol. And this is it was given to the patients every night in increasing doses over the course of 6 weeks. And according to the patients, the use of it before going to bed was effective in reducing the intensity of the symptoms while also helping to contribute to sleepiness.
Right.
So
Well, like
people have found some benefits to it.
if I want to sleep, I just buy sativa.
Oh, I'm an indica person to go to sleep, but I don't grow sativa. So
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I
um,
have to have sativa.
I've got this hash plant though. It's looking sativa as far as the leaves, but in height wise, it's looking pretty stunted, like an F.
Yeah, you were telling me that. You think it might be a combo, it might be who knows? Like I said, these days, I don't even know if we've got a pure strain left anymore, do we? Is there anything that hasn't been
Yeah,
fucked with?
really. I know. Yeah, everything's a hybrid. Everything's
Right? Like, is there anything out there that hasn't been fucked with? Just asking for a friend. Pino 1, Pino 2,
no,
67. Like
Yeah.
asking for a friend. Is there anything out there that hasn't been fucked with yet?
Yeah, exactly. And just for those who always say they're always concerned about youth consumption is normal, reports are showing time and time again that youth cannabis use remains stable as more states legalize.
Like I said,
So I think we could throw that
more than if it was legal either. So
that fear mongering thing out that has always been out there that if you legalize cannabis you're going to
like I said, legalized heroin doesn't gonna make me go and do it.
correct. Well,
Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
No.
So
I think people are gonna do it whether it's legal or not. So we did.
correct. People get access to it.
Yep.
So yeah, the kids the sky has not fallen in on that.
No many pennies today.
Yeah, they mentioned overuse cannabis use from stable or declining trends among younger Americans between the age of 12 and 20. It's a new 4-year low actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can see it. I can see it here on the chart.
Yeah. Well, and I've got my theory on that because they've got no access, so now they're using different drugs. We have access to them on the street, and that's why we're losing our youth because they've got access to other drugs. Because we need to regulate them all and get them all off the streets. Because now they can get meth and fentanyl and other things that are way cheaper and way easier to access because we legalized cannabis.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's like I said, that's my theory why why the consumption of youth has gone down because they have no access. They're using other drugs.
Other stuff instead, which obviously hasn't had very good results.
No.
Yeah. I know of some people, younger people who have passed on. You read about it in the local paper or you see it on Facebook that someone's passed, and it's always
and that's the thing. Yeah, they're really young, and that's the saddest part. And again, like why we need to legalize and regulate them all, and then they're off the streets.
Well, yeah, our friend, our mutual friend Allison, she's been saying that for decades.
30 years. 30 years. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, like I said, when I got involved in this in 2006, it wasn't about patients; it was about law reform, right? About changing the laws and
cannabis,
and regulating it and doing exactly what we did. And then as I went along, I learned more about the medical portion of it, right? And then I became a patient myself because I learned as I went along. But again, we need to regulate all drugs. We need to get them all off the streets, get them out of the commodity, out of the hands of dealers. They're saying that they're giving free drugs in BC. There's no free drugs in BC. It's a safe supply, and it's still not free.
Well, I could just think how many times that you discussed about people having cannabis readily available to sell, and now it's not worth $300-400 for a pound. Like I was talking to a guy the other day. He was telling me that one of the stores near him, he's in the U.S. That it was $400 for a friggin' ounce of cannabis at one store.
But it used to be like that here too. I mean, it was never more than about $250. You know, and a pound of pot used to be $3,500, $2,500 to $3,500.
Now you can get a pound for almost the same you could get an ounce for. 2 ounces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and even like the legal programs are not paying those licensed producers a lot of money for their pounds. They're not. It was like we said, they should be the price of a pound of tomatoes, right? Same as a bushel of wheat. So and here we are. Agriculture, it's a plant, right? And again, you have the drug commodity at CDSA when it was listed, that made it harder to grow, criminal offenses, blah, blah, blah. Why it was so costly. It was risky to grow, especially the good stuff. Never mind, get it to where it had to go to be sold. And now it's not that risky because it's legal. So why would it be that worth that much?
Oh yeah, exactly. The price went down, dropped down, obviously huge, and it's not a hot item like it was. And,
well, whiskey used to be worth a lot more than it is now too, and it was illegal. Not now, but you know what I mean? Like when alcohol was illegal, same thing, right? And it was all big taboo and the speakeasies, and everybody was, now like there was actual community around alcohol when it was illegal, right? Kind of like the cannabis. And then when alcohol became legal and prohibition ended, all those speakeasies and all those hidden
they
all disappeared, right?
They actually had medical alcohol during prohibition.
Yeah, they did. Again, all those speakeasies and all those little businesses and all those hidden away gems and all those places that people would hide and all those nightclubs and all those dance halls that were hidden behind doors, all those businesses closed. They didn't need to do that anymore, right? It's the same
Right.
thing.
And now we're seeing the mushrooms go through the same thing.
Yeah. Right. And cannabis, the same thing. Our community, we used to have festivals and parties and get-togethers, and now we don't even do that because it's.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's all gone. There's some events here and there.
But they're from the legal market. You have to be a bud tender, and you have to. Be
and
advertise and
there were events going on in Toronto. Like this past weekend, there was an event in Hamilton, the Canna Crawl, that had vendors and stuff like that. That was Legacy Market, but I'm not seeing very many. Like that's the Canna Crawl. That happens every once in a while. But I know another one in Toronto has seemed to have gone quiet. So I'm not sure why. I don't know. But yeah. Be nice to see these events come back, but there's actually the Indigenous Cup is coming up in August. August. So.
Well, I see your ex-counterparts having their own little northern gathering. I just
I don't pay attention to that.
Either. And then Harvest Fest has been canceled this year too. But they're still having a private gathering. Their community is going to have a private gathering at a private hall. It's just going to be one day. It's not going to be a great big cup like they normally have. But again, even like people like, why aren't you doing your thing out here? It's like, I have no. Who's gonna pay for it? Like, who's for it, right?
Yeah. So, alrighty. Well, I see it's the bottom of the hour. Did you want to throw out that icy pot there in case you get? Somebody might send you money after the show.
Right? So this is a 65-gram icy pot, the largest one you can get. And I am going to throw this out there. I will ship it to you. It's the first person that sends me $20. This is worth $65 retail. I will ship it. And if you want to donate more, but all the proceeds, I've got 2 of these, will go to the Cannabis Substitution Program in Cranbrook because we need RSO to make candy. So icy pot retails for $65. Tamirali9@hotmail.com. Come on, folks. You know you want it.
There you go. All right. Anything else before I sign us off?
No, because this dog's like gonna get.
I can hear it.
Hi in here.
I can hear him earlier. All right. Tamara and I will be back next week after us tonight. I don't know if Newbie and Doobie's on tonight or not. But tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, catch me and Cindy with Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And other than that, thanks to Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Thanks for everybody for tuning in and watching or listening to the broadcast. Other than that, good night, and we will see you later. Bye-bye.
Yay.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Coming to us from CBC Indigenous News, Member 2 Chief calls cannabis enforcement ban political. And Chief Terry Paul says Band wants Nova Scotia government to negotiate over the regulation and sale on Indigenous land. The dispute over cannabis enforcement in Member 2 First Nation continues to escalate, and leadership is now calling recent provincial actions politically motivated. In a follow-up to earlier tensions, Member 2 Chief Tony Paul says directive involving enforcement around cannabis sales on the territory is not about public safety, but politics. Absolutely, Terry. According to reporting from CBC News, the chief described the situation as a targeted move that undermines the community's authority and economic independence. At the center of the issue is ongoing disagreement between Member 2 leadership and the province of Nova Scotia, who has jurisdiction to regulate cannabis sales within the First Nation, while provincial authorities maintain that existing laws must be enforced consistently. Member 2 leaders argue that Indigenous communities have the right to govern commerce on their own lands. Chief Paul pushed back strongly against outside interference, suggesting that enforcement actions risk damaging a successful, self-sustaining local economy. Member 2 has long been recognized for its economic development, with a range of businesses contributing to employment and financial independence within the community. The chief also warned that continued pressure from provincial or federal authorities could strain relationships and undermine reconciliation efforts. For many observers, the situation reflects a broader national conversation about Indigenous sovereignty, particularly in emerging industries like cannabis, where jurisdictional lines are still being tested. Supporters of Member 2 say this is about more than cannabis. It's about respecting Indigenous governance and recognizing that First Nations are not simply stakeholders, but rights holders. As tensions continue, the outcome of this dispute set important precedents for how cannabis regulation intersects with Indigenous jurisdictions across Canada.
You tossed your keys in a coffee cup, half smile hanging as you packed your stuff.
Boots on hardwood, echo like a drum. You said that line, then you were gone. Bang, bang, wobble, wobble is what you said, laughing from the doorway. Shaking your head, you spun around that low, that crooked grin. Bing, bang, wobble, wobble, and you walked on in to a brand new life. Left me here in this half-made bed with bing, bang, wobble, wobble in my Smelled your perfume on the pillowcase.
You always danced when the day went wrong. Turned every stumble into a song. Bing, bang, wobble, wobble is what you said, like a joke that only we ever read. You tipped your glass, wink once, then turned. Bing, bang, wobble, wobble, guess I finally learned. You were halfway gone, now it's just your boots and words instead. Bing, bang, wobble, wobble in my head.
Maybe we're a crooked two-step. Maybe we're a lonesome tune.
But if you turn that truck around, I'll be waiting in this room. Bing, bang, wobble, wobble.
Come back and stay.
Kick that dust off.
Let the record play.
We'll miss a step, we'll trip, we'll sway. Bing, bang, wobble, wobble, we'll find our way. Through this crazy love, two fools dancing on the edge. With bing, bang, wobble, wobble in our heads. Bang, bang, wobble, wobble.
One more time.
One more time.
You say you're yours, I say you're mine.
Wobble, wobble, till the end. Loving you like I just began.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Coming up on today's show, we're going to be looking at what's been happening in the news.
And then we've got Timmy's cinema review, where he's going to tell us just how did Harold and Kumar escape Guantanamo Bay.
As well, we're going to be looking at what gets me going.
Well, what gets me going?
And what gets her going is the death of cannabis retail.
That's true. And of course, part 2 of our special interview with Canadian rap artist Chocolate.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, and I am the doobie.
Today on the show, we are celebrating World Freedom Day.
That's a good day to celebrate.
Right? Who doesn't want freedom? Although they do say that, do people really want freedom? No, wait, that's not the word. It was privacy. Is this World Privacy Day?
No, it's World Freedom Day.
Okay, no, I was going down a whole different...
But what is freedom? Like freedom to just make your own choices, to travel, to...
No, free. Yeah, free. You're
like,
free.
to do whatever you want.
You are free to make a decision, right or
within
wrong.
Like, well, I guess you're not free to murder.
No, you are. You are absolutely. You are free. Okay,
but you have to take.
You are
the
free to murder,
consequences.
but you need to accept the consequences of that decision. So,
Don't do that. Don't worry.
a free world basically allows us. It's like if you're being a parent and you're giving your kids freedom, that gives them the freedom to make wrong choices and to fail, and to experience the consequences of those failures. And as we grow up, parents no longer in there. But I think freedom is simply that. Freedom is the ability.
So like you're saying, I'm free to walk on that parking curb if I want to.
Yes.
And if I fall off and hurt myself, I have to deal with the consequence of
But
the
you're free to
swollen
do that.
ankle.
You're free to do that.
I just might.
And people can put up fences and signs to say, listen, we want you to know you shouldn't put that chainsaw in your mouth.
You don't put Tide Pods in your mouth.
Right. But we cannot ultimately stop
That's
you.
why you are free to do so.
Like, think
But
about it.
That's not why they call it World Freedom Day. There's a specific reason why today
Today was
World Freedom
today
Day.
was a monumental day.
Today, okay, so
in
it was
history. Today in history.
in
we should
history.
say. What year did this happen?
Well, it depends on if we're talking about the same thing.
Well, doesn't it have to do with the Berlin Wall?
It does.
Okay.
We are talking about the same
Okay.
thing. Once again, here on the Newbie and Doobie, we are in sync. Well, not in sync.
No.
No.
I would be Justin.
Backstreet Boys.
I would be Justin. And in that case, I would be
wanted,
Nick.
one time I wanted to create a synchronized swimming team that also sang, and I would call it In Sync, but SINK.
You know what? Even better, you should just synchronize swim to NSYNC songs.
Right? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Done.
Coming up
on
a future episode of the Newbie and the Doobie.
Newbie and the Doobie.
You know, I thought it was something else entirely. I didn't know it was Berlin Wall.
Yeah.
And I literally, I know nothing about the Berlin Wall.
The World Freedom Day. Okay, so the Berlin Wall was, well, I was going to say it's a famous wall, but you're not. Okay, so
Well, I've heard of it. I just don't know what happened.
Well, let me walk you through some stuff. Okay. So to be fair, I had to look up some stuff, but 1961. Okay.
Maybe that's why I don't remember.
All right.
It
Well,
didn't happen yesterday.
I wasn't around
That's
either.
what I mean. It didn't happen yesterday.
It didn't happen yesterday. 1961. It was communist, the communist side of Germany.
Okay.
On the east. They created this barbed wire concrete structure.
Okay.
Basically, because who knows? I don't want to get into all the political thing, but they were trying to stop a whole bunch of people from fleeing the east to go to the west.
Okay. It was like a east side, west side, like east side. Oh, no, it's west side.
Very much Biggie Tupac.
West side. Sorry.
Is it Tupac? Tupac. I always get that mixed up. But that's what it is. It's kind of like, or no, wait, no, it wasn't Biggie Tupac. They were on the same side, but then it was Snoop was on the east, right?
Did you just say Biggie and Tupac were on the same side?
Weren't they on the same side?
I thought Biggie shot Tupac and Tupac shot Biggie.
No. I think they were on the
How
same
did that
side.
work?
And then there was like, I
See,
don't
that's
know.
still
See,
before my time.
This is called.
I wasn't.
This
paying
is called
attention.
getting out of your lane. I have no idea about what happened in the hip-hop
I know. I was
culture.
playing 90s hip hop for you the other day, and I was like, you know this one, I was playing "Hits from the Bong" by Cypress Hill, and you were like, I know that sound. I've heard it before. I'm like, yes.
But
and you named it. I was so proud
But
of
then
you.
we put a little on the Bengals, and
Like the
walk like an
Tigers?
Egyptian. No.
Oh.
All right. Let's stay in our lane. So 1961, Germany became East and West.
Okay.
And the Berlin Wall was splitting that up.
Okay.
But on November 9th, 1989. Okay, so I was 16.
Okay.
So I was fully functioning as being able to really understand what was going on. And this was all over the TV. And back then, you didn't have the ability to go online and watch it after that. So people were like literally climbing the wall. People were taking hammers because the announcement had been made that you were now allowed to cross the border freely. But of course, there's a wall there. So it's kind of like that hindrance, but you can go it if you want. And sure enough,
So
the people went
were
out
like,
there.
"That's enough."
And we were watching it on TV as people were not only climbing the walls, but taking hammers. And it was this.
Oh my God, I would have cried.
It was an amazing
I want to
celebration.
cry now. It just the feeling of those people. Oh my God. Can you tell it's that time of the month? I'm like so emotional. But like the feeling of tearing down that wall.
Yeah, no,
to
it
get
was,
to freedom.
Once it not only was a very physical like moment in history, but it was symbolic in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And sitting back in Canada as a 16-year-old boy who had no idea. I was in a pretty chill household. I didn't have a whole lot of rules. The concept of not being able to freely go and come as you please, those type of things, like to have the only wall that ever stood in my way. You are tearing up.
I'm trying hard not to, and it's literally just pouring out the side.
The only wall that ever stood in my way was internal walls that I had built myself to stop me from being free. But the concept of this, it was fascinating. But I watched it as it was happening, and that was the beauty of pre-internet was you saw this stuff happening, and it was in the moment. It wasn't like, hey, watch that clip later.
Mhm.
You couldn't put it aside. You had to put everything else you were doing in life and choose to engage in something.
Yeah.
And I was 16 watching this thing happen, and it was I still today can remember the images, but that was what happened, and that's what this day became standing for, is breaking down those walls and celebrating freedom.
I cannot believe I'm crying right now.
I
cannot-
believe you're crying.
cannot.
I believe you're crying
Because
because
you
I know
spend
you.
time with me.
Because I know you. Yeah.
You know, I watch. I can tell you if the show has good writers, if it's a drama series, because I am the one sitting on the thing crying, like, oh my god, such good writing.
And this wasn't even writing.
No, but this is it's kind of like what's happening now with this the virus that the whole world is facing. We're all dealing with the same thing, so we can kind of feel what other people are going through. And I could imagine the entire world, you know what I mean? Like when Princess Diana died, we all sat around the TV and we watched and we mourned together. I could see that same thing with even though, like you say, we're in Canada and we have freedom to go and come as we please. I can only imagine the way people must have been feeling. So that's why
it was pretty amazing. And to know that was simply, and like to have something like that those are stories that you kind of go, oh, that was back in like the 1800, 1900, but it's like, no, this like literally in my generation, stuff like this was going on, and how far the world has come.
Just so you know, that was the 1900s.
It was. Yeah, it
oh my God.
Was.
Okay. So funny. I seen a TikTok the other day. Just want to say this because 1900s. Buddy goes in to show his ID. She says, ma'am, can I see your ID? And he's like, yeah. And he says, do you need me to pull it out? She says, no, I can see the one from here. And he's like, the one? She's like, yeah, at the beginning of your birth year. And he stopped and he was like, oh my God.
You're too old.
You're of age if you're 19 something.
Yeah, all I need to know is there a 1 at the beginning or a 2?
If there was a 2, I need to see that.
That's funny.
Was that it on the Berlin Wall?
Yeah.
So it's funny that you said the only wall that you had to deal with was the wall that you built for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because when we heard it was when I heard it was the World Freedom Day, had to do with the wall coming down. I was like, oh, like the song by Pink Floyd, The Wall.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, I went to Google and I'm like,
I think Pink Floyd was on Tupac's side. I'm pretty sure. But anyways.
I think he was on Elvis's side.
Oh, that's probably more likely.
Which is not dead.
I don't even think Pink Floyd was an
Elvis
actual
isn't dead.
person, but
Well,
was it? No, I don't think there was a guy named Pink Floyd.
No, it was a band.
Okay,
called
all right.
Pink Floyd.
Right. He was best friends with Led Zeppelin, Mr. Led Zeppelin.
Is that a name too? His name
I think
was
so.
Led.
I think his name was Led. It was Led and
Was
Pink
it
hanging out.
Leonard Zeppelin?
Leonard.
And he did use
He's
like,
like,
I'll just cut the middle.
I'm not going with Leonard. That sounds goofy. I'm like Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I did a little bit of research and it's not about the Berlin Wall.
Right. Okay.
Right. So according to the band, the wall is actually the self-isolating barrier that we build for ourselves over the course of our lives. And the bricks are the people and events that turn us inward and away from other people.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense because the lyrics are all in all, you're just another brick in the wall.
Right.
So it's really nice that you said that because the emotion that I was feeling and what we just talked about and how good it would feel to tear down that wall.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if you could tear down this self-isolating barrier, this friggin' wall that you put up to protect yourself due to past experience with people and things and just be free.
Yeah. Well, and we've talked about it on other shows where we talked about facing fears and stuff that we are both individually and together on a journey of breaking those walls down, the internal walls.
Oh yeah. There's
And
been a lot of this over the last couple of years, and
don't just climb
sad
over the wall.
tears.
Don't just climb over the wall, the internal walls of fears and barriers that you've put up in your life. Take hammers and chisels to it. But also, even more than that, this show is about breaking down that wall. There is a newbie and a doobie sitting across the table here, discussing cannabis from both sides, from two very different backgrounds. And we know there's a stigma out there, and our goal is to break that stigma, to break down that wall and the barrier, and just be able to have the conversation, because too many times the newbies and the doobies, they're separate. They don't understand the other side's perspective.
They don't even bother to try.
No.
That's where I'm like, please just try.
So let's celebrate World Freedom Day once again here
Yeah.
by having a conversation where a newbie and a doobie can talk about cannabis, and
maybe a conversation with yourself too,
right,
about some of these things that you need to tear down.
maybe there's a wall between you. Maybe you're a newbie like me, and there's a wall between you and cannabis, but it's a wall that was built on horrible misinformation, disinformation, and maybe that wall needs to come down too. So, all right,
break the walls.
Break the walls.
All right, should we get into birthdays?
Yeah, let's do some quick birthdays quickly.
All right. Well, there's not many today.
All right,
So
what do
we
we
got
got?
Chris Jericho, wrestler,
Jericho,
right?
wrestler, yep.
Turning 51.
Yep.
We got Nick Lachey from that show and band 98 Degrees.
Oh, he wasn't in Sync?
No.
Okay.
No,
all right.
he was too hot.
Yeah.
See what I did there? 98 Degrees.
Ah. Hot.
He was the hottest.
How
of
old
the
is
group.
he?
He is 48.
Didn't he marry Jessica Simpson?
No, he married Vanessa Hudgens.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. Sorry, Vanessa.
That's okay. One thing we do on this show is spout off information that may or may not be true.
And yes, he was with Jessica Simpson, and they had that show for a short.
Yeah, they had a
period
little
of
bit of
time.
show. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just trying to.
I never watched it.
Dismiss her because it was a long time ago. Anyways, and Cisco.
Cisco.
I was
Okay.
waiting for you to say Cisco.
Cisco. I don't even know if we have time for this story. Let me.
Can I say just one thing?
Yeah.
Okay. If you do not know who Cisco is, I was like, wasn't that Drew Hill? No. Cisco is a member of Drew Hill, which is a band, and they're still going strong today. And he's 43. Happy birthday, Cisco.
Cisco is the story that
Yes.
I have. Okay.
Yep.
Let me tell this story very
well,
quickly.
it's not. It's Choclair, but okay.
So we met with Choclair, not Choclair. And I told him this story, and MJ said, don't tell him the story, but I had to tell him the story. And I sat down and I said, when I heard that we were going to be sitting down and meeting Choclair, I was like, oh, that's awesome. I remember Thong Song, Thong Song, or whatever. Don't ask me to sing the song.
Yeah.
And MJ's like, that wasn't Choclair, that was Cisco.
I said Cisco.
Cisco. And I was like,
Stay in your lane, Timmy.
So I'm like, oh, I can't wait to tell that to Choclair. And she's like, do not tell it to Choclair. So we get on the stage. He comes out, sits down in the interview. And what do? The very first story I tell him is that I thought he wrote Thong Song. And you know what? He took it like a champ.
Yes. Well, what's funny is he actually had a story about what he was doing music wise when Thong Song came out and
Right.
how it was like overplayed at the bars. And yeah, it was fun, but yeah,
that's my-
not so much funny when Timmy was like, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do
Choclair's
it.
a good dude, and I'm sure Cisco is too. I've never met him, but Thong Song.
I used to love Drew
I don't even know.
Hill.
That's not even
I
right.
used to love Drew Hill.
Are we ready to get rolling?
We are. You know I'm always ready for that.
Roll it.
What's been happening in the news?
Well, a rare smelly corpse flower, aka the penis plant, bloomed for the first time since 2018.
Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing. It's a corpse smelling penis plant.
That
Some-
hasn't bloomed in a while.
Some things literally just write themselves, folks.
Road trippers from North Carolina buy lottery tickets in 11 different states, winning them the $2 million Powerball prize in Virginia.
After tallying their fuel receipts from that trip, the couple celebrated their $32 profit at a local Denny's.
Two brothers and a friend from Idaho set a Guinness World Record by passing a beach ball back and forth 673 times in just 3 minutes.
And in other news, there is clearly nothing to do in Idaho.
An alligator in Mississippi approached a golfer, snatched his ball in his jaw, and headed for the pond.
The golfer, while finishing the back nine, was heard saying, There goes my shot at a 69.
RCMP remind Nova Scotians to lock their doors after a pair enter the wrong home and clean it.
My door is literally open all the time. Sponges are underneath the sink. You know, I would literally allow myself to be tied up, pistol whipped, and left for dead if somebody would come in and clean my house. That is a home invasion I would welcome.
Take note. Police are hunting for a loose monkey spotted in Tokyo.
Bangkok responds to the news with, "Hold our beer."
Now to the serious news, shall we?
We shall.
Okay. So the High Tide Cannabis Store is going to be transitioning to a discount club model.
Like a Costco kind of thing?
Well, sort of, I guess. There's going to be exclusive benefits, kind of like a loyalty plan.
Okay.
So a little bit about High Tide. They have over 93 locations in 4 provinces. They've been around for quite a while. They have e-commerce sites. They sell multitude of cannabis things. They were quoted saying, "Our focus is to convert consumers who are currently buying from the illicit market."
Okay. Well, it's obviously a market that is underserved. You're often talking about the high price
Yes.
of cannabis.
Yeah, so because of the rules and the regulations that are in place, it make it really difficult for producers as well as retailers to be able to offer, quality product at a cost-effective price, at a discount price. So kudos to High Tide for being able to try and implement some sort of system for people who are still continuing to purchase from the illicit market. I would like to point out that their key investors are Tilray and Aurora, which are bigger names in the cannabis industry. So I would like to, I hope, High Tide, that the strains and products offered to people at discounts are not just the big name licensed producers, but also some of the smaller ones as well.
So is this a good idea?
Absolutely. We need discounted cannabis in the industry. And it's also a great way for them to, who wants cheap weed? Cheap,
I just
come on.
I just pictured people, because I think Costco right away. I just pictured people like going in like with those huge like trolleys, like with big bags of weed.
Well, technically you can't do that because you can only still purchase your 30 grams at a time.
Oh, still makes a funny picture.
See, rules and regulations. So it's great that companies are finding ways within the current rules and regulations to boost their sales, to help the customer. And I'm going to get a little bit more into the rules and regs and specifically into Ontario and why I think they're monopolizing a little bit too much. And if we just chill and changed a couple of those things, people like High Tide Cannabis and other retailers would be able to provide us consumers with a lower cost, better quality product than maybe say Buddy down the street.
Buddy down the street, you can't compete with this, man, unless you got a really big trolley. That it?
That's it.
That's what was in the news. And welcome back to another cinema review. Cinema, S-I-N, cinema review.
Today, we're going to find out just exactly how did Harold and Kumar escape Guantanamo Bay?
Well, we're not going to find out how they did it. I don't want to spoil the movie for anyone, but I am going to tell you my thoughts. Over the years that MJ and I have been together, she has been on a quest to show me the iconic stoner flicks. And some of them I had seen, some of them I had heard of, some of them I'm familiar with. Harold and Kumar, pop culture icons. I definitely heard of them. And recently we had sat down to watch one of them. Now, I did them out of order. I completely understand that, but it was all based on the themes of our shows. But I will be reviewing all three over the next little while. But today, I start with the second movie, Harold and Kumar, Escape Guantanamo Bay. I have a feeling that I'm about to hurt MJ's heart.
It's all right. Just don't talk bad about Kumar. Love.
Oh, man. Okay, let's get into this. But Kumar was the worst part of that movie. Anyways, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Drink my water.
My cinema review. Have you ever felt that an oral presentation, or any presentation for that matter, would be exponentially improved if you were simultaneously peeing? Either have I. However, the creative crew behind 2008's Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay apparently felt it would be at the very least helpful. At one point during my screening of this stoner cult classic, I literally turned to Mary Jane and said, "Has someone peed in every scene?"
I didn't even notice.
Lovers of this flick will be quick to fact check me on the actual pee count. But even if I've overstated the amount of urination, my point has already been made. Fact check this. Mentally exiting any film's storyline because characters relieving themselves was more noticeable than said storyline is never a good sign. I do not want to piss on this parade. I was so proud of that line. But I was relieved when I got to escape from this experience. Look, I'm not against lowbrow humor. In fact, there are many movies on my favorite list that utilize some of it masterfully. But when TNA, dick jokes, farts, and bodily fluids completely overshadow the points the writers were clearly trying to make, my assessment ranges from disappointing to failure. If this movie was a Seinfeldian film whose sole purpose was just to get laughs, then for some people, the creators might just have achieved their goal. But I don't believe for 1 second that they weren't trying to do that, or were trying to do that, depending. There was an obvious attempt to bring to light things like friendship, love, and even more blatantly, corrupt government, and the many deep issues surrounding race. I don't believe that comedy needs to have a message. It can absolutely be about nothing. However, the moment you decide to aim for social commentary / comedy, you can't miss this bad. I'm not saying you have to be an expert marksmanship like Carlin or Chappelle, and you need to hit every Cheerio in the bowl. But you need to at least keep the seat clean. Guantanamo Bay wasn't the worst movie ever. It wasn't even the raunchiest movie ever. And it might not even be the worst of the threequel, of which I will be watching the other two. But for an iconic franchise that clearly had a story to tell, this newbie was left underwhelmed by everything except NPH, obviously. Harold and Kumar Escape Guantanamo Bay gets 1 joint out of 5, because I don't believe in giving 0 joints out of 5 on a show about cannabis. There should always be one joint.
I second that.
P.S. I did do this cinema review bottomless.
That was good. Although I didn't hear anything negative about Kumar.
Kumar did the cannabis culture a huge disservice. And I can get that into maybe a future What Gets Timmy Going. It's time for another What Gets Me Going.
Well, what gets me going?
What gets her going? Take it away, MJ.
Okay.
I just made that up.
Okay. Timmy. See, it takes me a little bit longer.
High five.
High five. No.
Not today.
What gets
What
me
gets
going?
me going? Got
Okay.
it.
Don't confuse them. This is going to be confusing enough. Okay. So just try and stay with me because it's a lot. It's a lot of information. This is based on an article that I read in Now Toronto. Just gave me a little bit more information as to what exactly is going on here in Ontario. So this is entitled, How Ontario is Killing the, sorry, I had to double check that there. How Ontario is killing the cannabis retail. I almost said retail cannabis. Cannabis retail. Okay. So in 2018, Canada legalized cannabis straight across the board, but they left it up to each province and territory to figure out who was going to distribute and sell to the general public. Okay. So in the beginning, it was the Ontario Cannabis Store, or the OCS. I just want to go off on a little side tangent. I'm going to try and keep it short.
Mm-hmm.
The Ontario Cannabis Store is a subsidiary of the LCBO. The logo for the OCS, you know where I'm going with this, don't you?
Yes, I've heard this What Gets Me Going as well.
The logo is reported to have cost $650,000 to create a circle with the letters OCS. That's it. Nothing fancy, no colors. They didn't want to appeal to any children.
No.
650. Anyways.
It's a free market.
Yeah, nothing free about that. Anyways, so the OCS did a male-only model. Not like...
I'm a male-only model.
I knew that was coming. So they would basically, you had to go online, pick the product you wanted based on whatever THC in the photo on the screen, and then it was mailed to you. But you had to pay by credit card. You couldn't use any other form of payment. So if you didn't have a credit card, you were SOL. If you didn't have a mailing address, you were SOL. If your package got lost in the mail, same thing.
SOL.
Yes. No. LOM, lost in mail.
Oh, okay.
Or LOT, lost in LIT, lost in transit. Lit. I love it. Anyways, another side tangent. There was a lot of issues. Basically, there was a lot of issues that came with the male model, and sounds funny now.
No issues with me, folks.
So they decided on a brick and mortar type situation where they were going to allow 25 retail locations in Ontario, only 25 in all of Ontario. And in order to become one of those lucky 25, you had to throw your name in a hat, and everybody did, and you only 25. It was a big lottery that they did. It was 25 lottery winners. If you were lucky enough, fortunate enough to get one of those lottery spots back then, you're probably doing really well right now because you were able to establish yourself in your community. You know, you've got a good foothold. You got a foothold. Is that the word? Okay. Where am I lost on my card here? So basically, what most people don't even know is that in order for those retail stores to sell us cannabis, they have to purchase their cannabis through the Ontario Cannabis Store still. So they're not allowed to go to the producer to get the cannabis like the Ontario Cannabis Store does. And you're like, but why? Like, why is it this way? Well, the Ontario Cannabis Store is trying to ensure that everybody pays the same price for the cannabis. So there's no favoritism if a producer actually owns stock in a retail location, which happens. You can only own a certain percentage, and there's rules around that as well. But it's to prevent them from undercutting somebody else, so that way they get a better deal, and then it's just to make it fair for everybody. So I get that. But there are ways around that. We could rewrite the regulations to make it so that way, the producers are the ones selling to them, and they have to sell to the same price across the board. So like, I feel like it's one of those moments where I'm like, why is it this way? And in the selling process from the Ontario Cannabis Store to the retailer, they're still, they're still selling it at a wholesale price, but it's still higher than what the OCS is getting it from the producer. So if you get it, I got my little chart over here. Let me see. So initially, it went from the producer to the Ontario Cannabis Store to the customer. Then they decided they weren't going to do that. They're going to do brick and mortar stores, right? Then they have the producer to the Ontario Cannabis Store. Now there's two options. Same before, like to the customer, or you can go over to the retailer, which then goes to the customer. But in this process, Timmy, $2 a gram, the OCS buys it for.
Yeah.
Then it goes to the retailer for $4 a gram, who sells it to us for $8 a gram. Doesn't matter if we buy it from the OCS or from the retailer, we're still paying the same price. But the OCS is still making money off every single sale that they sell to every retail store as well.
Right.
So everybody's making money.
Yeah.
Except for us, because we're spending it on a product. But that's normal.
That's normal.
That's
yeah.
normal. When you buy a product, you generally don't get money
Right.
back.
And the doubling up, the more middlemen, obviously price is gonna go up.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. So not only is the Ontario Cannabis Store setting the price, but because they're also controlling the supply through the producers, they're also controlling what products the retail stores are actually able to obtain. So they're controlling the price and they're controlling the products. Sounds to me like they're controlling the entire market.
Okay.
Now, I'm just going to give you a little bit of, so I went online and I looked specifically at a strain from an LP, 3.5 grams in Nova Scotia, cost $35. 3.5 grams in Ontario cost $59. Huge difference. And it's not like we have a different currency. It's all Canadian money. It's all the same. There's no like, is that when you trade money? Exchange rate. Yes, there's no exchange rate. It's legit. It's straight up money. So just to give it in terms that maybe you can understand as a non-cannabis consumer, you like chocolate.
I love chocolate.
Okay. So you might like white chocolate. You might like milk chocolate. You might like dark chocolate. And dark chocolate comes in like a multitude of different percentages, right? So they're not denying us chocolate. They're giving us chocolate in milk, white, dark, but they're saying we're only going to give it to you from Nestle and Hershey's, for example. You only get these couple companies. And what happens is it's usually like a pay-to-play system. So if you want your product at the cannabis store, at the Ontario Cannabis Store website, it's generally the larger producers that are getting in, which is pushing out the smaller producers.
Okay.
Not really leaving us with a lot of variety. It's horrible. It's literally, it's frustrating. Okay, so and I'll explain.
Glad I don't consume.
So there are over 1,000 cannabis stores in Ontario, with sometimes 5 of them being on the same block. There is a block in Ottawa specifically, 5 stores on the same block. And you're like, great, hey, MJ, yeah, there's a coffee shop on every corner. What's your deal? They're all selling the same products. legitimately the same products. I'm not talking about, oh, you can get a chocolate dip donut here. You know damn well a chocolate dip donut from Tim Hortons tastes different than one from Coffee Time or Country Style or the corner store that makes donuts because they're in a small town.
Right.
So I know I went another food analogy here, but I like to eat. That's probably a side effect of my cannabis. So it's frustrating when you go into a store and you can only get ABC products. Now, the OCS has also been accused, I'm not saying they've done it, I'm saying accused. Don't know, I'm not the OCS, but they have been accused of hoarding high demand product to keep for themselves online while retailers are sitting there with no stock and no ability to purchase. Let's talk about the stock that the OCS keeps. They keep it in one warehouse in Guelph, Ontario.
Guelph.
Good old Guelph.
Everything's
The
east
center,
of the
right?
center of the universe up here in Canada. Absolutely.
One damn warehouse.
It's like the Fort Knox.
I want to go there. I'm like, this would be like the amusement park for cannabis people, or it would be the worst place ever. Because I would not want to try and find a strain in there, for sure. I'm sure it's all like meticulously like set out and whatever. But the problem with having one warehouse for all of Ontario is a lot of times it takes months for the products to even reach the consumer. So when you're talking about consumers wanting a nice, fresh, clean product, they're getting dry dust because it's sitting on the shelf for months when it could be in the store. Now, let's talk about the store. Say you want to start your own retail location. I mean, who hasn't dreamt about being a legal drug dealer? Okay, maybe in that.
I dream
side of the
about
world.
Survivor.
That's funny. It's a little different type of survival. So if you would like to start open your own store, after you get yourself your criminal record check and your financial stability form, whatever that thing is, you need to get your retail operator license. And you're going to have to apply for that, $6,000. There's renewal fees every 2 years, but I'm not going to get into that because this is enough money that we're talking about. If you're approved, you get to do the retail store authorization. That cost $4,000. And just to put that in perspective, because I know these things actually cost money and they have to be in place. But if you wanted to get a retail store authorization for alcohol versus cannabis, alcohol $1,500, cannabis $4,000. A little bit of a difference there. And when receiving product from the Ontario Cannabis Store, because that's the only place you can purchase from, their terms of payment are no credit cards, cash on delivery. Obviously, they don't care. It doesn't have to be like cash on delivery, but the money comes out of your bank account the day of delivery. I don't know if that's what Justin Trudeau was intending when he said he was going to legalize cannabis in Canada and leave it up to the provinces. Now, I specifically, living in Ontario, reading this article was like, yes, I need to discuss in depth what's happening in our province. Now, I'm curious as to what's happening in your province, in your state. Is it legal? Is it just medical? Is it recreational as well? I want you to reach out to me and tell me what the issues are in your area, because I think we need to talk about this. Canada specifically wanted to legalize cannabis for 2 reasons, they said. 1 was to reduce illegal activity. 2 was to reduce availability to the youth. Based on the current rules and regulations that they've put in place, it has not stopped the illicit market with packaging rules and where they can order from. People are finding a lack of supply, lack of variety, pricing is too much. There's something that needs to be done within the rules and regulations. And as advocates, as consumers, as non-consumers. I really feel like we need to do better and look at these regulations again. 3 years has gone by since legalization has like became a thing in Canada, and I feel like it's long enough that we should be able to see what needs to be changed, what's working, what's not working, and how do we fix it. Are you with me?
I'd be silly to say no. I'm sitting literally right beside you.
Are you with us?
And that is what gets me going.
Mm-mm. Gets me going.
Cheers.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the newbie and the doobie. We are very excited today to have our guest, Claire, in the house. Talk to us about the process of moving mountains, Claire.
Well, the process that kind of came up with it is that, like, I kind of, for a while, I've kind of been like hiding a little bit of, kind of like part of like, I guess you could say like a little bit of a dark side to me, which was like dealing with, you know, depression and mental illness and everything like that. And I used to do and think about a lot of really hurtful things about myself. And well, really it was all about myself, like, you know, self-worth, self-esteem, and stuff like that. I've been doing counseling and stuff like that for a while to go and figure out where the source was. I kind of sort of know where the source was, and I think we figured it out, but I won't put that out there for right now. But like once I figured it out, it was like one of those things where, you know, it was a life-changing situation because like I was growing like my beard out. I was looking like David Letterman of today.
It's a good look on Dave, though, admit it.
Yeah, but not on me. And, you know, and I was just like, okay, and, you know, I'll just go and eat this and whatever. Just like, literally just like, I don't care about myself type of thing. Like, I don't care how I look. I don't care, you know, if I'm eating Kentucky all day or whatever. I don't care about my health. I don't care about anything. And, but through like great friends, great family, and even through just like, just literally strangers that might just even stop and be like, hey man, you okay? You know, like, you know, and then would sit and talk, even at those little 2 minutes, even 30 seconds, that just kind of clicks your brain off of where your brain is going. Like, you know, because it's I don't, because I'm not a clinical science on this stuff, like, you know, but it's like, it's something that goes on in your head. And it's either chemical, mechanical, but it's something that just gets you in a situation and it just makes you go and think that you're lesser than, and that your worth is not valid. And so one day I remember, I don't know what it was. I don't know. I don't want to say rock bottom because I don't know if I hit rock bottom, if I ever hit rock bottom. I just know I was in a very low place, and I sat there and I wrote this song. I don't know why and how I came up with the Made to Move Mountains title. I just figured it was a lot to move. I'm thinking it was a lot to move, and if you can move that, then you could do a lot more that's less than what you have to do. That's a heavy lift. That's a heavy load, a heavy cross to bear or whatever. And then I did it, and it started coming out. The song, it came on this Stomp the World, like back when they used to do all these dance movies like The Drummer Line and Dance the Nation with the girl, The Last Dance, and
Stomp the Yard.
Stomp the Yards and all these other movies. It came out like around that time, but it only came out in Germany because they had this Stomp the Yard World Revival or something like that. I forget what it's called. And it just took off. And the song just took off, and it came back over here, like literally officially until I put it on streaming platforms. It never actually had a release date over here. It's only because we have streaming, I could just put it up, but it all just came back over here. And people over the time would just tell me, like, you know, I really like the song. I really like the song. Like, this a motivational song. I go to the gym, I listen to this song. I go over here, I listen to this. It's just a good motivational song. I was made to do this. I can do this. I can do this. And then just over time, it's just kind of, you know, just kind of getting kind of seeing where things were and how they are. And sometimes, you know, when you go through stuff like this, it's like it's never really leaves you. You just kind of know how to handle it. And because you know how to talk to yourself, look at yourself in the mirror, admit whatever flaws you had, be able to say whether you messed up that day because of whatever you did that you weren't supposed to do. But you know, but you're admitting things to yourself and get yourself stronger. I was talking to people like Kathy Edwards that works with me with the Made to Move Mountains Outreach, and Jimmy Link that works with me with Made to Move Mountains Outreach. And they just started saying, you know, you should really just get your story out there because people don't know, you know, they don't know because you always put on a front. You always got to be a certain way. Like, you know, it's like you're never going to catch, unless you catch her going to 7-Eleven, which I'm sure she never does on her own, unless it's right beside her house, which I doubt because she's in the hills. You're never going to catch Beyonce in a pair of old Omaha University slacks or tracksuit or something like that. You know, like she's always going to be dressed to the T. And you always, and then you feel like that's how you always have to be. And they encouraged me to go and start talking about stuff like that and what I've been going through and some of the challenges that I still go through, trying to go and just kind of get myself right. And once I started doing it more and more, it was just very heartwarming to see like the support that people would come up and be like, man, I'm so glad you're talking about this, you know, because I feel this way too. I've been going through this too as well. And if you can talk about it, I feel like I could talk about it and everything. And I always try to end it. There's an Ice-T situation, the rapper Ice-T, all his gangster rap songs and everything that he used to put out, it always ended with whoever was the gangster in the song was either dead or in jail. So it always, whenever he was saying I'm a coke dealer or I'm this guy or that guy, or whatever, never ended good. And then where I try to go and switch up everything is that it always ends right. It's like, I'll get out of it. Like, you know, I'll try and be that thing. And then those were the stuff that came with Made to Move Mountains. And then we decided, just because I was working with them, because they deal with a lodge that deals with mental illness, homelessness, and addictions and everything like that. And I got to meet them, and I got to meet a lot of the people that stay at the lodge, and we became more acquaintances than friends, but we're nice to each other. We always say hi when we see each other. There's this one guy that just loves it when I bring my beer cans over. Like, that's his thing. He just likes to go to the beer store and returns it. Maybe he likes to return it because he likes the money he gets back from it or anything like that. But that's his thing. He rides his bike, goes and returns, and I always drop off whatever beer cans or whatever bottles I have because that's his thing. And I get it. There's little things. I like to go to the studio. If I can go to the studio anytime I want to go, that's my kind of like my little comfort zone. And so I got to get to know people and all those things. And we started up Made to Move Mountains Outreach. And yeah, within a few short months, we got this winter drive that we're doing now, where it started on October 16th. It's going up into November 30th. We got drop-off places in Toronto. I'll link you guys up with all of the places, exact locations where they are, but we got a few in Toronto, we got Leamington, we got out here in St. Thomas, we got London. Like, we're pretty much going up and down the corridor. And then just to imagine that Kathy, who had the lodge, until we did the Made to Move Mountains Outreach, had no help. Their own money. People come up to this. People come up to the back of her building, knowing she's the only one that helps in the city, and she makes them sandwich. If they need to go to, you know, if they need $10 because they haven't eaten and she doesn't have it right now, whatever, she gives them $10. And but she knows them, so she knows they're not using it for a different purpose. They know that they're just hungry because these guys sleep in the car washes and turn on the water and use their money to go and make it hot so they can sleep when it's cold because the steam warms it up. That's the stuff that we're trying to go and try and fix and try and get proper help from that region of Ontario and other regions all over across. We're just starting small, but that's what our purpose with Made to Move Mountains is. And with the Made to Move Mountains outreach on the 29th, where we the event with at Meza will be like a great event, and we'll have everybody out there. We're going to raise money. We got a lot of giveaways and everything like that. That on the 30th, there was also kids day, like hot dogs, hamburgers come because it's Halloween. They can dress up in their costumes, bouncy castles, this, that, and whatever. We have Stoner Chef coming around that he's going to be helping us to go and give out food. People can go and buy food. A lot of sponsors like Giant Tiger, Healing House, and a whole bunch of other people that are involved in it. And it's great to see how it really went and bigged itself up over the past few months, because at first we didn't know what and how. Like, I don't know. I've never ran a situation like that, and neither has anybody else. But the support that we're getting and the people that are really helping us out, we appreciate it. And 100%, like, there's no administration fees, there's no this, there's no that. Everything that goes in, literally, if you do like an e-transfer, it goes directly into the account where the people that are helping and volunteers go and sit there, like we did on Thanksgiving. We were able to go and give out meals for Thanksgiving because of the donations that we get from people. And it's not just cash donations that we take. We need stuff like toothbrush, sleeping bags, socks, mittens, hats, personal
hygiene for women.
Yeah. For women, men, whatever, razors and all these other different things. Like, cash helps, products also help, everything helps. And that's one of our phrases that we like, is like, thank you for helping us help others, because that's exactly what this whole movement is. There's nobody getting rich off of it. There's only people just sitting there and being able to live off of what others and their generosity can go and help them give as they go through the very tough times in their lives. And it's not to say like we don't want to kind of count them out, because I could have been counted out. Yeah. And that would have been like Jacques Lair, back in 1997 had this record, and now he's just gone.
Well, it's that time again.
Time for a smoke?
No, it is unfortunately time to say goodbye.
Oh, well, we'd like to thank you for joining us today.
We'd also ask that you would go and support us on Patreon at our Patreon page at the Newbie and the Doobie. And that way you can support us in helping us raise funds to continue to do what we're doing and to build what we're doing. As well, there, you're going to be able to see full interviews. You'll see clips of interviews on this show, but the full interviews, if you want to see those, they're on our Patreon page, as well as extra content as well. So check us out on Patreon at the Newbie and the Doobie.
Yep. And you can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
And of course, you're going to want to be subscribing on YouTube and on your favorite podcaster. Push notifications, whatever you need to do to make sure you do not miss any of our episodes.
And then don't forget to share with your friends, whether they're a newbie or a doobie.
And with this, I close. New episodes every single week here on the Newbie and the Doobie. So until we see you next week, don't forget.
Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be back.
kept my back all twisted. Nights run long, old prescription bottles, labels all wrong. Doctor looked me over, laughed at my chart, said, sign this paper, kid, and follow your heart. I got my weed card in my wallet, little green light every time I call it. From the waiting room to mobile yard, life got easy when they stamp that card. I got my weed card, yeah, I'm alright. Sleeping like a baby through the whole damn night. I got my weed card, sing it so hard. World feels softer with a little green card. Mama shakes her head, says, boy, you changed. But I'm more alone and fix what's strange. Boss don't care as long as I show. Clock and smile comes a little more slow. I got my weed card in my wallet, little green light every time I call. Oh, yeah. From the pharmacy to my old front porch, trouble burns out like a used up torch. I got my weed card, I'm doing fine, breathing real deep for the first damn time. I got my weed card, raise your glass, hard life tastes sweeter with a little green card. Used to hide in the bathroom, looking at the door. Now I walk right out, name tag on my drawer, running from the shadows in my head. Just a man with a card and an early night in bed. I got my weed card in my wallet. Dr. Little scribble put a comb in my pocket. From the big bad world to this worn out yard, heart beats easy with a little green card. I got my weed card. Let the band play one deep breath and I'm okay. I got my weed card. Sing it so hard, life rolls smoother with a little green card.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News for March the 19th here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Riv, Cindy. The 19th. March is not marching, it is running.
Yeah. March 19th already, like holy cannoli. I can't believe we're over halfway through this month. You know, heading to the end of March, the beginning of April, and yeah, already like it was just Christmas yesterday.
Well, you know, when I look outside, it still looks that way too.
Yeah, all the rain has taken all the snow away here. Some of the big piles where they had piled it are still drizzling down, but you know, all the regular snow on lawns and you know, from a bit of blowing is gone. I actually have a tulip popping up from my Amsterdam tulips from last year that I planted.
Really?
Yeah, which
Wow.
is pretty cool. It's a beautiful
cool.
sign of spring. I looked in my forecast. We were talking about weather ahead of the show, and you were saying that you on April 1st in Havelock, Ontario, snow is predicted. April
Correct.
1st.
April 1st. Unless the Weather Network's joking with us, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it absolutely can happen. I mean, I've got bits of snow coming down here, but thankfully the temperatures are going to be warm enough that any snow that does come is going to be gone within, an hour or two.
Yeah, exactly. All right. I'd like to remind everybody to like and subscribe, hit the like and subscribe buttons. And I also have another request because Facebook won't share us anymore. They say that we are breaking community standard rules. So they're not sharing us around. So it's going to take our watchers or viewers to do so. So if you're watching us on Facebook, make sure you share us around, and we'll get around the algorithms that are shutting us down. So
yep, for reporting the news. I don't understand why they don't go after CBC or Global or something for the same stuff.
Exactly, like they allow us to post it because 99% of the stories that we go through are available on our Facebook page.
Yes.
So, they're up there, but they seem to don't like the fact that we report on it. So yeah, share away.
Share away.
All righty. First story of the day.
First story of the day. Yeah, the first story of the day is a continuing story for us here. We are coming back to Nova Scotia and talking with the Indigenous once more. Coming to us from CBC Indigenous News, Member 2 Chief calls cannabis enforcement ban political. And Chief Terry Paul says band wants Nova Scotia government to negotiate over the regulation and sale on Indigenous land. The dispute over cannabis enforcement in Member 2 First Nation continues to escalate, and leadership is now calling recent provincial actions politically motivated. In a follow-up to earlier tensions, Member 2 Chief Tony Paul says directive involving enforcement around cannabis sales on the territory is not about public safety, but politics. Absolutely, Terry. According to reporting from CBC News, the chief described the situation as a targeted move that undermines the community's authority and economic independence. At the center of the issue is ongoing disagreement between Member 2 leadership and the province of Nova Scotia, who has jurisdiction to regulate cannabis sales within the First Nation, while provincial authorities maintain that existing laws must be enforced consistently. Member 2 leaders argue that Indigenous communities have the right to govern commerce on their own lands. Chief Paul pushed back strongly against outside interference, suggesting that enforcement actions risk damaging a successful, self-sustaining local economy. Member 2 has long been recognized for its economic development, with a range of businesses contributing to employment and financial independence within the community. The chief also warned that continued pressure from provincial or federal authorities could strain relationships and undermine reconciliation efforts. For many observers, the situation reflects a broader national conversation about Indigenous sovereignty, particularly in emerging industries like cannabis, where jurisdictional lines are still being tested. Supporters of Member 2 say this is about more than cannabis. It's about respecting Indigenous governance and recognizing that First Nations are not simply stakeholders, but rights holders. As tensions continue, the outcome of this dispute set important precedents for how cannabis regulation intersects with Indigenous jurisdictions across Canada. And we've said this before, Al, I am so excited to see this go all the way and to see it resolved in a court. I believe strongly that the First Nations will win straight across. This is going to set precedents, and I'm very proud of the Mi'kmaq Indigenous here in Nova Scotia for standing up and, bringing it to the fight.
Yeah, I'm super stoked too to see them doing the resistance, and looking forward to see what happens. Now, the as far as meeting with the government, it doesn't look like the provincial government has any mood or any desire to meet with the chiefs in order to set something up
No,
for them to do their own.
It's going to end up being forced. It's going to end up being done through the courts.
Yeah.
You know, and that's fine. You know, I have complete faith in what the Indigenous communities are doing here in Nova Scotia. They have fought before and won. The last time the chiefs went to court was when an Indigenous dispensary off reserve was raided, and the courts decided to, you know, put a bunch of restrictions on the people that were arrested and take away all of their Indigenous rights. And the chiefs stood up and said, "Absolutely not. You will not take, you know, you will not take treaty rights away from our people based on this." And they went to court, Nova Scotia Supreme Court, and the chiefs won, giving back the people arrested all of their rights under the treaty. And so I feel it's going to be a very similar argument, you know, with a different twist. And I'm so excited for them to bring this. It's been a long time coming.
Oh, it sure has been, and it'll be nice once the decision that gets to that point. Unless the government, the provincial government, decides to agree to allowing them to set up their own Indigenous Cannabis Act.
Yeah. I mean, from what I can understand, it's not going to be a whole lot different from the government. They still test their cannabis. They still do things. The big difference is going to come really in edibles, in the fact that, you know, they will have different strengths of edibles. But beyond that, they do their testing. I mean, it's the same as in Ontario. There's, you know, Legacy 420 does testing, and the people down here do testing as well. So yeah, it's just, you know, let's bring it forward. And as it grows and it hits, you know, the Canadian Supreme Court, I hope that the rest of the nations across Canada join in.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be a strong voice.
So, alrighty, from that story, we're going to move on to our next one. This one is coming to us from greenstate.com, and the headline on it says, "Cannabis rescheduling faces fresh doubts in new federal report." Since President Donald Trump signed an executive order directing the administration to complete cannabis rescheduling, observers have questioned when and whether the change will occur. Months have passed with little visible action. Now, a new Congressional Research Service report offers some talking points. As first reported by Marijuana Moment, and the CRS provided a revised briefing on cannabis policy entitled "The Federal Status of Marijuana and the Policy Gap with States." The report appears slightly less optimistic in tone than a previous version of it. Now, according to the researchers, the discrepancies between state and federal law on cannabis could be addressed by Congress, potentially. Areas include cannabis or marijuana's designation under the CSA, financial services for cannabis businesses, federal tax policy, oversight of federal enforcement, and state implementation. Now, if Congress takes no action, the DOJ may move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. This marks a shift from 2024 report, which said it was likely the DOJ would reclassify cannabis. This may call into question whether Trump's order will indeed be followed. The report also states that moving cannabis to Schedule 3 would not bring the state legal medical cannabis industry into compliance with CSA. The latest version of the memo referred only to recreational cannabis. No, other more pessimistic language notes include concerns about the United States compliance with international treaty obligations in regard to cannabis control and what may remain. Now, while compliance with international drug law has been cause for concern with regard to cannabis reform, other countries, including Canada and Germany, have legalized cannabis with no apparent consequences. The report is speculative. It does not indicate how rescheduling will proceed. However, its tone shifts from momentum to caution, underscoring that meaningful reform may depend on Congress rather than an administrative action alone. Well, there you go, Cindy. Expeditious, quickly get going right away, just has not materialized.
Well, but this is just funny to say in and of itself, because normally it's the other way around. They are following in Canada's footsteps. The difference is the president said do this, whereas in Canada the Supreme Court said do this. It's going to take just as long. It took us 2-3 years to finally have it come into play, and it's going to be the same down there. And what brought this thought to mind is let me see if I can scroll back up here and find the comment that I was looking for. Something about would not be state legal medical cannabis industry into compliance. The last version of the memo referred only to recreational.
Right, exactly.
So they're doing the same thing as our government did. It's like, okay, well, how can we make money?
Yeah, and the thing I'm looking at it as, the executive order said expeditiously, like to get on it right away, and nothing has been done.
The Canadian government, the Supreme Court said you have 12 months.
Oh yeah. And it was like 18 months before they actually changed the law. So there were 6 months there where cannabis was actually legal in Canada because there was no law against it.
Yes, because the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and people beat possession charges because of it. Yeah.
Yep. No, it was. So yeah, do I expect them to be expedient with it? No. I mean, 18 months minimum from the time he said it.
What I'm looking at this is just the process to decide whether to go to legalize. This isn't the process that is required for them to set up all the regulations and things like that. That can take a couple of years to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Alrighty.
From that, I'm going to close that off, and I'm going to come back over here and click this button on to the next story, which is coming to us from StratCan. The federal court overturns Health Canada's security clearance decision. A significant legal decision could have implications for how Canada regulates participation in the cannabis industry. According to StratCan, a federal court judge has overturned a decision made by Health Canada to deny a cannabis security clearance, a requirement for individuals working in certain licensed roles within the industry. Security clearances are used by Health Canada to assess whether individuals pose a potential risk to the integrity of the legal cannabis system. These decisions can consider factors such as past criminal history, associations, and other background elements. In this case, the court found that Health Canada's refusal was not significantly justified. The ruling emphasized that decisions impacting a person's ability to work must be fair, transparent, and supported by clear reasoning. The judge concluded that the process used did not meet the required legal standard, and the case has now been sent back for reconsideration. Legal experts say the decision highlights the importance of procedural fairness, particularly in an industry where many individuals may have past involvement with cannabis prior to legalization. Exactly. Given Canada's long history of prohibition, it's not uncommon for experienced operators to have prior charges or associations tied to the legacy market. The ruling could encourage greater scrutiny of how security clearances are assessed moving forward and may open the door for others to challenge similar decisions. For the cannabis industry, the case underscores an ongoing tension, how to transition from prohibition to regulation without excluding those who have helped build the sector in the first place. Yeah, don't cut out the people that have been working at this for years. You and I know a number of legacy growers that have ended up with their their license under the government and, you know, no longer have to do that look over their shoulder thing. And like, I'm friggin' happy for them. And that should be the way for anybody that has worked in the legacy industry and knows their stuff, especially.
Yeah, and this fellow was banned outright from being in the industry because he had past convictions of something, but it doesn't say what it was. You know, did he get busted with a few joints, or was he busted with trying to ship pounds out of the country? Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah. So
we got some love coming in from Bob Carlson in the form of a thumbs up. So thank you so much, Bob.
That's right. Thumbs up, Bob. All righty. On to our next story. And this one is coming to us from the Free Press. And the headline there says, Equal Representation. Cannabis Advocates Push for Public Pot Zones. There are hookah lounges and smoking zones, and now advocates are pushing the provincial government for public places to consume weed or cannabis. The Cannabis Business Association of Manitoba is calling on Premier Rob Canoe to green light public cannabis consumption spaces. Stephen Stairs, the organization's founder, has planned a rally outside the legislature on April the 20th. The association has few members, but keeps in touch with owners of roughly 100 businesses. Steve Stairs says that we're just looking for equal representation when it comes to access. It's about cannabis consumers being treated the same as an alcohol consumer. If, he says, a public cannabis consumption space means regulating buildings, then cool. If that means adults only areas at specific cornered off areas of public social gatherings, great. Now, Stairs offered baby steps, such as allowing for edibles and cannabis drinks in public places before committing to smoking. Now, British Columbia has designated public spaces for smoking and vaping cannabis, including in non-specific smoking areas. Ontario, it allows use in some public spaces, such as parks and sidewalks. I know on sidewalks, but I'm not sure about the park end of things. Now, Manitobans can use topical cannabis products in public. Topical, okay. Now, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Authority of Manitoba isn't aware of any moves to broaden public consumption, a spokesperson wrote in the statement. Now, the Justice Minister, Matt Weebu, who oversees the liquor, gaming, and cannabis portfolio, said his office hasn't received requests to amend the consumption laws, and any decision would need to balance Manitoba's health and social considerations, he wrote in a statement. But as I said to Stephen, Cindy, about this story, is that it's got to start somewhere.
It does.
And you know, they're saying that nothing's been, you know, come to them about change. Well, you got to get the ball rolling. Stephen's getting the ball rolling, and hopefully that ball can grow like the snowball going down a hill, and they can get themselves some lounges in Manitoba.
Yeah. It would be great. Now, I mean, in my drive across Canada a few years ago, I openly smoked cannabis in every province. And the only one that I got any, you know, public, you know, anything said to me was when I was in Quebec, actually, when I was in downtown Montreal. And I lit a joint, and somebody came up to me and they said, I just want to let you know that the police are just kind of over there across the way. They will ticket you for smoking your cannabis here. I just don't want you to get a ticket. So I put my joint out, right, and put it away. But apparently, yeah, it's the only place that I worried about. When I was in Winnipeg in Manitoba with a friend, and we were smoking outside his store, it was no big deal. Mind you, I didn't see any cops, but like, you know, like there was nothing said about it by anybody. You know, walking downtown Toronto, I mean, like everybody's smoking a joint straight up. Like,
yeah,
it's the same as downtown Vancouver.
Yeah, that was one of the things that Doug Ford did when he took over here in the province with the cannabis end of things, is that he allowed public consumption on sidewalks, so on and so forth.
Yep.
Now there are no smoking things when it comes to, you know, parks and things like that. But yeah, you weren't forced into requiring just only being allowed to consume in your home.
Yep.
where there are places that you can't consume in public. So
Yep.
we were glad that, that we can do here anyways, walking
Yep.
down the sidewalk, smoking a joint. But there's places where it was in Halifax, a place where you couldn't smoke publicly and they had smoking zones.
Oh, in Halifax, the way they did it in Nova Scotia, specifically in the HRM, it was legal to smoke anywhere because they had smoking zones in Halifax for cigarettes. So it was legal to smoke anywhere. It was legal to smoke cigarettes, which was fine. But that took, it was a good couple of years. I remember being downtown Halifax within the first couple of months of legalization, and I didn't want to be harassed. Like it was a public thing going on. Like there was all kinds of people down there. So I went and found the legal smoking areas where the ashtrays were and smoking was allowed. And I would light up a joint, right? This is what the Nova Scotia government has told me is legal. And Al, I swear to God, it was like the best thing ever. Because I'd be smoking, it'd be legal, and the cops still had no idea what to do with cannabis smokers. So next thing you know, I'm looking behind me and there's this, 8 to 10 group of police officers that are all in a circle talking, and they're looking at me, and it's obvious that they're like, well, a few months ago, we would have to bust her. What do we do now? It was the greatest thing. So it brought a few laughs, and I enjoyed it, but eventually they got used to it. Now, those laws are still technically the ones on the books.
Are they?
But like when I go downtown Halifax, if I'm walking around and want to light a joint, I do. I would do the same thing as if I was a cigarette smoker. If I see somebody underage walking towards me, I'll put it out, I'll hide it, I'll make sure I move so that they don't get my secondhand smoke. That's only nice, that's only polite, right? If it's an adult, well, like I make them move out of it if they don't like it, but if it's an underage person, I do the respect. Or if it's an elderly person that is giving me weird looks, I'll again, that's an elder respect thing. And that's what we should do. My activist only comes out for peers. Like, oh, you don't like it, you walk around me. But for my elders and the kids, I definitely do my best, and that's just the way it should be, right? Yeah. And I don't understand Manitoba or Montreal, like Quebec, for that reason. Like, really, you're gonna but you can smoke a cigarette? You got your homeless people walking around with their brown bags, but you're gonna come at me for a plant? Like, it's just it baffles my mind that there's still that thought process in this country.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. All right, time for us to take a break. We got 4 more stories to bring to you after the break. We're talking about some money that's going to the communities based on from cannabis. We're going to talk about how patients, low-income patients, are getting access to psychedelics, as well as there's been a shift in the per capita. The number one cannabis consuming capital of Canada has changed. We'll find out about that when we get back. All right, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. All right, Cindy, we've got 4 more stories to cover, and you are up.
We do. The next story is coming to us from Yahoo News Canada. And this story caught my eye because at Nova Scotia, since the beginning of legalization, with the exception, I think, of 1 month, has led the per capita sales. And maybe this will be the next 1 month stint that we don't. We lost it, I believe, to Ontario back in 2021 or 2022. But coming from Yahoo News Canada, the Yukon now leads Canada in cannabis consumption. We lost it, Nova Scotia. Come on, fellow Scotians, like Blue Nosers, we got to get out to the stores. New data suggests that Canadians in the north are leading the country when it comes to cannabis consumption. According to a report highlighted by Yahoo News, residents of the Yukon have the highest per capita cannabis use in Canada, outpacing every other province and territory. Researchers point to several possible factors behind this new trend. The Yukon has a relatively small population, which can amplify the per capita statistics, but there are also cultural and geographic considerations. In more remote regions, cannabis may be more accessible or socially accepted option compared to other substances. The territory has also embraced legalization with a stable retail system and relatively strong access to legal cannabis products. This accessibility may help shift consumers away from the illicit market and into regulated channels. Officials note that high usage rates don't necessarily equate to increased harm. In fact, some public health experts argue that regulated access allows for better education, product safety, and harm reduction compared to any unregulated market. The data reflects a broader national trend. Cannabis has become normalized across Canada. Well, it's becoming normalized across Canada for sure, but patterns of use still vary widely depending on region, demographics, and local culture. As researchers continue to study these patterns, regions like the Yukon may provide valuable insight into how legalization shapes long-term consumer behavior. And I gotta say, Al, as a blue noser, I don't like losing my crown.
Well, I got some news for you. You're going to have to really up the amount you're spending, because according to the article, it says that in the Yukon, that they spent $100 more on an average than any other province or territory.
Yeah.
So they really cranked it up. And not only that, they said that the Yukon is high on the alcohol end of things, of alcohol consumption. And they say that alcohol consumption went down by a certain percentage, or the amount of dollars went down. Well, what it went down, cannabis sales went up. So if
Yes.
they're wondering whether there's been a changeover.
Oh yeah.
People are drinking less.
It looks like there is, right? And if
Yeah.
it is, like, it's just that again shows more reasons why Neil Magnuson started what he started with the Cannabis Substitution Project. And we see it coming out in numbers in the Yukon, and that's just actually really pretty beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. It's helping. It's making a difference. There's no doubt about that. So, all righty. From that story, we're moving on to the next one, and this one is coming to us from Entrepreneur. And the headline on that one says Massachusetts awards nearly $29 million in social equity grants. Lots of dough. Massachusetts officials announced on Monday that the Executive Office of Economic Development is awarding $28.8 million in grants through its Cannabis Social Equity Grant Program. Now, funded by the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, the state's social equity program supports individuals and communities who were disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition enforcement actions. Now, the EOED supports these individuals with grants to help launch or expand state legal cannabis operations. Officials said that they received 223 social equity grant applications this year, and they ultimately awarded 194 grants, ranging from $25,000 up to $300,000. Lawmakers established the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund in 2022, and several years after the state's adult use cannabis reforms took effect, as a means to encourage participation in the industry among those who were most harmed by prohibition. Now, State Senator Adam Gomez, who co-chairs the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy, says that the equity program represents our continued commitment to building a cannabis industry in Massachusetts that is equitable, inclusive, and reflective of the communities most harmed by the war on drugs. The state awarded $26 million in grants last year and $2.3 million the previous year. Well, Cindy, your story, it talked about making people who had been convicted of cannabis not getting jobs. But yeah, here's Massachusetts giving away $29 million.
That's one thing that it's been beautiful to watch the happen with different states that have legalized medical and or recreational cannabis, taking the tax money that they are gathering through these legal sales and giving back to the community, working at overturning convictions and like just expunging them, getting them off people's records, helping those people that have been hurt by prohibition in the past move forward. We watch it in New York. I mean, like the first people that they were approving in New York, they were helping them with turnkey dispensaries, people that have been harmed, people that have been in jail, families of those people. And that's one thing that I do admire about what some of the senators in the states are doing.
Correct.
The individual state, that is.
Yeah. Like we know that our provinces get 75% of the tax money. But
but I mean, like they don't tell us what the frig they do with it.
Yeah, why not do stuff like this?
Wouldn't it be lovely?
Sure would be.
Yep.
Sure would be.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. We are going to head on to the next story, which is coming to us from The Conversation. And it is saying why MDMA isn't wildly available. I'm going to try this one more time. Coming to us from The Conversation, why MDMA isn't widely available for PTS treatment yet. A growing body of research suggests that MDMA-assisted therapy could be one of the most promising new treatments for post-traumatic stress injuries. But despite encouraging results, it's not widely available. According to the conversation, clinical trials have shown that MDMA, when used in controlled therapeutic settings, can significantly reduce post-traumatic stress injury symptoms. The substance appears to help patients process traumatic memories with reduced fear and increased emotional openness. Very important to do. In some studies, a large percentage of participants no longer met the criteria for PTS, post-traumatic stress disorder or injury, after completing MDMA-assisted therapy programs. So why isn't it already available as a standard treatment? Right? The answer lies in regulation, safety concerns, and the complexity of the therapy itself. MDMA remains a controlled substance in most countries, and approval requires extensive clinical evidence demonstrating both effectiveness and safety. Researchers also emphasize that MDMA therapy is not just about the substance itself. It involves carefully structured sessions with trained therapists, including preparation and integration phases. This makes it more complex than prescribing a traditional medication. Yes and no, but I'm going to pretend that Al's here reining me back right now. There are also concerns about potential risks, including cardiovascular effects and misuse outside of clinical settings. Still, momentum is building. Advocacy groups and researchers continue to push for regulatory approval, such as Rick Doblin, God bless his heart. And some jurisdictions are beginning to allow limited therapeutic use under strict guidelines. The article highlights a key moment in mental health research. You know, a treatment once associated primarily with nightlife culture is now being seriously considered as a tool for healing trauma. As science and policy continue to evolve, MDMA therapy may eventually become part of mainstream mental health care. Oh, what a day that'll be. But for now, it remains on the edge of approval. And Al, I don't know what your thoughts are, but as somebody who has healed because of the grace of psychedelics, and MDMA being one of them, I can't wait for them to find a way to integrate this into mainstream modern medicine. You know, one of the things that they said that I held myself back from was, like the preparation and integration make it harder. Well, I mean, if we're going through talk therapy anyway, it's kind of the same thing. You just need to train the talk therapists in how to do the preparation and integration.
Yeah. No, I think it's great that if it can help some people, then why not?
Yeah.
Just because a medication is legal or has been proved to be effective doesn't mean it's effective for everybody. There's medications that aren't effective for people that work great for other people, and MDMA and other psychedelics could end up being the same thing.
It is the same. I facilitate a number of different medicines, and I come across people all the time that are coming to me going, I would like to take this, and after a conversation, it's just like, I'm sorry, but you don't qualify, and it can do you a lot of harm. So I've got to aim you over here. And,
interaction with other medications.
Oh yeah, that's usually the big one, right? Like, and it's hard to have to turn people down when I know that in the long run this can help them, but they need to do work leading up to that, and that's up to them and their doctor and their talk therapist. And we all work together. And if the modern medicine would work together with the therapists of the traditional medicine, it would go a lot faster.
Yeah, and as you've talked about in the past, like some of the stuff that you've done, you've had to go through a certain procedures beforehand, such as not eating certain foods and things like that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I've had to have medical tests done to prove that my heart was healthy and my liver was healthy, have my electrolytes, checked, and all of that stuff to be able to go take certain medicines that can affect the heart and the liver and the.
Okay.
So yeah, it's really important. And then with each medicine, they want you to detox from certain foods and certain toxins before you even get there. And that's part of detoxing. Part of that is detoxing modern medicines, which again, somebody like me would send you back to your doctor. You can't be on this prescription to take this medicine. So I need you to wean off of it and be off of it for 30 days before I can sit with you.
Exactly.
right? Like, because it's all about making sure that the person on the other end is getting benefit and not harm.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All righty. From there, we're going to move on to our last story of the day. And this one is coming to us from Filter. I've never heard of Filter. It's from Filter. Headline there says New Mexico will fund psychedelic treatment for patients on low incomes. This is fantastic. Now, on March the 11th, New Mexico Governor Michelle Grissom signed the budget for the upcoming fiscal year into law, and in doing so, underlined the state's position at the vanguard of alternative mental health treatments. Embedded within the finalized appropriation is a late addition, a pioneer directive to allocate $630,000 to the state's psilocybin treatment equity fund, newly established under New Mexico's Medical Psilocybin Act. Confirmation of the funding represents a big step forward in the state's efforts to integrate psychedelic-assisted therapies into the broader behavioral health infrastructure. And the formal allocation of state funds to pay for psychedelic treatments for patients on low incomes is seen as a world first. State Senator Jeff Steinborn was one of the legislative champions of the 2025 legalization of psilocybin for medical purposes. He emphasized that the state's financial support is what will ultimately dictate the efficacy and the fairness of the entire enterprise. He says, I'm excited that New Mexico has taken the next step in support of our medical psilocybin treatment program. And he goes on to say that an important part of our state law was the creation of an equity fund to ensure all New Mexicans who qualify for the program would have access to it, not just those with financial resources. Through this funding provided by the legislator and governor, as well as additional investment in research into end-of-life anxiety, we are working to launch the best evidence-based program possible, they say. Now, in addition to the equity fund allocation, the budget authorizes a supplementary $300,000 earmarked for clinical research at the University of New Mexico into treating end-of-life anxiety with psilocybin. Research, Cindy, as well as access to medications. Like, excellent.
Well, Al, I think that this is, excuse my language, folks, but I need to swear. I think that this is fucking amazing. I'm sitting here with you reading it, and even just listening to it, like, I was cheering, I was happy. The fact that they want to make sure that this medicine can get to everybody who wants to step up and move forward with their healing, has made that decision that healing is for them, is amazing. I've said it a gajillion times on our show that with the training I've gone through. So with the training I've gone through, almost, like, not even almost, all of them have suggested using a sliding scale, and having your minimum, I kind of like, I would like to get at least this much, and anything that you get above and beyond that, for me anyway, I bank. I put in savings, and then if somebody comes to me and says, okay, well, I'm just going to pick a number. If the cost of this ceremony is $50 and I only have 10, and they're offering up all the money they have, well, then I will top it up.
Right.
Because I'm not going to say no. I can't say no. Like, if somebody's coming to me and they're desperate for healing and they really, really want to heal and they're all in, I'm going to work with them.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's the way it should be.
Yeah. And they're helping people with that access by helping them with funds to do so.
Yeah. No, I think that's great.
Yeah.
That's really beautiful to read.
I think we got some really good stories today. Money that was given out to help people, low income, as well as those that are sick.
Yes. Yep. No, That was a really good story. A lot of them were really good. I love watching what's going on here with the First Nations here in Nova Scotia as well. I'm glad that we've had updates almost every story for the past, like every show for the past.
Show, yeah.
It's
an ongoing thing.
It is, and I'm excited to see it, move and push forward. It's quite an exciting thing.
Yes, it sure is. All right. Anything else before I sign us off?
I don't think so.
All right. Other than that, that's it for today. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out for everybody who tuned into the broadcast today. Also to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And we will see you Monday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.